Part 2 of Chapter 12 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 12 continued. To General Buell, Headquarters of the Army, Washington, November 12, 1861. General, upon assuming command of the department, I will be glad to have you make as soon as possible a careful report of the condition and situation of your troops, and of the military and political condition of your command. The main point to which I desire to call your attention is the necessity of entering eastern Tennessee as soon as it can be done with reasonable chances of success, and I hope that you will, with the least possible delay, organize a column for that purpose, sufficiently guarding at the same time the main avenues by which the rebels may invade Kentucky. Our conversations on the subject of military operations have been so full, and my confidence in your judgment is so great, that I will not dwell further upon the subject, except to urge upon you the necessity of keeping me fully informed as to the state of affairs, both military and political, and your movements. In regard to political matters, bear in mind that we are fighting only to preserve the integrity of the Union and to uphold the power of the general government. As far as military necessity will permit, religiously respect the constitutional rights of all. Preserve the strictest discipline among the troops, and, while employing the utmost energy in military movements, be careful so to treat the unarmed inhabitants as to contract, not widen, the breach existing between us and the rebels. I mean by this that it is the desire of the government to avoid unnecessary irritation by causeless arrests and persecution of individuals. Where there is good reason to believe that persons are actually giving aid, comfort, or information to the enemy, it is, of course, necessary to arrest them. But I have always found that it is the tendency of subordinates to make vexatious arrests on mere suspicion. You will find it well to direct that no arrest shall be made except by your order or that of your generals, unless in extraordinary cases, always holding the party making the arrest responsible for the propriety of his course. It should be our constant aim to make it apparent to all that their property, their comfort, and their personal safety will be best preserved by adhering to the cause of the Union. If the military suggestions I have made in this letter prove to have been founded on erroneous data, you are, of course, perfectly free to change the plans of operations. Brigadier General D.C. Buell, Commanding Department of the Ohio. To General T.W. Sherman, Headquarters of the Army, Washington, February 14, 1862. General, your dispatches in regard to the occupation of Defusky Island, etc., were received today. I saw also today, for the first time, your requisition for a siege train for Savannah. After giving the subject all the consideration in my power, I am forced to the conclusion that under present circumstances, the siege and capture of Savannah do not promise results commensurate with the sacrifices necessary. When I learned that it was possible for the gunboats to reach the Savannah River above Fort Pulaski, two operations suggested themselves to my mind as its immediate results. First, the capture of Savannah by a coup de main, the result of an instantaneous advance and attack by the Army and Navy. The time for this has passed, and your letter indicates that you are not accountable for the failure to seize the propitious moment, but that, on the contrary, you perceived its advantages. Second, to isolate Fort Pulaski, cut off its supplies, and at least facilitate its reduction by a bombardment. Although we have a long delay to deplore, the second course still remains open to us, and I strongly advise the close blockade of Pulaski and its bombardment as soon as the 13-inch mortars and heavy guns reach you. I am confident that you can thus reduce it. With Pulaski, you gain all that is really essential. You obtain complete control of the harbor, you relieve the blockading fleet, and render the main body of your force disposable for other operations. I do not consider the possession of Savannah worth a siege after Pulaski is in our hands. But the possession of Pulaski is of the first importance. The expedition to Fernandina is well, and I shall be glad to learn that it is ours. But after all, the greatest moral effect would be produced by the reduction of Charleston and its defenses. There the rebellion had its birth. There the unnatural hatred of our government is most intense. There is the center of the boasted power and courage of the rebels. To gain Fort Sumter and hold Charleston is a task well worthy of our greatest efforts and considerable sacrifices. That is the problem I would be glad to have you study. Some time must elapse before we can be in all respects ready to accomplish that purpose. Fleets are en route and armies in motion which have certain preliminary objects to accomplish before we are ready to take Charleston in hand. But the time will before long arrive when I shall be prepared to make that movement. In the meantime, it is my advice and wish that no attempt be made upon Savannah unless it can be carried with certainty by a coup de main. Please concentrate your attention and forces upon Pulaski and Ferdinand. St. Augustine might as well be taken by way of an interlude while awaiting the preparations for Charleston. Success attends us everywhere at present. Very truly yours, George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. General T. W. Sherman, commanding at Port Royal, etc. To General Butler, Headquarters of the Army, Washington, February 23, 1862. General, you are assigned to the command of the land forces destined to cooperate with the Navy in the attacks upon New Orleans. You will use every means to keep your destination a profound secret, even from your staff officers, with the exception of your Chief of Staff and Lieutenant Weitzel of the Engineers. The force at your disposal will consist of the first 13 regiments named in your memorandum handed to me in person, the 21st Indiana, 4th Wisconsin, and 6th Michigan, old and good regiments from Baltimore. The 21st Indiana, 4th Wisconsin, and 6th Michigan will await your orders at Fort Monroe. 2 companies of the 21st Indiana are well drilled as heavy artillery. The cavalry force already en route for Ship Island will be sufficient for your purposes. After full consultation with officers well acquainted with the country in which it is proposed to operate, I have arrived at the conclusion that 2 light batteries fully equipped and 1 without horses will be all that are necessary. This will make your force about 14,400 infantry, 275 cavalry, 580 artillery, total 15,255 men. The commanding general of the Department of Key West is authorized to loan you, temporarily, 2 regiments. Fort Pickens can probably give you another, which will bring your force to nearly 18,000. The object of your expedition is one of vital importance, the capture of New Orleans. The route selected is up the Mississippi River, and the first obstacle to be encountered, perhaps the only one, is in the resistance offered by Forts St. Philip and Jackson. It is expected that the Navy can reduce these works. In that case you will, after their capture, leave a sufficient garrison in them to render them perfectly secure. And it is recommended that on the upward passage, a few heavy guns and some troops be left at the pilot station, at the forks of the river, to cover a retreat in the event of a disaster. These troops and guns will, of course, be removed as soon as the forts are captured. Should the Navy fail to reduce the works, you will land your forces and siege train, and endeavor to breach the works, silence their fire, and carry them by assault. The next resistance will be near the English Bend, where there are some earthen batteries. Here it may be necessary for you to land your troops and cooperate with the naval attack, although it is more than probable that the Navy unassisted can accomplish the result. If these works are taken, the city of New Orleans necessarily falls. In that event, it will probably be best to occupy Algiers with a mass of your troops, also the eastern bank of the river above the city. It may be necessary to place some troops in the city to preserve order, but if there appears to be sufficient Union sentiment to control the city, it may be best for purposes of discipline to keep your men out of the city. After obtaining possession of New Orleans, it will be necessary to reduce all the works guarding its approaches from the east, and particularly to gain the Manchac Pass. Baton Rouge, Berwick Bay, and Fort Livingston will next claim your attention. A feint on Galveston may facilitate the objects we have in view. I need not call your attention to the necessity of gaining possession of all the rolling stock you can on the different railways, and of obtaining control of the roads themselves. The occupation of Baton Rouge by a combined naval and land force should be accomplished as soon as possible after you have gained New Orleans. Then endeavor to open your communication with the northern column by the Mississippi, always bearing in mind the necessity of occupying Jackson, Mississippi, as soon as you can safely do so, either after or before you have effected the junction. Allow nothing to divert you from obtaining full possession of all the approaches to New Orleans. When that object is accomplished to its fullest extent, it will be necessary to make a combined attack on Mobile, in order to gain possession of the harbor and works, as well as to control the railway terminus at the city. In regard to this, I will send more detailed instructions as the operations of the northern column develop themselves. I may briefly state that the general objects of the expedition are, first, the reduction of New Orleans and all its approaches, then Mobile and its defenses, then Pensacola, Galveston, etc. It is probable that by the time New Orleans is reduced, it will be in the power of the government to reinforce the land forces sufficiently to accomplish all these objects. In the meantime, you will please give all the assistance in your power to the Army and Navy commanders in your vicinity, never losing sight of the fact that the great object to be achieved is the capture and firm retention of New Orleans. I am, etc., George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding U.S. Army. Major General B.F. Butler, U.S. Volunteers. The plan indicated in the above letters comprehended in its scope the operations of all the armies of the Union, the Army of the Potomac as well. It was my intention, for reasons easy to be seen, that its various parts should be carried out simultaneously, or nearly so, and in cooperation along the whole line. If this plan was wise, and events have failed to prove that it was not, then it is unnecessary to defend any delay which would have enabled the Army of the Potomac to perform its share in the execution of the whole work. The operations in the West began early in February, and soon resulted in the capture of Forts Henry and Donelson, and the capture of Nashville. Shiloh took place on the 6th and 7th of April. It was not until May 21st that Corinth was evacuated. I have already alluded to the very unsatisfactory condition in which Buell found his command, but he very soon satisfied himself that there was no apprehension of a dangerous offensive movement by the enemy, and steadily went to work to organize and discipline his troops. I gave him all the support and assistance in my power, sending him as much in the way of troops, arms, and supplies as the resources of the government and the necessities of other points permitted. He displayed very high qualities as an organizer, and mastered the strategical questions with marked ability, and I am satisfied that one of the very best things I did when in command was sending him to Kentucky. About the time he went there, and for some months thereafter, immense pressure was brought to bear upon the government to do something at once for the relief of the Union men in East Tennessee. I was fully impressed by the necessity of doing this, and constantly urged Buell to send a column to that region, even at the expense of remaining temporarily on the defensive in front of Bowling Green. But Buell found it impossible to do so, in consequence of the disorganization which prevailed, the lack of transportation and supplies, and the impracticable condition of the roads in the fall and winter. My confidence in Buell's judgment and knowledge of the circumstances was such that I reluctantly acquiesced. I still regret that it was impossible to carry out this intention, for the effect of the occupation of Knoxville at that time would have been of the first importance. But I have no doubt as to the propriety of Buell's decision. He was so true and loyal a soldier that no mere obstacles would have deterred him from carrying out my clearly expressed wishes. He was the best judge as to the possibility of the expedition, and I have no doubt that he was right. Before the close of November, Buell and I discussed the propriety of a movement up the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers, and concluded that it should form a necessary part of the plan of offensive operations. This was so self-evident a proposition that I had long thought of it, but I am not sure whether the actual suggestion to carry it practically into effect came first from Buell or myself. Very likely from Buell. Certainly it did not originate with Halleck or any of his surroundings. I will for the moment leave this subject, simply stating that by the 26th of February, Nashville was in our hands, and by the 3rd of March, Columbus, Kentucky. In the course of these operations, Halleck delivered himself of several prophetic statements in regard to good strategy, each of which proved to be ridiculous. On the morning of Sunday, March 2nd, 1862, desiring to give orders for the further movements of Buell's and Halleck's commands, I went to the military telegraph office, then in the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Jackson Square, and caused communication to be cut off from all wires except those leading to Halleck's headquarters at St. Louis and Buell's at Nashville. I then called Buell and Halleck to their respective offices and asked for a full report of the condition of affairs, number, position, and condition of their troops, that of the enemy, etc. Buell promptly gave me the information needed. Halleck replied the same day, "I have had no communication with General Grant for more than a week. He left his command without my authority and went to Nashville. His army seems to be as much demoralized by the victory of Fort Donelson as was that of the Potomac by the defeat of Bull Run. It is hard to censure a successful general immediately after a victory, but I think he richly deserves it. I can get no returns, no reports, no information of any kind from him. Satisfied with his victory, he sits down and enjoys it without any regard to the future. I am worn out and tired with this neglect and inefficiency. C.F. Smith is almost the only officer equal to the emergency." To this I replied, "Your dispatch of last evening received. The success of our cause demands that proceedings such as Grant's should be at once checked. Generals must observe discipline as well as private soldiers. Do not hesitate to arrest him at once if the good of the service requires it, and place C.F. Smith in command. You are at liberty to regard this as a positive order if it will smooth your way. I appreciate the difficulties you have to encounter and will be glad to relieve you from trouble as far as possible." On the 4th, Halleck telegraphed me, "A rumor has just reached me that since the taking of Fort Donelson, Grant has resumed his former bad habits. If so, it will account for his repeated neglect of my often repeated orders. I do not deem it advisable to arrest him at present, but have placed General Smith in command of the expedition up the Tennessee. I think Smith will restore order and discipline." On the 6th, Halleck telegraphed to Grant, "General McClellan directs that you report to me daily the number and position of the forces under your command. Your neglect of repeated orders to report the strength of your command has created great dissatisfaction and seriously interfered with military plans. Your going to Nashville without authority, and when your presence with your troops was of the greatest importance, was a matter of serious complaint at Washington, so much so that I was advised to arrest you on your return." On the 31st of March, Halleck informed Grant, "General McClellan directed me to place General Smith in command of the expedition until you were ordered to join it." On the 10th of March, the Adjutant General of the Army, by direction of the President, required from Halleck a report as to Grant's unauthorized visit to Nashville and as to his general conduct. On the 15th, Halleck replied that Grant had gone to Nashville to communicate with Buell, that his motives were proper, and advised that no further proceedings be had in the case. Now to the story which prompts me to insert these dispatches. More than a year after the events in question, Franklin wrote to me that on meeting Grant at Memphis, or some such point on the Mississippi, Grant asked what had made me hostile to him. Franklin replied that he knew that I was not hostile, but very friendly to him. Grant then said that that could not be so, for without any reason I had ordered Halleck to relieve him from command and arrest him soon after Fort Donelson, and that Halleck had interfered to save him. I took no steps to undeceive Grant, trusting to time to elucidate the question. In the latter part of 1866, while I was in Europe, General Grant, through one of his staff, communicated with General Marcy in regard to papers missing from the files of the office of General-in-Chief during my tenure of the place. In searching my papers, General Marcy found my retained copy of the dispatch of March 2nd from Halleck, in which he reports Grant's unauthorized absence, etc. This he forwarded to General Grant, who was thus for the first time informed of the truth. This dispatch and my reply had, with many others, disappeared from the files in the office. So with regard to my correspondence as General-in-Chief. The Military Telegraph Office was first established by me, and was located, as already stated, in the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac. While I was absent from Washington for a couple of days in March, the Secretary of War, without any intimation to me, caused the entire office, with all the telegraphic records, to be removed to the War Department. I was relieved from the general command of the Army while with the front near Manassas, March 11th, and never re-entered the office of Commanding General in the War Department. All the papers there were taken possession of by the Secretary of War, and he and Halleck are alone responsible for any gaps in the files. Someone abstracted the telegrams above alluded to. As to Halleck's conduct with regard to Grant, no comment by me is necessary. The facts speak for themselves. In this connection, see Personal Memoirs of U.S. Grant, Volume 1, pages 324 through 328, also North American Review, December 1885. The following correspondence between Generals Grant and McClellan is appended by the editor. Hotel Byron, Villeneuve, November 24, 1866. General U.S. Grant, commanding U.S. Army. General, in a letter received yesterday from General Marcy, he says, I had a note yesterday from a member of General Grant's staff, in which he says it has been officially reported to the General that he, McClellan, had retained in his possession certain records pertaining to the headquarters of the Army, which were loaned to him while preparing his report in 1862 and 3. I desire to state that I have not knowingly retained or caused to be withheld any document whatever, whether important or unimportant, belonging to the headquarters of the Army or to any other department of the government. When my report was completed, I caused all the original subordinate reports and all other documents belonging to the government to be boxed up, and sent them to the Adjutant General of the Army in Washington, I think at the same time with my report. My recollection is that they were sent by the hands of my aide-de-camp, Captain A. McClellan. I do not think it possible that any document can have been overlooked, because in examining my papers subsequently, my attention would in all probability have been attracted to it, and as a matter of course, I would at once have forwarded it to Washington. I shall be under special obligations to you, General, if you will cause me to be informed what documents are alluded to in the report referred to, also by whom the report was made to you. To such a general statement as that made to General Marcy, at least as it has reached me, I can only return a general reply, as I have already done. Desiring the favor of an early reply directed to the care of Messrs. J. S. Morgan and Company, 22 Old Broad Street, London, I am, General, very truly yours, George B. McClellan. Headquarters, Armies of the U.S., Washington, D.C., December 10, 1866. Dear General, I have the honor to acknowledge receipt of your letter of the 24th of November. In reply, I enclose you copies of all letters addressed to General Marcy on the subject of papers supposed to be in your possession. These letters contain a full explanation to yours, and as you will see, do not imply an intention on your part to withhold any paper properly belonging to the headquarters of the Army. Trusting that this letter, with enclosures, will relieve you of any misapprehension you might have felt from General Marcy's letter, and with the assurance that the General kindly offered to furnish anything we might want from papers retained in your possession, I remain, very truly yours, U.S. Grant, to General G. B. McClellan. Vevey, Switzerland, December 26, 1866. My dear General, yours of the 10th instant reached me yesterday, and I now fully understand what is wanted. When called to the command of the United States armies in 1861, I left unchanged the organization of the Army of the Potomac and its headquarters, and in no manner merged them with those of the headquarters of the United States Army, the staff for each being distinct, except with regard to my personal aides-de-camp. Thus General Marcy, the Chief of Staff of the Army of the Potomac, had nothing to do with the headquarters of the Army of the United States. General S. Williams was Adjutant General of the Army of the Potomac, while General L. Thomas was my Adjutant General in my capacity as Commander of the United States Army, etc. The papers and records of the two offices were entirely distinct. I had in the War Department building 2 rooms for my office as Commanding General of the United States Army, and thither General Thomas brought to me all papers and matters requiring my action, received my orders thereon, carried back the papers to his own office, where they should be found, together with the orders and letters issued by him thereon in conformity with my instructions. You will the more readily comprehend the state of affairs when I remind you that my predecessor, General Scott, had an office, first in New York, afterwards in Washington, entirely distinct from that of the Adjutant General of the United States Army, where he had his own Adjutant General and entirely distinct records, the Adjutant General of the United States Army being then simply the Adjutant General of the Secretary of War. I changed the arrangement, dispensed with the machinery of a separate office, and merged all the routine service and records of the Command-in-Chief with those of the Adjutant General's office. The only papers, to the best of my recollection, kept in my office were the retained copies of my own letters on subjects of an important nature requiring more or less secrecy, such as letters of instruction in regard to military movements. As the telegraph was much used, these letters were not numerous. Colonel A.V. Colburn had charge of these letters, and I am not sure whether they were copied into books or simply filed. I kept nothing for myself but the original rough drafts, either in my own handwriting or that of the aides to whom they were dictated. All written reports received went finally to the Adjutant General's office or that of the Secretary of War. None were retained in my office, which was, after all, simply a place for the transaction of business, and not a place of record. When I left Washington in March 1862 to accompany the Army of the Potomac on its march towards Manassas, I was still the commanding general of the United States Army, had no reason whatever to suppose that any change was contemplated by the President, left at a few hours' notice, and expected to return in a few days, preparatory to the final movement to the Peninsula. I therefore made no special arrangements in regard to my office in the War Department, and left everything as it happened to be, all my personal aides accompanying me. 2 or 3 days after, while at Fairfax Courthouse, I, to my complete surprise, received through the newspapers the orders relieving me from the command of the United States Army, and never afterwards entered the office in Washington. I was informed that it was immediately taken possession of by the War Department for its own uses, and have no knowledge of what disposition was made of the papers, etc., found there, further than that it was about the same time stated to me that the War Department had taken possession of everything in the office, as the functions of commanding general were assumed by the Secretary. All telegraphic dispatches of any importance were sent and received in cipher, and were handed to me translated, the work of deciphering and the reverse being executed in the telegraph office. My recollection is that the cipher copies, at least, were recorded in books, which were kept in the chief telegraph office. These books were never in my personal possession. This chief office, originally organized under my direction, was in the building occupied as the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac, on Pennsylvania Avenue in Jackson Square. Soon after the accession of the present Secretary of War to office, and during my absence from the city on duty for 2 or 3 days, the entire establishment, with all its records, apparatus, and personnel, was removed to the War Department building, without my knowledge, by order of the Secretary of War, and from that time I ceased to have the slightest control over it. When I returned to the city, I found the removal accomplished, which was the first intimation I had of it. In that office should be found copies of all the messages that passed through it. With regard to the books containing the original duplicates of my messages sent, I have now no means of knowing what ones were left in my War Department office when it passed from my possession. I do not think there are any in my possession among my papers in the United States, except that sent to you by General Marcy. As that was simply my private memorandum, I would be glad to have it returned to General Marcy when you have done with it. I was not aware that the telegrams of February and March 1862 from General Halleck were among my papers. I have requested General Marcy to forward to you whatever copies of telegrams, etc., he may find. From his letter to me, I think that he has examined all my papers, for all that I know are of at Orange. I will do my best to aid him in making a thorough search. When I return to the United States, probably in the course of a few months, I will most cheerfully aid you in any possible way to carry out your wishes. But I am at present inclined to think that a close search in Washington will be productive of much better results than one conducted elsewhere. I must apologize for inflicting so long a letter upon you, and am, my dear General, sincerely your friend, George B. McClellan, General U.S. Grant, commanding U.S. Armies. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 13. Evacuation of Manassas. Army Corps. McClellan removed from Chief Command. President's military orders. Plan of advance on Richmond. Derangement of all plans by the administration. The organization of Army Corps, directed by the President's order of March 8, 1862, was the work of the President and Secretary of War, probably urged by McDowell. It was issued without consulting me and against my judgment, for from the beginning it had been my intention to postpone the formation of Army Corps until service in the field had indicated what general officers were best fitted to exercise those most important commands. The mistakes of an incompetent division commander may be rectified, but those of a corps commander are likely to be fatal. The President designated the senior general officers to command the corps. The day after this order was issued, we received information that seemed reliable of the evacuation of Manassas. The President and Secretary were with me at the time, and fully approved my determination of going to Porter's headquarters, where I could receive information more readily and be better prepared to act as circumstances might require, whether to move in pursuit or not. I at once sent Averill with a brigade of cavalry to verify the news and do what he could against the enemy's rear guard, but General Johnston had, as usual, masked his retreat so well that nothing could be effected. In the course of the evening I determined to move the whole army forward, partly with the hope that I might be able to take advantage of some accident and bring Johnston to battle under favorable circumstances, but also to break up the camps, give the troops a little experience in marching and bivouac before finally leaving the old base of supplies, to test the transportation arrangements and get rid of impedimenta, and thus prepare things for the movement to the peninsula. It also seemed probable that this advance, in connection with the recent move on Harper's Ferry and Charleston, would tend to make Johnston more uncertain as to my real intentions. In the course of the evening I telegraphed to the Secretary of War, "In the arrangements for the advance of tomorrow, it is impossible to carry into effect the arrangements for the formation of Army Corps. I am obliged to take groups as I find them, and move them by divisions. I respectfully ask a suspension of the order directing it until the present movement be over." To this the Secretary made the following singular reply: "I think it is the duty of every officer to obey the President's orders, nor can I see any reason why you should not obey them in the present instance. I must therefore decline to suspend them." To this I at once replied at 1 a.m. "You have entirely misunderstood me, and the idea I intended to convey was simply that I could not, under the pressure of the new aspect of affairs, immediately carry out the President's order as to the formation of Army Corps. It is absolutely necessary that I should at once move divisions as they stand. If you require me to suspend movements until Army Corps can be formed, I will do so, but I regard it as a military necessity that the division should move to the front at once without waiting for the formation of Army Corps. If it is your order to wait until the Corps can be formed, I will, of course, wait. I will comply with the President's order as soon as possible. I intended to do so tomorrow, but circumstances have changed. If you desire it, I will at once countermand all the orders I have given for an advance until the formation of Army Corps is completed. I have only to add that the order I have given tonight to advance early in the morning was dictated solely by the present condition of affairs. If the leave to suspend the order be granted, there will be no unreasonable delay in the formation of Army Corps. I await your reply here, that if you so direct, I may countermand my orders at once. Please reply at once." To this the Secretary replied, "I do not understand the President's order as restraining you from any military movement, by divisions or otherwise, that circumstances in your judgment may render expedient, and I certainly do not wish to delay or change any movement whatever that you have made or desire to make. I only wish to avoid giving any sanction to a suspension of a policy which the President has ordered to be pursued. But if you think that the terms of the order as it stands would operate to retard or in any way restrain movements that circumstances require to be made before the Army Corps are formed, I will assume the responsibility of suspending the order for that purpose, and authorize you to make any movement, by division or otherwise, to your own judgment, without stopping to form the Army Corps. My desire is that you should exercise every power that you think present circumstances require to be exercised without delay, but I want that you and I should not seem to be desirous of opposing any order of the President without necessity. I say, therefore, move just as you think best now, and let the other matter stand until it can be done without impeding movements." To this I replied at 2:40 a.m., "Your reply received. The troops are in motion. I thank you for your dispatch. It relieves me much, and you will be convinced that I have not asked too much of you. It was only by throwing the responsibility of delay upon the Secretary that he withdrew his quite unnecessary opposition. My order for the formation of the Corps was given on the 13th, as soon as circumstances permitted. McDowell was very anxious to have the reserve artillery, the cavalry, and the regular infantry attached to his corps. Fortunately, I kept them by themselves, or I should, no doubt, have lost them as well as McDowell's own corps. On the 10th, I reached Fairfax Courthouse and established headquarters there. It was now evident, from the information received, that it would be impossible to reach the enemy within a reasonable distance from Washington. The various divisions were therefore halted where they stood, at convenient distances from headquarters, and the preparations pushed for embarking for the peninsula. I threw forward Sumner with 2 divisions, and Stoneman with a cavalry command to proceed as far as the Rapidan and Rappahannock, to secure the crossings and still further deceive the enemy as to my intentions. While here, I learned, through the public newspapers, that I was displaced in the command of the United States armies. It may be well to state that no one in authority had ever expressed to me the slightest disapprobation of my action in that capacity, nor had I received any information of a purpose to change my position. President's War Order, No. 3, Executive Mansion, Washington, March 11, 1862. Major General McClellan, having personally taken the field at the head of the Army of the Potomac, until otherwise ordered, he is relieved from the command of the other military departments, he retaining command of the Department of the Potomac. Ordered, further, that the departments now under the respective commands of Generals Halleck and Hunter, together with so much of that under General Buell as lies west of a north and south line indefinitely drawn through Knoxville, Tennessee, be consolidated and designated the Department of the Mississippi, and that, until otherwise ordered, Major General Halleck have command of said department. Ordered also that the country west of the Department of the Potomac and east of the Department of the Mississippi be a military department to be called the Mountain Department, and that the same be commanded by Major General Fremont. That all the commanders of departments, after the receipt of this order by them, respectively report severally and directly to the Secretary of War, and that prompt, full, and frequent reports will be expected of all and each of them. Abraham Lincoln. The intelligence took me entirely by surprise, and the order proved to be one of the steps taken to tie my hands in order to secure the failure of the approaching campaign. Elsewhere I state the effect of this change in altering the condition of affairs, and breaking that unity of action which it was my purpose to enforce in the operations of the different armies in the field, as well as its effect upon the operations in Virginia. Though unaware of the President's intention to remove me from the position of General-in-Chief, I cheerfully acceded to the disposition he saw fit to make of my services, and so informed him in a note on the 12th of March. Unofficial. Fairfax Courthouse, March 12, 1862. His Excellency A. Lincoln, President. My dear Sir, I have just seen Governor Dennison, who has detailed to me the conversation he held with you yesterday and today. I beg to say that I cordially endorse all he has said to you in my behalf, and that I thank you most sincerely for the official confidence and kind personal feelings you entertain for me. I believe I said to you some weeks since, in connection with some Western matters, that no feeling of self-interest or ambition should ever prevent me from devoting myself to your service. I am glad to have the opportunity to prove it, and you will find that, under present circumstances, I shall work just as cheerfully as before, and that no consideration of self will in any manner interfere with the discharge of my public duties. Again, thanking you for the official and personal kindness you have so often evinced towards me. I am, most sincerely your friend, George B. McClellan. While at Fairfax Courthouse, an order arrived assigning General Wadsworth to the command of Washington. The Secretary had spoken to me on the subject some days before, whereupon I objected to the selection for the reason that General Wadsworth was not a soldier by training. I said that one of the very best soldiers in the army was necessary for the command of Washington, which was next in importance to the command of the Army of the Potomac, an officer fully posted in all the details of the profession, and that, much as I should dislike sparing him, I would give up Franklin for the place. The secretary replied that Wadsworth had been selected because it was necessary, for political reasons, to conciliate the agricultural interests of New York, and that it was useless to discuss the matter because it would in no event be changed. When General Wadsworth parted from me at Fairfax, he professed the greatest devotion and friendship for me, but at once became an enemy, probably because Stanton informed him of the objections I had made to his appointment, without giving him the real grounds of my opposition. My memorandum of August 2, 1861, shows that even then I regarded Virginia as the most important portion of the immense theater of operations. General Scott differed from me, and thought the valley of the Mississippi more vital. While fully recognizing the importance and necessity of operations in the valley of Mississippi, Tennessee, and Cumberland rivers, and of coast expeditions, I always held the eastern line to be the true theater of decisive operations. If I had been retained in chief command, untrammeled as to time and means, I should, in the early spring of 1862, have pushed with all energy the operations against Wilmington, Charleston, and New Orleans, as well as in the Mississippi, Tennessee, and Cumberland valleys, and against the Knoxville and Lynchburg Railroad via Cumberland Gap, and early in May have thrown the Army of the Potomac to the James River with a strength of over 150,000 for duty. I intended to transport by water to Urbana, on the lower Rappahannock, 4 divisions of infantry with their batteries, the regular infantry, 1 bridge train, a few squadrons of cavalry, and a small number of wagons, with them to push by a forced march to the vicinity of West Point, and then cross the Mattapony and Pamunkey rivers, thus compelling the evacuation of Yorktown, and perhaps cutting off Magruder's force in the peninsula. Meanwhile, the reserve artillery, the remaining cavalry, bridge trains, and necessary wagons were to be concentrated in the vicinity of Point Lookout, and simultaneously with the landing at Urbana, ferried across the Potomac on North River ferryboats, marched to the Rappahannock, the movement covered by an infantry force near Heathsville, then ferried over the Rappahannock and moved rapidly to unite with the force first landed. Prior to the evacuation of Yorktown, the remaining portions of the army would have been landed at Urbana, and subsequently to that at West Point or on the James, as circumstances required. As soon as the leading divisions of infantry crossed the Pamunkey, they would have moved on Richmond, covered by cavalry on both flanks. My letters of February 3rd and March 19, 1862, to the Secretary of War show that, under certain circumstances, I contemplated crossing the James River and attacking Richmond from the south. The fears of the administration and their inability to comprehend the merits of the scheme, or else the determination that I should not succeed in the approaching campaign, induced them to prohibit me from carrying out the Urbana movement. They gave me the choice between the direct overland route via Manassas and the route with Fort Monroe as a base. Of course, I selected the latter. My report gives all the most important correspondence on this subject, and the arguments I used in support of the plan of campaign which commended itself to my judgment. Let me here call attention to the President's orders of January 27th and January 31st, 1862, and his letter to me of February 3rd, answered in mine of the same day to the Secretary of War. President's General War Order No. 1, Executive Mansion, Washington, January 27, 1862. Ordered that the 22nd day of February, 1862, be the day for a general movement of the land and naval forces of the United States against the insurgent forces. That especially the Army at and about Fortress Monroe, the Army of the Potomac, the Army of Western Virginia, the Army near Munfordville, Kentucky, the Army and flotilla at Cairo, and a naval force in the Gulf of Mexico be ready to move on that day. That all other forces, both land and naval, with their respective commanders, obey existing orders for the time, and be ready to obey additional orders when duly given. That the heads of departments, and especially the Secretaries of War and of the Navy, with all their subordinates, and the General-in-Chief, with all other commanders and subordinates of land and naval forces, will severally be held to their strict and full responsibilities for prompt execution of this order. Abraham Lincoln. The order of January 31st, 1862 was as follows. President's Special War Order No. 1, Executive Mansion, Washington, January 31st, 1862. Ordered that the disposable force of the Army of the Potomac, after providing safely for the defense of Washington, be formed into an expedition for the immediate object of seizing and occupying a point upon the railroad southwestward of what is known as Manassas Junction, all details to be in the discretion of the Commander-in-Chief, and the expedition to move before or on the 22nd day of February next. Abraham Lincoln. I asked His Excellency whether this order was to be regarded as final, or whether I could be permitted to submit in writing my objections to his plan and my reasons for preferring my own. Permission was accorded, and I therefore prepared the letter to the Secretary of War which is given below. Before this had been submitted to the President, he addressed to me the following note. Executive Mansion, Washington, February 3, 1862. My dear Sir, you and I have distinct and different plans for a movement of the Army of the Potomac. Yours to be done by the Chesapeake, up the Rappahannock to Urbana, and across land to the terminus of the railroad on the York River. Mine to move directly to a point on the railroad southwest of Manassas. If you will give satisfactory answers to the following questions, I shall gladly yield my plan to yours. First, does not your plan involve a greatly larger expenditure of time and money than mine? Second, wherein is a victory more certain by your plan than mine? Third, wherein is a victory more valuable by your plan than mine? Fourth, in fact, would it not be less valuable in this, that it would break no great line of the enemy's communications, while mine would? Fifth, in case of disaster, would not a retreat be more difficult by your plan than mine? Yours truly, Abraham Lincoln. Major General McClellan. These questions were substantially answered by the following letter of the same date to the Secretary of War. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, February 3, 1862. Sir, I ask your indulgence for the following papers rendered necessary by circumstances. I assumed command of the troops in the vicinity of Washington on Saturday, July 27, 1861, 6 days after the Battle of Bull Run. I found no army to command, a mere collection of regiments cowering on the banks of the Potomac, some perfectly raw, others dispirited by the recent defeat. Nothing of any consequence had been done to secure the southern approaches to the capital by means of defensive works. Nothing whatever had been undertaken to defend the avenues to the city on the northern side of the Potomac. The troops were not only undisciplined, undrilled, and dispirited, they were not even placed in military positions. The city was almost in a condition to have been taken by a dash of a regiment of cavalry. Without 1 day's delay, I undertook the difficult task assigned to me. That task, the Honorable Secretary knows, was given to me without solicitation or foreknowledge. How far I have accomplished it will best be shown by the past and the present. The capital is secure against attack. The extensive fortifications erected by the labor of our troops enable a small garrison to hold it against a numerous army. The enemy have been held in check. The state of Maryland is securely in our possession. The detached counties of Virginia are again within the pale of our laws. And all apprehension of trouble in Delaware is at an end. The enemy are confined to the positions they occupied before the disaster of the 21st July. More than all this, I have now under my command a well-drilled and reliable army, to which the destinies of the country may be confidently committed. This army is young and untried in battle, but it is animated by the highest spirit and is capable of great deeds. That so much has been accomplished, and such an army created in so short a time from nothing will hereafter be regarded as one of the highest glories of the administration and the nation. Many weeks, I may say many months ago, this Army of the Potomac was fully in condition to repel any attack. But there is a vast difference between that and the efficiency required to enable troops to attack successfully an army elated by victory and entrenched in a position long since selected, studied, and fortified. In the earliest papers I submitted to the President, I asked for an effective and movable force far exceeding the aggregate now on the banks of the Potomac. I have not the force I asked for. Even when in a subordinate position, I always looked beyond the operations of the Army of the Potomac. I was never satisfied in my own mind with a barren victory, but looked to combined and decisive operations. When I was placed in command of the armies of the United States, I immediately turned my attention to the whole field of operations, regarding the Army of the Potomac as only one, while the most important, of the masses under my command. I confess that I did not then appreciate the total absence of a general plan which had before existed, nor did I know that utter disorganization and want of preparation pervaded the Western armies. I took it for granted that they were nearly, if not quite, in condition to move towards the fulfillment of my plans. I acknowledge that I made a great mistake. I sent at once, with the approval of the executive, officers I considered competent to command in Kentucky and Missouri. Their instructions looked to prompt movements. I soon found that the labor of creation and organization had to be performed there. Transportation, arms, clothing, artillery, discipline, all were wanting. These things required time to procure them. The generals in command have done their work most creditably, but we are still delayed. I had hoped that a general advance could be made during the good weather of December. I was mistaken. My wish was to gain possession of the Eastern Tennessee Railroad as a preliminary movement, then follow it up immediately by an attack on Nashville and Richmond, as nearly at the same time as possible. I have ever regarded our true policy as being that of fully preparing ourselves, and then seeking for the most decisive results. I do not wish to waste life in useless battles, but prefer to strike at the heart. Two bases of operations seem to present themselves for the advance of the Army of the Potomac. First, that of Washington, its present position involving a direct attack upon the entrenched positions of the enemy at Centreville, Manassas, etc., or else a movement to turn one or both flanks of those positions, or a combination of the two plans. The relative force of the two armies will not justify an attack on both flanks. An attack on his left flank alone involves a long line of wagon communication and cannot prevent him from collecting for the decisive battle all the detachments now on his extreme right and left. Should we attack his right flank by the line of the Occoquan, and a crossing of the Potomac below that river and near his batteries, we could perhaps prevent the junction of the enemy's right with his center. We might destroy the former. We would remove the obstructions to the navigation of the Potomac, reduce the length of wagon transportation by establishing new depots at the nearest points of the Potomac, and strike more directly his main railway communication. The fords of the Occoquan, below the mouth of the Bull Run, are watched by the rebels. Batteries are said to be placed on the heights in the rear, concealed by the woods, and the arrangement of his troops is such that he can oppose some considerable resistance to a passage of that stream. Information has just been received to the effect that the enemy are entrenching a line of heights extending from the vicinity of Sangster's Union Mills towards Evansport. Early in January, Spriggs Ford was occupied by General Rhodes with 3,600 men and 8 guns. There are strong reasons for believing that Davis's Ford is occupied. These circumstances indicate or prove that the enemy anticipates the movement in question and is prepared to resist it. Assuming for the present that this operation is determined upon, it may be well to examine briefly its probable progress. In the present state of affairs, our column, for the movement of so large a force must be made in several columns, at least 5 or 6, can reach the Accotink without danger. During the march thence to the Occoquan, our right flank becomes exposed to an attack from Fairfax Station, Sangster's, and Union Mills. This danger must be met by occupying in some force either the two first-named places, or better, the point of junction of the roads leading thence to the village of Occoquan. This occupation must be continued so long as we continue to draw supplies by the roads from this city, or until a battle is won. The crossing of the Occoquan should be made at all the fords from Wolf's Run to the mouth, the points of crossing not being necessarily confined to the fords themselves. Should the enemy occupy this line in force, we must, with what assistance the flotilla can afford, endeavor to force the passage near the mouth, thus forcing the enemy to abandon the whole line or be taken in flank himself. Having gained the line of the Occoquan, it would be necessary to throw a column by the shortest route to Dumfries, partly to force the enemy to abandon his batteries on the Potomac, partly to cover our left flank against an attack from the direction of Aquia, and lastly to establish our communications with the river by the best roads, and thus give us new depots. The enemy would by this time have occupied the line of the Occoquan above Bull Run, holding Brentsville in force and perhaps extending his line somewhat further to the southwest. Our next step would then be to prevent the enemy from crossing the Occoquan between Bull Run and Broad Run to fall upon our right flank while moving on Brentsville. This might be effected by occupying Bacon Race Church and the crossroads near the mouth of Bull Run, or still more effectually by moving to the fords themselves and preventing him from debouching on our side. These operations would possibly be resisted, and it would require some time to effect them, as nearly at the same time as possible we should gain the fords necessary to our purpose above Broad Run. Having secured our right flank, it would become necessary to carry Brentsville at any cost, for we could not leave it between the right flank and the main body. The final movement on the railroad must be determined by circumstances existing at the time. This brief sketch brings out in bold relief the great advantage possessed by the enemy in the strong central position he occupies, with roads diverging in every direction, and a strong line of defense enabling him to remain on the defensive, with a small force on one flank, while he concentrates everything on the other for decisive action. Should we place a portion of our force in front of Centersville, while the rest crosses the Occoquan, we commit the error of dividing our army by a very difficult obstacle, and by a distance too great to enable the two parts to support each other, should either be attacked by the masses of the enemy while the other is held in check. I should perhaps have dwelt more decidedly on the fact that the force left near Sangster's must be allowed to remain somewhere on that side of the Occoquan until the decisive battle is over, so as to cover our retreat in the event of disaster, unless it should be decided to select and entrench a new base somewhere near Dumfries, a proceeding involving much time. After the passage of the Occoquan by the main army, this covering force could be drawn into a more central and less exposed position, say Brimstone Hill or near the Occoquan. In this latitude the weather will for a considerable period be very uncertain, and a movement commenced in force on roads in tolerably firm condition will be liable, almost certain, to be much delayed by rains and snow. It will therefore be next to impossible to surprise the enemy or take him at a disadvantage by rapid maneuvers. Our slow progress will enable him to divine our purposes and take his measures accordingly. The probability is, from the best information we possess, that the enemy has improved the roads leading to his lines of defense, while we have to work as we advance. Bearing in mind what has been said and the present unprecedented and impassable condition of the roads, it will be evident that no precise period can be fixed upon for the movement on this line. Nor can its duration be closely calculated. It seems certain that many weeks may elapse before it is possible to commence the march. Assuming the success of this operation, and the defeat of the army as certain, the question at once arises as to the importance of the results gained. I think these results would be confined to the possession of the field of battle, the evacuation of the line of the upper Potomac by the enemy, and the moral effect of the victory. Important results, it is true, but not decisive of the war, nor securing the destruction of the enemy's main army, for he could fall back upon other positions and fight us again and again, should the condition of his troops permit. If he is in no condition to fight us again out of the range of the entrenchments at Richmond, we would find it a very difficult and tedious matter to follow him up there, for he would destroy his railroad bridges and otherwise impede our progress through a region where the roads are as bad as they well can be, and we would probably find ourselves forced at last to change the whole theater of war, or to seek a shorter land route to Richmond, with a smaller available force and an expenditure of much more time than were we to adopt the short line at once. We would also have forced the enemy to concentrate his forces and perfect his defensive measures at the very points where it is desirable to strike him when least prepared. Second, the second base of operations available for the Army of the Potomac is that of the lower Chesapeake Bay, which affords the shortest possible land route to Richmond and strikes directly at the heart of the enemy's power in the east. The roads in that region are passable at all seasons of the year. The country now alluded to is much more favorable for offensive operations than that in front of Washington, which is very unfavorable, much more level, more cleared land, the woods less dense, the soil more sandy, and the spring some 2 or 3 weeks earlier. A movement in force on that line obliges the enemy to abandon his entrenched position at Manassas, in order to hasten to cover Richmond and Norfolk. He must do this, for should he permit us to occupy Richmond, his destruction can be averted only by entirely defeating us in a battle in which he must be the assailant. This movement, if successful, gives us the capital, the communications, the supplies of the rebels. Norfolk would fall, all the waters of the Chesapeake would be ours, all Virginia would be in our power, and the enemy forced to abandon Tennessee and North Carolina. The alternative presented to the enemy would be to beat us in a position selected by ourselves, disperse, or pass beneath the Caudine Forks. Should we be beaten in a battle, we have a perfectly secure retreat down the peninsula upon Fort Monroe, with our flanks perfectly covered by the fleet. During the whole movement, our left flank is covered by the water. Our right is secure for the reason that the enemy is too distant to reach us in time. He can only oppose us in front. We bring our fleet into full play. After a successful battle, our position would be Burnside forming our left, Norfolk held securely, our center connecting Burnside with Buell, both by Raleigh and Lynchburg, Buell in eastern Tennessee and north Alabama, Halleck at Nashville and Memphis. The next movement would be to connect with Sherman on the left by reducing Wilmington and Charleston, to advance our center into North Carolina and Georgia, to push Buell either towards Montgomery or to unite with the main army in Georgia, to throw Halleck southward to meet the naval expedition from New Orleans. We should then be in a condition to reduce at our leisure all the southern seaports, to occupy all the avenues of communication, to use the great outlet of the Mississippi, to reestablish our government and arms in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, to force the slaves to labor for our subsistence instead of that of the rebels, to bid defiance to all foreign interference. Such is the object I have ever had in view. This is the general plan which I hope to accomplish. For many long months I have labored to prepare the Army of the Potomac to play its part in the program. From the day when I was placed in command of all our armies, I have exerted myself to place all the other armies in such a condition that they too could perform their allotted duties. Should it be determined to operate from the lower Chesapeake, the point of landing which promises the most brilliant result is Urbana, on the lower Rappahannock. This point is easily reached by vessels of heavy draft. It is neither occupied nor observed by the enemy. It is but one march from West Point, the key of that region, and thence but 2 marches to Richmond. A rapid movement from Urbana would probably cut off Magruder in the peninsula and enable us to occupy Richmond before it could be strongly reinforced. Should we fail in that, we could, with the cooperation of the Navy, cross the James and throw ourselves in rear of Richmond, thus forcing the enemy to come out and attack us, for his position would be untenable with us on the southern bank of the river. Should circumstances render it not advisable to land at Urbana, we can use Mobjack Bay. Or, the worst coming to the worst, we can take Fort Monroe as a base and operate with complete security, although with less celerity and brilliancy of results, up the peninsula. To reach whatever point may be selected as a base, a large amount of cheap water transportation must be collected, consisting mainly of canal boats, barges, wood boats, schooners, etc., towed by small steamers, all of a very different character from those required for all previous expeditions. This can certainly be accomplished within 30 days from the time the order is given. I propose, as the best possible plan that can, in my judgment, be adopted, to select Urbana as a landing place for the first detachments, the transport by water 4 divisions of infantry with their batteries, the regular infantry, a few wagons, 1 bridge train, and a few squadrons of cavalry, making the vicinity of Hooker's position the place of embarkation for as many as possible. To move the regular cavalry and reserve artillery, the remaining bridge trains and wagons, to a point somewhere near Cape Lookout, then ferry them over the river by means of North River ferry boats, march them over to the Rappahannock, covering the movement by an infantry force near Heathsville, and to cross the Rappahannock in a similar way. The expense and difficulty of the movement will then be very much diminished, a saving of transportation of about 10,000 horses, and the result none the less certain. The concentration of the cavalry, etc., on the lower counties of Maryland can be effected without exciting suspicion, and the movement made without delay from that cause. This movement, if adopted, will not at all expose the city of Washington to danger. The total force to be thrown upon the new line would be, according to circumstances, from 110,000 to 140,000. I hope to use the latter number by bringing fresh troops into Washington and still leaving it quite safe. I fully realize that in all projects, offered time will probably be the most valuable consideration. It is my decided opinion that, in that point of view, the second plan should be adopted. It is possible, nay highly probable, that the weather and state of the roads may be such as to delay the direct movement from Washington, with its unsatisfactory results and great risks, far beyond the time required to complete the second plan. In the first case, we can fix no definite time for an advance. The roads have gone from bad to worse. Nothing like their present condition was ever known here before. They are impassable at present. We are entirely at the mercy of the weather. It is by no means certain that we can beat them at Manassas. On the other line, I regard success as certain by all the chances of war. We demoralize the enemy by forcing him to abandon his prepared position for one which we have chosen, in which all is in our favor, and where success must produce immense results. My judgment, as a general, is clearly in favor of this project. Nothing is certain in war, but all the chances are in favor of this movement. So much am I in favor of the southern line of operations that I would prefer the move from Fortress Monroe as a base, as a certain though less brilliant movement than that from Urbana, to an attack upon Manassas. I know that His Excellency the President, you, and I all agree in our wishes, and that these wishes are to bring this war to a close as promptly as the means in our possession will permit. I believe that the mass of the people have entire confidence in us. I am sure of it. Let us, then, look only to the great result to be accomplished, and disregard everything else. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. This letter must have produced some effect upon the mind of the President, since the execution of his order was not required, although it was not revoked as formally as it had been issued. Many verbal conferences ensued, in which, among other things, it was determined to collect as many canal boats as possible, with a view to employ them largely in the transportation of the army to the lower Chesapeake. The idea was at one time entertained by the President to use them in forming a bridge across the Potomac near Liverpool Point, in order to throw the army over at that point, but this was subsequently abandoned. It was also found by experience that it would require much time to prepare the canal boats for use in transportation to the extent that it had been anticipated. Finally, on the 27th of February, 1862, the Secretary of War, by the authority of the President, instructed Mr. John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War, to procure at once the necessary steamers and sailing craft to transport the Army of the Potomac to its new field of operations. The following extract from the report of Mr. Tucker, dated April 5th, will show the nature and progress of this well-executed service. I was called to Washington by telegraph on the 17th January last by Assistant Secretary of War Thomas A. Scott. I was informed that Major General McClellan wished to see me. From him I learned that he desired to know if transportation on smooth water could be obtained to move at one time, for a short distance, about 50,000 troops, 10,000 horses, 1,000 wagons, 13 batteries, and the usual equipment of such an army. He frankly stated to me that he had always supposed such a movement entirely feasible until two experienced quartermasters had recently reported it impracticable in their judgment. A few days afterwards I reported to General McClellan that I was entirely confident the transports could be commanded, and stated the mode by which his object could be accomplished. A week or two afterwards I had the honor of an interview with the President and General McClellan, when the subject was further discussed, and especially as to the time required. I expressed the opinion that as to the movement of the horses and wagons would have to be made chiefly by schooners and barges, that as each schooner would require to be properly fitted for the protection of the horses, and furnished with a supply of water and forage, and each transport for the troops provided with water, I did not deem it prudent to assume that such an expedition could start within 30 days from the time the order was given. The President and General McClellan both urgently stated the vast importance of an earlier movement. I replied that if favorable winds prevailed and there was great dispatch and loading, the time might be materially diminished. On the 14th February, you, Secretary of War, advertised for transports of various descriptions, inviting bids on the 27th February. I was informed that the proposed movement by water was decided upon. That evening, the Quartermaster General was informed of the decision. Directions were given to secure the transportation. Any assistance was tendered. He promptly detailed to this duty two most efficient assistants in his department. Colonel Rufus Ingalls was stationed at Annapolis, where it was then proposed to embark the troops, and Captain Henry C. Hodges was directed to meet me in Philadelphia to attend to chartering the vessels. With these arrangements, I left Washington on the 28th February. I beg to hand herewith a statement, prepared by Captain Hodges, of the vessels chartered, which exhibits the prices paid and parties from whom they were taken. 113 steamers, at an average price per day, $215.10. 188 schooners, at an average price per day, $24.45. 88 barges, at an average price per day, $14.27. In 37 days from the time I received the order in Washington, and most of it was accomplished in 30 days, these vessels transported from Perryville, Alexandria, and Washington to Fort Monroe, the place of departure having been changed, which caused delay, 121,500 men, 14,592 animals, 1,150 wagons, 44 batteries, 74 ambulances, besides pontoon bridges, telegraph materials, and the enormous quantity of equipage, etc., required for an army of such magnitude. The only loss of which I have heard is 8 mules and 9 barges, which latter went ashore in a gale within a few miles of Fort Monroe, the cargoes being saved. With this trifling exception, not the slightest accident has occurred to my knowledge. I respectfully but confidently submit that, for economy and celerity of movement, this expedition is without a parallel on record. John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War. The same order which confined my command to the Department of the Potomac placed Buell under Halleck, and created the Mountain Department, extending from the western limits of the Department of the Potomac to the eastern boundary of Halleck's command. Footnote: the following memoranda were found lying with the manuscript at this point. Memoranda: on the 5th of March, there were no transports of importance at Annapolis, some at Perryville and Washington, and many engaged in fitting up in New York. On March 12th, there were at Alexandria transports for 15,000 infantry and 1 squadron, but they were not coaled or ready to receive the troops. The pontoon trains and engineers' tools were loaded up. March 17th, the leading division, Hamilton's, embarked. March 20th, there were 8 to 10 horse transports at the wharves of Alexandria, and as many more at anchor. Artillery transports ready at the wharves. March 21st, Porter's artillery in Alexandria, but no sufficient accommodation for the horses and no arrangement of vessels for infantry and artillery. March 22nd, Porter's division moved off in splendid style and well provided, reached Fortress Monroe on the 23rd. March 23rd, only 150 horses fit for artillery in Alexandria Depot, 300 expected next day. March 24th, many new regiments arriving from the north. No additional transportation. Hunt and Averill can embark. End footnote. The Department of the Potomac then included all that part of Virginia east of the Alleghanies and north of the James River, with the exception of Fortress Monroe and the country within 60 miles thereof. Also the District of Columbia and the states of Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. During the latter part of March, as I have already stated, Fortress Monroe and its dependencies were added to my command, but the order was countermanded on the 3rd of April. Thus, when about to start for the peninsula, it was my duty to provide for the security of Washington and the Shenandoah Valley, and all operations in that region were under my direction. It was very clear to me that the enemy did not abandon their positions on the Potomac and near Manassas without some good reason. I knew that they could not intend to return immediately, that they would never undertake the assault of the works around Washington, and that from the moment the operations by the lower Chesapeake were developed, they would be tied down to the vicinity of Richmond so long as the Army of the Potomac remained anywhere near the James River. All they could attempt would be a raid in the Shenandoah. I therefore regarded a full garrison for Washington and 20,000 men for the Shenandoah as more than enough under existing circumstances. The instructions I gave on the 16th of March were to the effect that Manassas Junction should be strongly entrenched, using the enemy's works as far as possible, and that General Banks should put the mass of his forces there, with grand guards at Warrenton or Warrenton Junction, and, if possible, as far out as the Rappahannock. The country to be thoroughly scouted by cavalry, the railway from Washington to Manassas and thence to Strasburg to be at once repaired and put in running order, all the bridges to be protected by blockhouses. As soon as the railway was in operation, a brigade of infantry with 2 batteries to be strongly entrenched at or near the point where the railroad crosses the Shenandoah. Chester Gap to be also occupied by an infantry detachment well entrenched. 2 regiments of cavalry to be added to this brigade to scour the valley thoroughly. Under this arrangement, the immediate approaches to Washington would be covered by a strong force well entrenched, and able to fall back upon the city if overpowered, while if the enemy advanced down the Shenandoah, the force entrenched at Strasburg would be able to hold him in check until assistance could reach them by rail from Manassas. If these measures had been carried into effect, Jackson's subsequent advance down the Shenandoah would have been impracticable. But unfortunately, as soon as I started for the Peninsula, this region was withdrawn from my command, and my instructions were wholly disregarded. Again, with Manassas entrenched as I directed, Pope would have had a secure base of operations from which to maneuver, and the result of his campaign might have been very different. Certainly, if I had resumed command at Manassas instead of within the defenses of Washington, Lee would not have ventured to cross the Potomac. On the 1st of April, in view of what had occurred meanwhile, I temporarily changed the arrangements to the extent of leaving Banks in the Shenandoah. I placed Abercrombie in command of Warrenton and Manassas under Banks' general orders, with 7,780 men at the former and 10,859 men at the latter place, and 18,000 men in Washington, so that if Abercrombie was obliged to retire upon Washington, there would be concentrated there 36,639 men, besides 1,350 on the lower Potomac and 35,467 under Banks in the Shenandoah. In the event of an advance of the enemy in force in the Shenandoah Valley, Banks could have withdrawn to his aid at least 10,000 men from Abercrombie's command, or, in the reverse case, could have gone to the latter's assistance with at least 30,000 men, leaving his Strasburg entrenchments well guarded. Had I remained in command, I would have seen to it that the entrenchments referred to were promptly executed. To say that the force I left behind me was, under the circumstances of the case, insufficient is an untruth which proves either complete ignorance or willful malevolence. The quality of the troops I left was amply good for the purposes in view. The administration actually retained about 134,000 for the defense of Washington, leaving me but 85,000 for operations. General Wadsworth received clear instructions as to his duties. On the 4th of April, the Valley of the Shenandoah was formed into a department under General Banks, while the Department of the Rappahannock was constituted for McDowell. This department embraced that portion of Virginia east of the Blue Ridge and west of the Potomac and the Fredericksburg and Richmond Railroad, including the District of Columbia and the country between the Potomac and the Patuxent. Thus, instead of operating with an army of 156,000 men under my immediate command, with control of all the forces, supplies, and operations, from the Atlantic to the Alleghanies and from the North Carolina line to New York, I was reduced to 85,000 men and a little strip of ground bounded on the west by the railroad from Fredericksburg to Richmond, on the south by the James from Richmond to the mouth of the Appomattox, on the east by a curved line running from the mouth of the Appomattox to a point on the Chickahominy between Long's and Bottom's bridges, thence to the White House on the Pamunkey, thence through King and Queen Courthouse to a point on the Rappahannock about 10 miles above Urbana, and thence to the mouth of the Potomac, the northern boundary being the Potomac from the mouth of Aquia Creek downward. My bases of operations at Washington and Fortress Monroe were both removed from my control, and I remained simply with my 85,000 men, and not even the ground they occupied until I passed beyond White House. Add to this consideration that I had now only too good reason to feel assured that the administration, and especially the Secretary of War, were inimical to me and did not desire my success, and some conception may be formed of the weight upon my mind at a time when whatever hopefulness and vigor I possessed were fully needed to overcome the difficulties in my path. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 14. Letters and dispatches relating to subjects treated in the foregoing and following chapters. Halleck to McClellan, St. Louis, March 10th, 8 p.m. General McClellan, reserves intended for General Curtis will now be drawn in as rapidly as possible and sent to the Tennessee River. I purpose going there in a few days. That is now the great strategic line of the Western campaign, and I am surprised that General Buell should hesitate to reinforce me. He was too late at Fort Donelson, as General Hunter has been in Arkansas. I am obliged to make my calculations independent of both. Believe me, General, you make a serious mistake in having 3 independent commands in the West. There never will and never can be any cooperation at the critical moment. All military history proves it. You will regret your decision against me on this point. Your friendship for individuals has influenced your judgment. Be it so. I shall soon fight a great battle on the Tennessee River, unsupported it seems, but if successful it will settle the campaign in the West. H. W. Halleck, Major General. By the time this reached me, I was no longer the General-in-Chief. It may suffice to say that I had never been intimate with Buell, and that my friendship for him grew out of my admiration for his excellent character and high soldierly qualities. I regarded him as a far better soldier than Halleck, and the subsequent course of events did not modify my views. If I had placed anyone in command of all the operations in the West, it would have been Buell and not Halleck. I could not then place Buell in that position, and was consequently obliged to do the best I could with a divided command. Burnside to McClellan, unofficial letter. Roanoke Island, March 5, 1862. My dear Mac, my official report will be short today, as nothing of importance has transpired since my last. It is due to me to say confidentially to you that we are waiting on the naval ammunition, our supplies having arrived some time since in sufficient quantities to move. I am embarking my men as fast as possible. All Reno's brigade is on board, half of Park's and half of Foster's, and I hope to get them all on board tomorrow, leaving Colonel Hawkins with 3 regiments in command of the island. I hope to get off tomorrow night, and will move at once upon New Bern. But I am not sure of it, as we cannot calculate upon more than one good day in the week. But we are getting used to storms, so that we don't mind them. How we have escaped with so little loss of life is to me a miracle. I feel thankful enough. During our delay here, I came very near moving upon, illegible, making my headquarters there, and rushing some columns up to burn the bridges on the Black Water, Nottoway, and Menheim, and then rush with my entire force upon Weldon and Gaston. But it is a risky move with my small force, and your orders are to go to New Bern. The same move can be made after we get New Bern, if we succeed, if you will send me men enough, say double the force. I feel sure that I can cut the enemy's communications at Weldon and Gaston with an additional force of even 2 regiments. In case you decide to send them, you must not hesitate to send any division you like, as I am quite willing to serve under any other officer. You know, Mac, what I want, and that is peace and quietness at home. If I succeed in taking New Bern and Fort Macon, I shall at once return to this place, unless otherwise ordered by you. I shall send off another mail very soon. If we move in the interior, we will need more wagons, say 150, and teams. Please let me know fully as to your wishes, and I'll follow them out to the letter. It must be a great gratification to you to see all your plans in all parts of the army succeed. Hold on, old fellow, and don't let the politicians drive you. You know old Davy Crockett's saying, be sure you're right, then go ahead. I have 2 parties out to burn the bridges over the Trent at New Bern and the Tar at Washington, the result of which I hope to report by this mail, but the bad weather has doubtless delayed them. Your old friend, Burnside. Same to same. Unofficial. New Bern, March 15, 1862. My dear Mac, we've got New Bern, and I hope to have Fort Macon before long. I followed your instructions to the letter and have succeeded. You'll come out all right. You know my faith in you. Hope you'll soon wipe them out. If I had 40,000 men like these, I could do almost anything. Your old friend, Burnside. Same to same. Unofficial. New Bern, May 5th, 1862. My dear Mac, we are now in a state of standstill. Fort Macon has been reduced, and I am ordering Parke up to this place with his men. We have more sickness than I like to acknowledge, but we are improving, and are not weak now. If you want us to do anything within our strength, we'll do it. Don't fail to command me. When you start the rebels from Yorktown, please let me know at once, and I'll give them a kick in the flank that'll make them see stars. Stick to them, old fellow, and don't allow the politicians to get you into a controversy. You have acted wisely, and you'll come out all right. In God is our trust. Tell me what to do, and I'll try to do it. You know as well as I that it is easier to turn a flank than force a front. God bless you. Your old friend, Burnside. Memoranda. Supposing Burnside's force 15,000. In event of movement on illegible, footnote, the word resembles Winton, end footnote, etc., would probably have to leave at least 5,000 in New Bern, 1,000 as railway guards, 1,000 Beaufort and Fort Macon, 500 Hatteras Inlet, 1,000 Roanoke, 8,500 in all, leaving not over 6,000 or 6,500 for active operations, too small to do much good. While by operating on Goldsboro, we would have to leave, say, 1,000 at Roanoke, 500 Beaufort, 1,000 New Bern, leaving 12,500 available in the field. I would therefore think that a cautious yet bold advance on Goldsboro as soon as transportation arrives would produce a better effect than anything else that can be done, and would have the effect to neutralize a large portion of the enemy's force. G. B. McClellan. Barnard to McClellan. Washington, March 19, 1862. 2:30 p.m. Dear General, Fox didn't like the propeller plan, thinks the channel could not be effectually obstructed in that way. I told him you and I both objected to the other, landing plan, which I consider an exact parallel to the expedition of Hooker's to capture the Potomac batteries, where he would have got captured himself, or more truly, to the last plan to make a campaign merely to take batteries as preliminary to a campaign. I just saw Stanton and was most gratified by what he said. It was, General McClellan has no firmer friend than myself, but I may not be where I am long. I think General McClellan ought not to move till he is fully ready. I told him that the Mystic would be in Hampton Roads in 10 days, and then we could certainly control the Merrimac and have a big steamer or two for Yorktown. He repeated, he ought not to put a man afloat till he is ready. In great haste, J. G. Barnard, General McClellan. Same to same. Steamship Minnesota, 3 p.m., Thursday, March 20th, 1862. General G. B. McClellan. Dear General, Woodbury left day before yesterday. I wonder I did not hear of him yesterday in town. I had an interview with General Wool this morning. He was very friendly and said he would do everything, but it is a great drawback, this having 2 commanders. For instance, there are several bridges over Back River that ought to be rebuilt. General Wool said that he was going out today to direct one on the principal road to be rebuilt, but Houston told me that they expected Hamilton's division to do such things. Now, Hamilton is perfectly ignorant of localities, and his division is the confusion of arrival. If Wool's force is to cooperate, it is a great misfortune that it can't be ordered what to do. That letter expressing readiness to do everything amounts to nothing. Houston is here getting information, but I have not had time to see what he has done. Now for Goldsboro. He is very much in favor of reinforcing Burnside and taking Norfolk from the Chowan and Currituck. But if this is not done, his ideas are essentially coincident with yours, landing on Back Bay or York River or the Pocosin, at the same time with an advance from here carrying Yorktown, then marching on Richmond, and then taking Norfolk. He is opposed and pronounces impracticable the operation proposed by Fox on Sewell's Point, and also considers any operation on Norfolk from here impracticable while the Merrimac is extant. He says he is responsible to the country for keeping down the Merrimac, and has perfect confidence that he can do it, but cannot spare from here anything except the following: Victoria, 2 8-inch guns and 1 32-pound Parrott; Anacostia, Freeborn, Island Belle, Potomac fleet; Octoroon, not yet arrived, Fox calls her a regular gunboat of 4 guns; Currituck, merchant steamer like the Potomac gunboats, I suppose; Daylight, merchant steamer like the Potomac gunboats, I suppose, and 2 regular gunboats, the Chocorua, not yet arrived, and the Penobscot, here, these 2 carrying each 2 11-inch guns. He says he can't furnish vessels to attack Yorktown simultaneously, but he thinks what you propose is easily done, that the vessels he mentioned are fully adequate to cover a landing, and that with a landing and an advance from here, Yorktown will fall. He recommends, and it may be a good idea, a landing in the Severn simultaneously, taking Gloucester in the rear, and from there battering Yorktown. Yorktown and Gloucester taken, the small gunboats, regular and irregular, will be enough to command the navigation of the York River. He thinks, and General Wool thinks, that the whole attention of the enemy is concentrating on Norfolk, that they are reinforcing that place and increasing their batteries day and night, and that Magruder is not reinforced. Wool thinks that some troops passed over from north to south side of James River recently to reinforce Huger. That is all I can write now. I must stay a little longer to get some definite information about the places where we propose to land. There are 20,000 available men, nearly, here now, including Wool's, Mansfield's, etc., and 20,000 men for the landing ought to be enough for the first operations. Very truly yours, J. G. Barnard. Barnard to Colburn, AAG, Washington, March 23, 10 p.m. Colonel A. V. Colburn, AAG. I have endeavored to get some plan arranged and means procured for the most important part of our enterprise, viz. a landing. The only means we have now are the bateaux. These I had intended to go with Captain Duane's command and with McDowell's corps. I learned today that the Annapolis bateau had been ordered to Fortress Monroe. The trestles or the India rubber or the canvas boats will answer for crossing the creeks, and all the bateaux should be with the landing corps, McDowell's. Today I had a consultation with McDowell, and it was decided to place the whole matter of providing means of landing under General Woodbury, and to put temporarily Captain Duane under his command, to have the necessary scows, canal boats, etc. prepared immediately, and the bateaux are to form an essential part of the means. The orders have been issued by General McDowell for that purpose. Unless the arrangements are made now, it is out of the question to think of landing any considerable force as a tactical or strategical operation. One company of Duane's command might go with the land forces to put down trestle bridges, perhaps 2 companies, but he himself and all the bateaux should go with McDowell, and Woodbury will furnish the additional men necessary and see to the getting up of arrangements. Answer as soon as possible. J. G. Barnard. Same to same. Washington, March 24, 1862. Colonel A. V. Colburn, AAG. The General's telegram received. General Woodbury will go to headquarters today and concert matters so that there shall be no misunderstanding. The streams on the peninsula are narrow where crossed by the road, 40 to 80 feet wide, and the Newport News Road requires no bridges. It is desirable to know, for the constant uncertainty about this has embarrassed us, whether Captain Duane or any portion of his command is to leave before McDowell's corps. If so, how much of it, and when? Let me know when to join headquarters. J.G. Barnard, Brigadier General, etc. McClellan to Fox, Fairfax Courthouse, March 12th. Honorable G. O. Fox, Assistant Secretary Navy. Can I rely on the Monitor to keep the Merrimac in check so that I can take Fortress Monroe as a base of operations? J. B. McClellan, Major General. Fox to McClellan, Washington, March 13th. General McClellan, the Monitor is more than a match for the Merrimac, but she might be disabled in the next encounter. I cannot advise so great dependence to be placed upon her. Burnside and Goldsboro are very strong for the Chowan River route to Norfolk, and I brought up maps, explanations, etc. It turns everything, and is only 27 miles to Norfolk by 2 good roads. Burnside will have New Bern this week. The Merrimac must go into dock for repairs. The Monitor may, and I think will, destroy the Merrimac in the next fight, but this is hope, not certainty. G.O. Fox, Assistant Secretary, Navy. P.S. In my opinion, the Merrimac does not intend to pass by Fort Monroe. I am also of the opinion that we shall take her if she does so pass. I think the above is sure enough to make any movement upon. G.O. Fox, Assistant Secretary, Navy. Wise to McClellan, Washington, March 13th. General McClellan, in reply to your telegram, I am clearly of opinion that the Monitor will be fully able to hold the Merrimac in check should she attempt to pass Fortress Monroe. H. A. Wise. Wool to McClellan, Fort Monroe, March 12th. General McClellan, it is thought the Monitor is a match for the Merrimac. The former has 2 guns, the latter 8. The Monitor is our chief dependence. If any accident should befall her, Newport News would be taken, probably depending on the land force. It is said Magruder has from 15,000 to 18,000 men extending from James River to Yorktown. I have almost 12,500 effective troops, including the garrison of Fortress Monroe, and only about 110 regulars artillery. I do not believe the channel could be blocked between Sewell's Point and Craney Island without first taking Sewell's Battery, consisting of from 25 to 30 guns, several of which are 10-inch. John E. Wool, Major General. Heintzelman to McClellan, Fort Lyon, March 13th. General McClellan, allow me to recommend to you to have a complete survey made by the engineers of the enemy's works at Centerville and Manassas, with a memoir to meet the false statements that will be made to your prejudice. S. P. Heintzelman, Brigadier General. Dennison to McClellan, Washington, March 14th. General McClellan, have just left the President. He is very much gratified with your letter, and says my construction of the order as I gave it to you is exactly correct. Your command of the Army of the Potomac, wherever it may go. Everything is right. Move quick as possible. W. Dennison. McClellan to Marcy, Fairfax Courthouse, March 13th, 1:30 p.m. General Marcy, direct the barges at Perryville and Annapolis containing wagons to be ready to move at 1 hour's notice. Have the teams loaded up at the same place at once. G. B. McClellan. Same to same. Fairfax Courthouse, March 13th. General Marcy, prepare to embark Hunt's reserve artillery, together with all the reserve ammunition belonging to it. When will the transportation be ready? G. B. McClellan. McClellan to Tucker, Fairfax Courthouse, March 13th, 10:30 p.m. Honorable John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War. What transports are certainly on hand at Alexandria and Washington for troops, horses, and guns, and how many of each kind? I cannot make my arrangements for details of movement until I know exactly what is on hand. It is absolutely necessary that I should be kept constantly informed. I wish to move so that the men can move directly on board ship. G. B. McClellan, Major General. McClellan to Van Vliet, Fairfax Courthouse, March 13th, 10:50 p.m. General Van Vliet, arrange to send to Fort Monroe at once the wagons and horses at Perryville and Annapolis. Send to same destination rations as promptly as practicable for my 140,000 men and forage for my 15,000 animals. See Shiraz about the rations. A quartermaster should be sent to Fort Monroe to receive these stores and keep them separate. They should all be landed at once. Please inform me tonight what transports are on hand and keep me informed as fast as they arrive. I will make it Colonel Astor's business to keep the run of it, so that I may be constantly posted. G.B. McClellan. McClellan to McDowell, Fairfax Courthouse, March 13, 11:30 p.m. Major General McDowell, Washington. Please make your arrangements to go to Fort Monroe very soon to receive troops, stores, etc. Try to complete your staff arrangements at once. I shall, of course, wish to see you before you go. I am perfectly willing that you should have Ingalls and Beckwith, merely remembering the special duty Ingalls is doing. See Heintzelman about Richardson. He will explain to the President. G.B. McClellan. McClellan to Stanton, Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, March 16, 1862. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Sir, in order to carry out the proposed object of this army, it has now become necessary that its commander should have the entire control of affairs around Fortress Monroe. I would respectfully suggest that the simplest method of effecting this would be to merge the Department of Virginia with that of the Potomac, the name of which might properly be changed to that of the Department of the Chesapeake. In carrying this into effect, I would respectfully suggest that the present commander of the Department of Virginia be assigned to some other command. General Mansfield can take temporary charge of Fortress Monroe and its dependencies until the army arrive there. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, George B. McClellan. McClellan to Heintzelman, Seminary, March 28th. Brigadier General Heintzelman, Fort Monroe. Your telegram of yesterday morning received only last night. I hope the movement on Big Bethel was well considered in view of my wish not to prematurely develop our plan to the enemy. If the destructions of their batteries and your subsequent return confirms the idea that we are after Norfolk, all is well, except the mere fact of falling back. If this reaches you in time, it would be well to hold the position of Big Bethel, if its occupation by the enemy can give us any trouble. You, on the ground, can best judge of this. G. B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. McClellan to Blanker, Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, Steamer Commodore, March 29, 1862. General L. Blanker, Warrenton Junction. The commanding general desires that you will hold your division in readiness to move at short notice to Alexandria for embarkation. It is his design to have your command join the active army the moment it can be spared from the service upon which it is now employed. He is anxious to afford your division an opportunity to meet the enemy, feeling well assured that it will prove itself conspicuous for valor on the battlefield and fully realize the high anticipations he had formed with respect to your command. S. Williams, AAG. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 15. The Peninsula Campaign. Landing at Fortress Monroe. That place removed from his command. Secretary Stanton stops all recruiting. Advance on Richmond. Columns under fire. First Corps withdrawn from the Army. In the course of description of the operations preliminary to the siege of Yorktown, attention is necessarily directed to the erroneous maps in our possession, and on which certain orders were based. This was but a single instance among many. In fact, it may be broadly stated that we had no military maps of any value. This was one of our greatest difficulties, and always seriously interfered with our movements in the early part of the war. When in the presence of the enemy it was necessary to reconnoiter under fire, the accidents of the ground being entirely unknown to us. It was a peculiar feature of our staff departments before the war that no measures were taken to collect topographical information about our own or any neighboring country. I do not know to what extent this has now been rectified, but there certainly should be some bureau charged with the collection and arrangement of topographical and statistical information in regard to our own and adjacent countries. It is true that the Confederates were no better off for correct maps than ourselves, but they possessed the inestimable advantage of operating on their own ground, which they knew perfectly well. They had plenty of good guides, and they usually conducted a defensive campaign. They had plenty of time to construct maps and acquaint themselves thoroughly with the ground in the interest of active operations. Moreover, the white people, at least, were usually in their favor and acted as scouts, guides, and spies. Even when the Negroes were favorable to us, they seldom possessed the intelligence required to give any value to their information. They rarely knew more of the country than the plantations on which they had passed their lives, could give no accurate or intelligible description of roads or accidents of the ground, and their estimates of numbers were almost always ridiculously inaccurate. If a Negro were asked how many Confederates he had seen at a certain point, his answer was very likely to be, "I don't know, massa, but I guess about 1,000,000. I went on board the steamer Commodore on the afternoon of the 1st of April, off Alexandria, and remained at anchor until an early hour next morning, being engaged all night in giving the necessary orders for the conduct of affairs in front of Washington, the movements of troops, supplies, etc. I reached Fort Monroe on the afternoon of the 2nd, still under the delusion that I should have an active army of 146,000 and the full control of my base of operations, and that I should receive efficient support from the Navy. According to the best information in our possession in regard to the peninsula, our main road extended from Fortress Monroe, through Hampton and Big Bethel, to Yorktown, while another existed from Newport News, nearly parallel with the James River, and passing through Warwick Courthouse to the Halfway House, where it met the main road from Yorktown to Williamsburg. Both of these roads between Yorktown and the point of the peninsula were intersected by many streams, and we had information to the effect that many of these crossings, as for example Big Bethel, Young's Mill, Howard's Bridge, Cockletown, etc., were strongly entrenched and would be obstinately defended. Our information seemed also to be clear that the Warwick River ran alongside of the Newport News Road, which crossed only an insignificant branch, and that it presented no obstacle to a march on the Halfway House in rear of Yorktown. After the Fort Monroe movement was decided upon, my first intention was to inaugurate the operation by dispatching the First Corps en masse to the Sandbox, 3 or 4 miles south of Yorktown, in order to turn all the entrenched crossings referred to, and receive a base of supplies as near as possible to Yorktown, or else, should the condition of affairs at the moment render it desirable, to land it on the Gloucester side of the York River at the mouth of the Severn, and throw it upon West Point. But transports arrived so slowly, and the pressure of the administration for movement was so strong and unreasonable, that I felt obliged to embark the troops by divisions as fast as transports arrived, and then determined to hold the First Corps to the last, and land it as a unit whenever the state of affairs promised best results. A few hours after I had determined to act upon this determination, McDowell telegraphed me from Washington, suggesting that the troops should be embarked by divisions, according to convenience, instead of awaiting the arrival of sufficient transports to move his whole corps. Soon after this, I was more than once informed that General McDowell and others in Washington had instanced this decision to embark the troops by divisions as proof that I had disobeyed the President's order as to the formation of Army Corps, and that I intended to throw obstacles in the way of its fulfillment. Considerable delay occurred in the arrival of the sailing transports for horses, in consequence of an order being given, without my knowledge, for the steamers to come to Alexandria without them. The first division which had embarked was Hamilton's, formerly Heintzelman's, of the Third Corps, which sailed on the 17th of March. It was followed by General F. J. Porter's division of the same corps on the 22nd of March. General Heintzelman accompanied Porter's division and was instructed to get his corps in condition for an advance without delay. He was also ordered to encamp his 2 divisions some 3 or 4 miles out from Fort Monroe, in good defensive position, and to push out strong reconnaissances to ascertain the position and the strength of the enemy, without going so far out as to destroy the impression that our movements might be intended against Norfolk. On the 27th, he sent Porter towards Big Bethel and Howard's Bridge, and Smith towards Young's Mill on the James River Road. Porter occupied Big Bethel and pushed 1 brigade 4 miles further, sending skirmishers on to Howard's Bridge, where they saw entrenchments occupied. Deserters reported Magruder at the place with 800 men. Smith went as far as Watts Creek, where he found no entrenchments, and gained information that the enemy held Young's Mill in strong force. Both divisions returned to their camps after completing the reconnaissance. Heintzelman reported that, from the best information, Magruder had from 15,000 to 20,000 men, and gave not the slightest indication that he thought he could take or invest Yorktown. On the 3rd of April, there were of my command in the vicinity of Fort Monroe the 3rd Pennsylvania Cavalry, the 2nd, 5th, and a part of the 1st U.S. Cavalry, a part of the Reserve Artillery, 2 divisions each of the 3rd and 4th Corps ready to move, 1 division of the 2nd Corps, Sykes' Brigade of U.S. Infantry. Casey's division of the 4th Corps was at Newport News, but totally unprovided with transportation. Richardson's division of the 2nd Corps and Hooker's of the 3rd had not yet arrived. The troops ready to advance numbered about 53,000 men and 100 guns, less than 45,000 effectives. The amount of wagon transportation arrived was altogether insufficient for a long movement, and it became necessary to advance in order to establish new depots on the shore more to the front. It was evident that to await any considerable accession of force and transportation would involve a delay of many days. I therefore determined to advance on the 4th of April. The following telegram of April 3 to Mr. Stanton requires no explanation. I expect to move from here tomorrow morning on Yorktown, where a force of some 15,000 of the rebels are in an entrenched position, and I think it quite probable they will attempt to resist us. No appearance of the Merrimac as yet. Commodore Goldsborough is quite confident he can sink her when she comes out. Before I left Washington, an order had been issued by the War Department placing Fort Monroe and its dependencies under my control, and authorizing me to draw from the troops under General Wool a division of about 10,000 men, which was to be assigned to the 1st Corps. During the night of the 3rd, I received a telegram from the Adjutant General of the Army stating that, by the President's order, I was deprived of all control over General Wool and the troops under his command, and forbidden to detach any of his troops without his sanction. This order left me without any base of operations under my own control. On my arrival at Fortress Monroe, I was informed that the enemy had been very active for some days past in crossing troops over the James River, on the line of communication between Yorktown and Norfolk. Reports were conflicting as to the direction of this movement, but in any event it seemed proper under the circumstances to move on Yorktown as promptly as possible with the troops in hand in order to invest the place before further reinforcements and supplies could reach it. On the same day, on the very eve of the advance of the Army of the Potomac into the enemy's country, with a certainty of heavy losses by battle and disease, was issued the order putting a complete stop to the recruiting service for the volunteers, and breaking up all the recruiting stations. General Order No. 33, Adjutant General's Office, USA, Washington, April 3, 1862. 3. The recruiting service for volunteers will be discontinued in every state from this date. The officers detached on the volunteer recruiting service will join their regiments without delay, taking with them the parties and recruits at their respective stations. The superintendents of the volunteer recruiting service will disband their parties and close their offices, after having taken the necessary steps to carry out these orders. The public property belonging to the volunteer recruiting service will be sold to the best advantage possible, and the proceeds credited to the fund for collecting, drilling, and organizing volunteers. By order of the Secretary of War. L. Thomas, Adjutant General, USA. Common sense and the experience of all wars prove that when an army takes the field, every possible effort should be made at home to collect recruits and establish depots, whence the inevitable daily losses may be made good with instructed men as fast as they occur, so that the fighting force may be kept up to their normal strength. Failure to do this proves either a desire for the failure of the campaign or entire incompetence. Between the horns of this dilemma, the friends of Mr. Stanton must take their choice. During the preceding autumn, I advocated a system of drafting, but was not listened to. Had it been adopted at that time, when recruiting was rapid and easy, it could have been established and well regulated without difficulty and without any shock to the country. The system as finally adopted was as bad could be, and cannot be defended. It was unnecessary to disturb all the relations of society and the business interests of the country, and the numbers called out were absurdly large. The numbers of troops on foot in April 1862 in the various parts of the country were ample for the suppression of the rebellion, if they had been properly handled and their numbers made good by a constant stream of recruits poured into the old regiments, so as to keep them always at their full strength. Instead of this, spasmodic calls for large numbers of men were made, and the general rule was to organize them into new regiments, often allowing the invaluable old regiments to die out. This system was infinitely more expensive, but gave the opportunity to promote personal or political favorites. The new regiments required a long time to make them serviceable, while the same men placed in the old regiments, under experienced officers and surrounded by veterans, would in a few days become efficient soldiers. Other grave defect of this system was the destructive effects on the esprit de corps of the old officers and men, an invaluable adjunct in war. Out of these wholesale drafts grew the system of substitutes and bounties, which cost so many unnecessary millions to the country, and so seriously affected the quality of the troops in the latter years of the war. Never in the whole history of nations was anything more absurdly and recklessly managed than the whole system of recruiting, drafting, and organization under the regime of Secretary Stanton. When his actions are coolly criticized, apart from the influence of party feeling, his administration will be regarded as unparalleled in history for blunders and ignorant self-assertion. He unnecessarily prolonged the war at least 2 years, and at least tripled its cost in blood and treasure. The movement was made by the two roads already mentioned. The two divisions of the 4th Corps from Newport News via Warwick Courthouse, the two divisions of the 3rd, supported by Sedgwick's division of the 2nd Corps, Sykes' Brigade, and the reserve artillery, by the road from Hampton and Big Bethel to Yorktown. The advance on Big Bethel would turn the works at Young's Mill and open the way for the 4th Corps, while, in turn, the advance of the latter corps on Warwick Courthouse would turn the works at Howard's Bridge and Ship Point, and open the road of the right column to the immediate vicinity of Yorktown. Smith's division, 4th Corps, encamped on the 4th of April at Young's Mill, with one brigade in advance on the road from Big Bethel to Warwick, Couch's division on Fisher's Creek. Porter, on the same day, occupied Cockletown with Morrell's division and a battery, his pickets a mile in advance near Pavis's house. The other brigades of the division less than 2 miles in rear of Morrell. Averill's cavalry found the Ship Point batteries abandoned. They were strong and well constructed, with deep wet ditches. They had platforms and magazine for siege guns, all the guns withdrawn. There were excellent quarters for 3 regiments of 10 companies each. Hamilton's division encamped about 2 miles in rear of Howard's Creek. The reserve cavalry, artillery, and infantry bivouacked with headquarters at Big Bethel. General Heintzelman learned during the evening that there were no batteries between Porter and Yorktown, that Yorktown was strongly fortified, that its garrison until recently consisted of 10,000 men, but was then increased to 20,000 or 25,000, that there were more troops at Williamsburg, and batteries about 2 miles south of it, and that reinforcements were said to have come from Richmond. General Heintzelman concluded that the enemy had no idea of abandoning Yorktown. During the same afternoon, General Keyes, commanding the left column, received information that from 5,000 to 8,000 of the enemy were strongly entrenched at Lee's Mill. Still ignorant of the true course of the Warwick and of its relations to the entrenchments at Lee's Mill, and alive to the necessity of preventing further reinforcements to the garrison at Yorktown, I, on the evening of the 4th, ordered the movements for the 5th as follows. Smith's division to move at 6 a.m. via Warwick Courthouse to the halfway house on the Yorktown and Williamsburg Road. Couch's division to move at the same hour and close up on Smith at the halfway house. Any positions of the enemy met with on the way to be carried by assault without delay. On reaching the halfway house, the corps to occupy the narrow dividing ridge at that point, so as to prevent the escape or reinforcement of the garrison of Yorktown. Porter's division to close up on its advanced guard at 6 a.m., and move forward to an intersection of roads about 2¾ miles from Yorktown, there to halt and send out reconnoitering parties to cover the reconnaissances of the engineer officers, etc. Hamilton's division to move at the same hour and close up on Porter. Sedgwick, temporarily attached to headquarters, to move with the reserves to Dr. Pavis's house, where the road to Lee's Mill diverged, and there await orders. If Heintzelman found it possible to assault the works at Yorktown immediately, the reserves were in position to support him. If he found an assault impracticable, and Keyes needed assistance in carrying out his orders, the reserves were in position to move at once to his support. If Keyes had succeeded in passing Lee's Mill and reaching the halfway house, I should at once have gone to his support with all the reserves and one of Heintzelman's divisions, thus holding the key point of the operation with 4 divisions of infantry, the brigade of regulars, the cavalry and artillery reserves. In consequence of the heavy rains, the roads were very bad and the troops moved with difficulty, so that little of Keyes's artillery and none of the ammunition, forage, and provision trains could be brought up. Heintzelman early in the day came under the artillery fire of the works of Yorktown, and soon saw that an assault was impracticable. Keyes also found himself brought to a halt by the artillery fire of the Lee's Mill works, and discovered that they were covered by the Warwick River, rendering any attempt at assault utterly out of the question. It was at this point, with the leading division of each column under a hot artillery fire, and the skirmishers of the Third Corps engaged, being myself with Porter's division, that I received the telegram informing me of the withdrawal of the First Corps, McDowell's, from my command. Adjutant General's Office, April 4, 1862. General McClellan. By directions of the President, General McDowell's Army Corps has been detached from the force under your immediate command, and the General is ordered to report to the Secretary of War, letter by mail. L. Thomas, Adjutant General. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 16. Effects of Reduction of the Army. Overthrow of the Campaign. New Campaign with Reduced Army. Siege of Yorktown. Soon after receiving the telegram, I sent the following to the Secretary of War, dated April 5th. The enemy are in large force along our front, and apparently intend making a determined resistance. A reconnaissance just made by General Barnard shows that their line of works extends across the entire peninsula, from Yorktown to Warwick River. Many of them are formidable. Deserters say that they are being reinforced daily from Richmond and from Norfolk. Under the circumstances, I beg that you will reconsider the order detaching the First Corps from my command. In my deliberate judgment, the success of our cause will be imperiled by so greatly reducing my force, when it is actually under the fire of the enemy, and active operations have commenced. 2 of my divisions have been under fire of artillery during most of the day. I am now of the opinion that I shall have to fight all the available force of the rebels not far from here. Do not force me to do so with diminished ranks, but whatever your decision may be, I will leave nothing undone to obtain success. If you cannot leave me the whole of the First Corps, I urgently ask, as a military necessity, that I may not lose Franklin and his division. On the same day, at 10 p.m., I sent the following to Secretary Stanton. Since General Woodbury's brigade of volunteer engineer troops was only temporarily attached to the First Corps for special service, and is much needed here, I have directed General Woodbury to bring it here at once. Their services are indispensable. The following letter was written during the evening of April 5th. Headquarters, Army of Potomac, Camp near Yorktown, April 5th, 1862. Brigadier General L. Thomas, Adjutant General, USA. General, I have now a distinct knowledge of the general position of the enemy in my front. His left is in Yorktown. His line thence extends along and in rear of the Warwick River to its mouth. That stream is an obstacle of great magnitude. It is fordable at only one point, so far as I yet know, below its head, which is near Yorktown. is for several miles unfordable and has generally a very marshy valley. His batteries and entrenchments render this line an exceedingly formidable one, entirely too much so, so far as I now understand it, to be carried by a simple assault. I shall employ tomorrow in reconnaissances, repairing roads, establishing a depot at Ship's Point, and in bringing up supplies. Porter, the head of the right column, has moved as close upon the town as the enemy's guns will permit. He is in camp there, supported by Hamilton's division. Porter has been under fire all the afternoon, but 5 men killed. His rifled field guns and sharpshooters have caused some loss to the enemy. Keyes, with 2 divisions, is in front of Lee's Mill, where the road from Newport News to Williamsburg crosses Warwick River. He has been engaged in an artillery combat of several hours' duration, losing some 5 killed. At Lee's Mill we have a causeway covered by formidable batteries. The information obtained at Fort Monroe in regard to the topography of the country and the position and strength of the enemy has been unreliable. He is in strong force and very strong position. If the reconnaissances of tomorrow verify the observations of today, we shall be obliged to use much heavy artillery before we can force their lines and isolate the garrison of Yorktown. I omitted to state that I hold the reserves in a central position until I can learn more of the condition of affairs. The present aspect of affairs renders it exceedingly unfortunate that the First Corps has been detached from my command. It is no longer in my power to make a movement from the Severn River upon Gloucester and West Point. I am reduced to a front attack upon a very strong line. I still hope that the order detaching the First Corps may be reconsidered. I do not feel that without it I have force sufficient to accomplish the objects I have proposed in this campaign, with that certainty, rapidity, and completeness which I had hoped to obtain. The departments will, I trust, realize that more caution will be needed on my part, after having been so unexpectedly deprived of so very large a portion of my force, when actually having my troops under fire. I have frankly stated what I now consider to be the strength of the enemy's position. The reconnaissances of tomorrow may modify my opinion. Whatever the facts may be, I shall make the best use I can of the force at my disposal, determined to gain my point as completely and as rapidly as may be. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, George B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. P.S. All my movements up to this evening were predicated upon the expectation that no more troops would be detached from my command. I have involved my troops in actual conflict upon that supposition, and calculating upon the prompt arrival of the First Corps as part of the program. It has just occurred to me to say that the maps of the peninsula I sent to the President and Secretary are perfectly unreliable. The roads are wrong, and the Warwick River crosses the Newport News and Williamsburg Road some 3 miles above Warwick Courthouse, which latter place is about 1 mile from the road. George B. McClellan, Major General. This, then, was the situation in which I found myself on the evening of April 5th. Flag Officer Goldsborough had informed me that it was not in his power to control the navigation of the James River so as to enable me to use it as a line of supply, or to cross it, or even to cover my left flank. Nor could he, as he thought, furnish any vessels to attack the batteries of Yorktown and Gloucester, or to run by them in the dark and thus cut off the supplies of the enemy by water and control their land communication. I was thus deprived of the cooperation of the Navy and left to my own resources. I had been deprived of 5 infantry divisions, and out of the 4 left to me there were present at the front 5 divisions of volunteer regiments, the weak brigade of regulars, Hunt's artillery reserve, and a small cavalry force. Owing to the lack of wagons, Casey did not reach Young's Mill until the 16th. Richardson's division reached the front on the same day. Hooker's division commenced arriving at Ship's Point on the 10th. The roads were so bad and wagons so few that it was with the utmost difficulty supplies could be brought up, and the field artillery moved with great difficulty. Even the headquarters wagons could not get up, and I slept in a deserted hut with my saddle blanket for a bed. My telegram of April 7th to the President shows that only 53,000 men had joined me, so that I had not more than 44,000 effectives, and found myself in front of a position which apparently could not be carried by assault. The force was too small to attempt any movement to turn Gloucester without the assistance of the Navy, and I was obliged to abandon the plan of rapid turning movements which I had intended to carry out. All that could be done was to halt where we were, and by close reconnaissances ascertain whether there were any weak points which we could assault, or, failing in that, determine what could be effected with the aid of siege artillery to cover the attack. Next day, April 6th, I sent the following telegram to His Excellency the President. The order forming new departments, if rigidly enforced, deprives me of the power of ordering up wagons and troops absolutely necessary to enable me to advance to Richmond. I have by no means the transportation I must have to move my army even a few miles. I respectfully request that I may not be placed in this position, but that my orders for wagons, trains, and ammunition, and other material that I have prepared and necessarily left behind me, as well as Woodbury's brigade, may at once be complied with. The enemy is strong in my front, and I have a most serious task before me, in the fulfillment of which I need all the aid the government can give me. I again repeat the urgent request that General Franklin and his division may be restored to my command. I received the following reply from Secretary Stanton. The President directs me to say that your dispatch to him has been received. General Sumner's corps is on the road to you and will go forward as fast as possible. Franklin's division is now on the advance towards Manassas. There is no means of transportation here to send it forward in time to be of service in your present operations. Telegraph frequently, and all in the power of the government shall be done to sustain you as occasion may require. And this from the President. Yours of 11 a.m. today received. Secretary of War informs me that the forwarding of transportation, ammunition, and Woodbury's brigade under your order has not and will not be interfered with. You now have over 100,000 troops with you, independent of General Wool's command. I think you had better break the enemy's line from Yorktown to Warwick River at once. This will probably use time as advantageously as you can. A. Lincoln, President. To this I replied April 7th to the President. Your telegram of yesterday received. In reply, I have the honor to state that my entire force for duty only amounts to about 85,000 men. General Wool's command, as you will observe from the accompanying order, has been taken out of my control, although he has most cheerfully cooperated with me. The only use that can be made of his command is to protect my communications in rear of this point. At this time only 53,000 men have joined me, but they are coming up as rapidly as my means of transportation will permit. Please refer to my dispatch to the Secretary of War of tonight for the details of our present situation. I find on the back of my retained copy of this dispatch the following memorandum made at the time by myself. Return of March 31st, 1862 shows men present for duty 171,602. Deduct 1st Corps, Infantry, and Artillery, 32,119. Deduct Blanker, 8,616. Deduct Banks, 21,739. Deduct Wadsworth, 19,318. Deduct Cavalry of 1st Corps, etc., 1,600. Deduct Cavalry of Blanker, 800. Deduct Van Allen and Wyndham, 1,600. Total, 85,792. 85,810. Officers, about 3,900. Total absent from whole command, 23,796. As this memorandum was a calculation to ascertain only the number of troops left under my command, it did not take into consideration all the troops left behind which did not compose parts of the total of 171,602 for duty. My letters of April 1st show that many more were left in addition to those mentioned in this memorandum. The telegram referred to in my dispatch to the President was the following, of April 7th, to Secretary Stanton. Your telegram of yesterday arrived here while I was absent examining the enemy's right, which I did pretty closely. The whole line of the Warwick, which really heads within a mile of Yorktown, is strongly defended by detached redoubts and other fortifications, armed with heavy and light guns. The approaches, except at Yorktown, are covered by the Warwick, over which there is but one or at most two passages, both which are covered by strong batteries. It will be necessary to resort to the use of heavy guns and some siege operations before we assault. All the prisoners state that General J.E. Johnston arrived at Yorktown yesterday with strong reinforcements. It seems clear that I shall have the whole force of the enemy on my hands, probably not less than 100,000 men, and possibly more. In consequence of the loss of Blenker's division and the First Corps, my force is possibly less than that of the enemy, while they have all the advantage of position. I am under great obligations to you for the offer that the whole force and material of the government will be as fully and as speedily under my command as heretofore, or as if the new departments had not been created. Since my arrangements were made for this campaign, at least 50,000 men have been taken from my command. Since my dispatch of the 5th instant, 5 divisions have been in close observation of the enemy, and frequently exchanging shots. When my present command all joins, I shall have about 85,000 men for duty, from which a large force must be taken for guards, scouts, etc. With this army I could assault the enemy's works, and perhaps carry them. But were I in possession of their entrenchments, and assailed by double my numbers, I should have no fears as to the result. Under the circumstances that have been developed since we arrived here, I feel fully impressed with the conviction that here is to be fought the great battle that is to decide the existing contest. I shall, of course, commence the attack as soon as I can get up my siege train, and shall do all in my power to carry the enemy's works. But to do this with a reasonable degree of certainty requires, in my judgment, that I should, if possible, have at least the whole of the First Corps to land upon the Severn River and attack Gloucester in the rear. My present strength will not admit of a detachment sufficient for this purpose without materially impairing the efficiency of this column. Flag Officer Goldsborough thinks the works too strong for his available vessels unless I can turn Gloucester. I send by mail copies of his letter and one of the commander of the gunboats here. General Keyes, commanding 4th Army Corps, after the examination of the enemy's defenses on the left, addressed the following letter to the Honorable Ira Harris, U.S. Senate, and gave me a copy. It describes the situation at the time in some respects so well that I introduce it here. Headquarters, 4th Corps, Warwick Courthouse, Virginia, April 7, 1862. My dear Senator, the plan of campaign on this line was made with the distinct understanding that 4 Army Corps should be employed, and that the Navy should cooperate in the taking of Yorktown, and also, as I understood it, support us on our left by moving gunboats up James River. Today I have learned that the First Corps, which by the President's order was to embrace 4 divisions, and 1 division, Blenker's of the Second Corps, have been withdrawn altogether from this line of operations and from the Army of the Potomac. At the same time, as I am informed, the Navy has not the means to attack Yorktown, and is afraid to send gunboats up James River for fear of the Merrimac. The above plan of campaign was adopted unanimously by Major General McDowell and Brigadier Generals Sumner, Heintzelman, and Keyes, and was concurred in by Major General McClellan, who first proposed Urbana as our base. This army being reduced by 45,000 troops, some of them among the best in the service, and without the support of the Navy, the plan to which we are reduced bears scarcely any resemblance to the one I voted for. I command the James River column, and I left my camp near Newport News the morning of the 4th instant. I only succeeded in getting my artillery ashore the afternoon of the day before, and one of my divisions had not all arrived in camp the day I left, and for the want of transportation has not yet joined me. So you will observe that not a day was lost in the advance, and in fact we marched so quickly and so rapidly that many of our animals were 24 and 48 hours without a ration of forage. But notwithstanding the rapidity of our advance, we were stopped by a line of defense 9 or 10 miles long, strongly fortified by breastworks, erected nearly the whole distance behind a stream or succession of ponds, nowhere fordable, one terminus being Yorktown, and the other ending in the James River, which is commanded by the enemy's gunboats. Yorktown is fortified all around with bastioned works, and on the water side it and Gloucester are so strong that the Navy are afraid to attack either. The approaches on one side are generally through low, swampy, or thickly wooded ground, over roads which we are obliged to repair or to make before we can get forward our carriages. The enemy is in great force and is constantly receiving reinforcements from the two rivers. The line in front of us is therefore one of the strongest ever opposed to an invading force in any country. You will then ask why I advocated such a line for our operations. My reasons are few, but I think good. With proper assistance from the Navy, we could take Yorktown, and then with gunboats on both rivers we could beat any force opposed to us on Warwick River, because the shot and shell from the gunboats would nearly overlap across the peninsula, so that if the enemy should retreat, and retreat he must, he would have a long way to go without rail or steam transportation, and every soul of his army must fall into our hands or be destroyed. Another reason for my supporting the new base and plan was that this line, it was expected, would furnish water transportation nearly to Richmond. Now, supposing we succeed in breaking through the line in front of us, what can we do next? The roads are very bad, and if the enemy retains command of James River, and we do not first reduce Yorktown, it would be impossible for us to subsist this army 3 marches beyond where it is now. As the roads are at present, it is with the utmost difficulty that we can subsist it in the position it now occupies. You will see, therefore, by what I have said, that the force originally intended for the capture of Richmond should be all sent forward. If I thought the 4 Army Corps necessary when I supposed the Navy would cooperate, and when I judged of the obstacles to be encountered by what I learned from maps and the opinions of officers long stationed at Fort Monroe, and from all other sources, how much more should I think the full complement of troops requisite now that the Navy cannot cooperate, and now that the strength of the enemy's lines and the number of his guns and men proved to be almost immeasurably greater than I had been led to expect. The line in front of us, in the opinion of all the military men here who are at all competent to judge, is one of the strongest in the world, and the force of the enemy capable of being increased beyond the numbers we now have to oppose to him. Independently of the strength of the lines in front of us, and of the force of the enemy behind them, we cannot advance until we get command of either York River or James River. The efficient cooperation of the Navy is, therefore, absolutely essential, and so I considered it when I voted to change our base from the Potomac to Fort Monroe. An ironclad boat must attack Yorktown, and if several strong gunboats can be sent up James River also, our success will be certain and complete, and the rebellion will soon be put down. On the other hand, we must butt against the enemy's works with heavy artillery and a great waste of time, life, and material. If we break through in advance, both our flanks will be assailed from 2 great watercourses in the hands of the enemy. Our supplies would give out, and the enemy, equal, if not superior, in numbers, would, with the other advantages, beat and destroy this army. The greatest master of the art of war has said that if you would invade a country successfully, you must have 1 line of operations and 1 army under 1 general. But what is our condition? The state of Virginia is made to constitute the command, in part or wholly, of some 6 generals, viz., Fremont, Banks, McDowell, Wool, Burnside, and McClellan, besides the scrap over the Chesapeake in the care of Dix. The great battle of the war is to come off here. If we win it, the rebellion will be crushed. If we lose it, the consequences will be more horrible than I care to foretell. The plan of campaign I voted for, if carried out with the means proposed, will certainly succeed. If any part of the means proposed are withheld or diverted, I deem it due to myself to say that our success will be uncertain. It is no doubt agreeable to the commander of the First Corps to have a separate department, and as this letter advocates his return to General McClellan's command, it is proper to state that I am not at all influenced by personal regard or dislike to any of my seniors in rank. If I were to credit all the opinions which have been poured into my ears, I must believe that, in regard to my present fine command, I owe much to General McDowell and nothing to General McClellan. But I have disregarded all such officiousness, and I have, from last July to the present day, supported General McClellan and obeyed all his orders with as hearty a good will as though he had been my brother or the friend to whom I owed most. I shall continue to do so to the last, and so long as he is my commander, and I am not desirous to displace him, and would not if I could. He left Washington with the understanding that he was to execute a definite plan of campaign with certain prescribed means. The plan was good, and the means sufficient, and without modification the enterprise was certain of success. But with the reduction of force and means, the plan is entirely changed, and is now a bad plan, with means insufficient for certain success. Do not look upon this communication as the offspring of despondency. I never despond, and when you see me working the hardest, you may be sure that fortune is frowning upon me. I am working now to my utmost. Please show this letter to the President, and I should like also that Mr. Stanton should know its contents. Do me the honor to write to me as soon as you can, and believe me, with perfect respect, your most obedient servant, E. D. Keyes, Brigadier General commanding 4th Army Corps. Hon. Ira Harris, U.S. Senate. The reconnaissances of the 6th and 7th and following days, pushed with great vigor and with some loss, confirmed the impressions gained on the 5th. I verified all these reconnaissances in person, going everywhere beyond our lines of pickets, and resuming my old trade of a reconnoitering officer, so anxious was I to find a practicable point of attack. In fact, during the whole siege I exposed myself more in this way than was proper for a general commanding an army, but I had had far more personal experience in sieges than any of those under my command, and trusted more to my own knowledge and experience than I then could to theirs. It was found that the Warwick Valley headed within 2,000 yards of the enceinte of Yorktown, and within half that distance of the White Redoubt, or Fort Magruder, a strong work, essentially a part of the main works at Yorktown, which were so strong, having ditches from 8 to 10 feet deep and more than 15 feet wide at the top, and so heavily armed with siege and garrison guns, as to render an assault hopeless. The interval between Yorktown and the Warwick was occupied by strong works, and all the open ground in front, as well as the direct approaches to the town itself, so thoroughly swept by the direct fire of more than 50 guns of the heaviest calibers then known, as to render it an act of madness to assault without first silencing the fire of the enemy's artillery. From its head to Lee's Mill, the Warwick was flooded by means of artificial inundations, which rendered it unfordable. The dams constructed for this purpose were all covered by strong works so situated as to be unassailable until their artillery fire was reduced. Below Lee's Mill, the river was a tidal stream, not fordable at any stage of the tide. That portion, moreover, was controlled by the fire of the Confederate gunboats in the James River. The valley of the Warwick was generally low and swampy. The approaches to the dams were through dense forests and deep swamps, and every precaution had been taken by the enemy, in the way of felling timber and constructing works, to make a crossing as difficult as possible. In his report of the 6th of May, immediately after the occupation of Yorktown, General Barnard, chief engineer of the Army of the Potomac, says, "They," referring to the groups of works covering the Warwick, "are far more extensive than may be supposed from the mention of them I make, and every kind of obstruction which the country affords, such as abatis, marsh, inundation, etc., was skillfully used. The line is certainly one of the most extensive known to modern times. The country on both sides the Warwick from near Yorktown down is a dense forest with few clearings. It was swampy, and the roads impassable during the heavy rains we have constantly had, except where our own labors had corduroyed them. If we could have broken the enemy's line across the isthmus, we could have invested Yorktown, and it must, with its garrison, have soon fallen into our hands. It was not deemed practicable, considering the strength of that line and the difficulty of handling our forces, owing to the impracticable character of the country, to do so. If we could take Yorktown or drive the enemy out of that place, the enemy's line was no longer tenable. This we could do by siege operations. It was deemed too hazardous to attempt the reduction of the place by assault. The operations of the siege required extensive preparations. I regret that there is not time and means to prepare a complete plan of this enormous system of defenses. They should form part of the record of the operations of the Army of the Potomac. The forcing of such a line with so little loss is in itself an exploit, less brilliant perhaps, but more worthy of study than would have been a murderous assault, even had it proved successful. I need only add to this that General Barnard never expressed to me any opinion that an assault was practicable upon any part of the enemy's defenses. From his first reconnaissances, he was decidedly of the opinion that the use of heavy guns was necessary. More than this, I never, at the time, heard of any contrary opinion from anyone, and, so far as I know, there was entire unanimity on the part of the general officers and chiefs of staff departments that the course pursued was the only one practicable under the circumstances. From Lee's Mill, a line of works extended to the enemy's rear to Skiff's Creek, so that if we had forced the passage of the Warwick below that point, we would have found a new line of defense in front of us, completely covering the enemy's communications. During the progress of these reconnaissances, every effort was made to bring up supplies and ammunition. A violent storm beginning on the 6th, and continuing without cessation for 3 or 4 days, almost entirely interrupted the water communication between Fortress Monroe and Ship Point, and made the already bad roads terrible beyond description. In those days, I more than once thought of a reply to me by an old general of Cossacks, who had served in all the Russian campaigns against Napoleon. I had asked how the roads were in those days, to which he replied, "My son, the roads are always bad in war." It was not until the 10th that we were able to establish a new depot on Cheeseman's Creek, which shortened the haul about 3 miles. The rains continued almost incessantly, and it was necessary not only to detail large working parties to unload supplies, but details of some thousands of men were required to corduroy the roads, as the only means of enabling us to get up supplies. As illustrating the condition of things, I insert the following dispatch from Mr. John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War, dated near Yorktown, April 10th, to Hon. E.M. Stanton, Secretary of War. I reached General McClellan's headquarters at 7 this evening, having had an accident to the steamer on the way from Fortress Monroe to Ship Point. I was 5 hours on horseback, making about 5 miles, the roads being almost impassable and so entirely occupied with army wagons, I frequently had to leave the road and take to the woods. The severe storm at Fortress Monroe prevented transports from leaving for several days. The facilities for landing at Ship Point are very poor, and for several days it must have been next to impossible to move artillery over such roads. I learned that 12,000 men are engaged in repairing and building new roads. The difficulties of transportation have been so great that some of the cavalry horses had to be sent back to keep them from starving. I will report my observations of army movements tomorrow, but I see an earnest determination to lose no time in attacking the enemy. John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War. The following telegram was sent as indicated on April 10th to Brigadier General Thomas, Adjutant General. I examined the works on enemy's left very carefully today. They are very strong, the approach is difficult, enemy in force and confident. Water batteries at York and Gloucester said to be much increased, have not seen them myself. Have not yet received reports of engineer officers. I go tomorrow to examine our left. Sharp firing on our right for some time today while I was there. No harm done, though their shells burst handsomely. I'm receiving supplies from Ship Point, repairing roads, getting up siege artillery, etc. It seems now almost certain that we must use mortars and heavy guns freely before assaulting. The naval officers urge an attack in rear of Gloucester. I think they are right, but am now too weak to attempt it, unless new circumstances come to my knowledge. The affair will be protracted in consequence of the diminution of my force. The following was sent to Hon. E.M. Stanton, Secretary of War, on April 8th. Weather terrible, raining heavily last 28 hours. Roads and camps in awful condition. Very little firing today. Reconnaissances being continued under disadvantageous circumstances. General Sumner has arrived. Most of Richardson's division at Ship Point. I cannot move it from there in present condition of roads until I get more wagons. I need more force to make the attack on Gloucester. To Brigadier General L. Thomas on April 9th. Weather still execrable. Country covered with water. Roads terrible. It is with the utmost difficulty that I can supply the troops. We are doing an immense deal of work on the roads. Cannot land siege train until wind moderates. Reconnaissances being pushed and point of attack pretty well determined. Rebels have thrown 10-inch and 12-inch shells yesterday and today without effect. I have now placed all the troops in bivouac just out of shell range, holding all our advanced positions with strong detachments well sheltered. I shall not lose an unnecessary hour in placing our heavy guns in battery, and will assault at the earliest practicable moment. The conduct of the troops is excellent. End of Part 1 of Chapter 16. Chapter 16 continued, of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. At this time I received the following letter from the President. Washington, April 9th, 1862. My dear Sir, your dispatches complaining that you are not properly sustained, while they do not offend me, do pain me very much. Blanker's division was withdrawn from you before you left here, and you know the pressure under which I did it, and, as I thought, acquiesced in it, but certainly not without reluctance. After you left, I ascertained that less than 20,000 unorganized men, without a single field battery, were all you designed to be left for the defense of Washington and Manassas Junction, and part of this even was to go to General Hooker's old position. General Banks's corps, once designed for Manassas Junction, was diverted and tied up on the line of Winchester and Strasburg, and could not leave it without again exposing the upper Potomac and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. This presented, or would present, when McDowell and Sumner should be gone, a great temptation to the enemy to turn back from the Rappahannock and sack Washington. My implicit order that Washington should, by the judgment of all the commanders of Army Corps, be left entirely secure, had been neglected. It was precisely this that drove me to detain McDowell. I do not forget that I was satisfied with the arrangement to leave Banks at Manassas Junction, but when that arrangement was broken up and nothing was substituted for it, of course I was constrained to substitute something for it myself. And allow me to ask, do you really think I should permit the line from Richmond via Manassas Junction to this city to be entirely open, except what resistance could be presented by less than 20,000 unorganized troops? This is a question which the country will not allow me to evade. There is a curious mystery about the number of troops now with you. When I telegraphed you on the 6th, saying you had over 100,000 with you, I had just obtained from the Secretary of War a statement, taken, as he said, from your own returns, making 108,000 then with you and en route to you. You now say you will have but 85,000 when all en route to you shall have reached you. How can the discrepancy of 23,000 be accounted for? As to General Wool's command, I understand it is doing for you precisely what a like number of your own would have to do if that command was away. I suppose the whole force which has gone forward for you is with you by this time. And if so, I think it is the precise time for you to strike a blow. By delay, the enemy will relatively gain upon you. That is, he will gain faster by fortifications and reinforcements than you can by reinforcements alone. And once more let me tell you, it is indispensable to you that you strike a blow. I am powerless to help this. You will do me the justice to remember that I always insisted that going down the bay in search of a field, instead of fighting at or near Manassas, was only shifting and not surmounting a difficulty, that we would find the same enemy and the same or equal entrenchments at either place. The country will not fail to note, is now noting, that the present hesitation to move upon an entrenched enemy is but the story of Manassas repeated. I beg to assure you that I have never written you or spoken to you in greater kindness of feeling than now, nor with a fuller purpose to sustain you, so far as, in my most anxious judgment, I consistently can. But you must act. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. The portions of this letter referring to the arrangements for the defense of Washington and the Shenandoah have already been fully answered and need not be alluded to again in this place. As regards the discrepancy of 23,000 men, It is sufficient to say that my estimate was made from the actual latest returns of the men present for duty, and was correct. I have no doubt that the number furnished the President was the aggregate present and absent, a convenient mistake not unfrequently made by the Secretary of War. The number I gave was correct. That furnished the President was incorrect. In regard to the employment of Wool's command, the authorities in Washington failed to perceive the irony of my remark in my telegram of April 7th, to the effect that the only use that could be made of his command was to protect my communications in rear of the point I then occupied. There were no communications to protect beyond Ship Point, and there was no possibility of the roads to Fortress Monroe being troubled by the enemy. Wool's troops were of no possible use to me beyond holding Fortress Monroe, and would have been of very great use if the surplus had been incorporated with the Army of the Potomac. The whole force sent forward had not joined me at the date of this letter. It was not until 7 days later that Casey, Hooker, and Richardson reached the front line. They could not be brought up earlier. I have already shown the impossibility of attacking earlier or otherwise than we actually did. When in front of Sebastopol in 1855, I asked General Martinprey, Chief of Staff of the French Army in the Crimea, how he found that the cable worked which connected the Crimean with the European lines of telegraph. He said that it worked admirably from the Crimea to Paris, but very badly in the opposite direction, and by way of explanation related the following anecdote. He said that immediately after the failure of the assault of June 1855, the Emperor telegraphed Pélissier to renew the assault immediately. Pélissier replied that it was impossible without certain preliminary preparations which required several weeks. The Emperor repeated their peremptory order to attack at once. Pélissier repeated his reply. After one or two more interchanges of similar telegrams, Pélissier telegraphed, I will not renew the attack until ready. If you wish it done, come and do it yourself. That ended the matter. Referring for a moment to the President's dispatch of April 6th, it is well to recall the facts that at that time, instead of 100,000 men, I had, after deducting guards and working parties, much less than 40,000 for attack, and that the portion of the enemy's lines which he thought I had better break through at once was about the strongest of the whole, except perhaps the town itself. The impatience displayed at that time, after so greatly reducing my force, is in remarkable contrast with the patience which permitted Grant to occupy months in front of the lines of Petersburg, far inferior in strength to those of Yorktown. On the 22nd of March, I had prepared the following. Confidential Memorandum. For the operations against Yorktown, Richmond, etc., where we will probably find extensive earthworks heavily garrisoned, we shall require the means of overwhelming them by a vertical line of shells. I should therefore be glad to have disposable at Fortress Monroe, 1. First, 20 10-inch mortars complete. Second, 28-inch mortars complete. 2. 28-inch siege howitzers. 3. 20 4.5-inch wrought iron siege guns. 4. 40 20-pounder Parrots. 5. 40 24-pounder siege guns. The 20-pounder Parrots with the batteries will, of course, be counted as available. I do not know the number of 4.5-inch guns available. If not so many as I have indicated, something else should be substituted. I wish General Barry and Colonel Kingsbury to consult with General Marcy to make such suggestions as occur to them, and ascertain at once to what extent this memorandum can be filled. It is possible we cannot count upon the Navy to reduce Yorktown by their independent efforts. We must therefore be prepared to do it by our own means. There are said to be at Yorktown from 27 to 32 heavy guns. At Gloucester, 14 Columbiads. The probable armament of Yorktown, when exterior guns are drawn in, will be from 40 to 50 heavy guns, from 24-pounders to 8-inch and perhaps 10-inch Columbiads. Before leaving Washington, I detailed Colonel Robert Tyler's 1st Connecticut Regiment as heavy artillery, and placed the siege train in their charge. It will be seen, as the narrative proceeds, how admirably this splendid regiment performed their most important duties at all times, and under the most trying circumstances. As soon as it became clear that no aid was to be had from the Navy, and that we must reduce Yorktown by a front attack, I took steps to increase the number of heavy guns and mortars to the extent shown by the statement of batteries given hereafter. The number of officers of the Corps of Engineers and of the topographical engineers at my disposal was so small that it was necessary to supplement them by civilian employees kindly furnished by Professor Batch of the U.S. Coast Survey, and by details from the line. These civilian employees vied with the officers of the Army in the courage, devotion, and intelligence with which they performed the dangerous and important duties devolving upon them. There were but 12 officers of the engineers, including 4 on duty with the 3 companies of engineer troops, and 6 of the topographical engineers. These officers at once proceeded to ascertain by close reconnaissances the nature and strength of the enemy's defenses and character of the ground, in order to determine the points of attack and the nature of the necessary works of attack. Meanwhile, the troops were occupied in constructing roads to the depots. General Sumner reached the front on the 9th of April, and was placed in command of the left wing, consisting of his own and the 4th Corps. He was in front of the line of the Warwick, while the 3rd Corps was charged with the operations against Yorktown itself. The following dispatch to Secretary Stanton shows the condition of affairs at its date, April 11th. The reconnaissances of today prove that it is necessary to invest and attack Gloucester Point. Give me Franklin's and McCall's divisions under command of Franklin, and I will at once undertake it. If circumstances of which I am not aware make it impossible for you to send me 2 divisions to carry out the final plan of campaign, I will run the risk and hold myself responsible for the results if you will give me Franklin's division. If you still confide in my judgment, I entreat that you will grant this request. The fate of our cause depends upon it. Although willing, under the pressure of necessity, to carry this through with Franklin alone, I wish it to be distinctly understood that I think 2 divisions necessary. Franklin and his division are indispensable to me. General Barnard concurs in this view. I have determined upon the point of attack and am at this moment engaging in fixing the position of the batteries. The same day the following reached me. By direction of the President, Franklin's division has been ordered to march back to Alexandria and immediately embark for Fortress Monroe. L. Thomas, Adjutant General. I replied to the Secretary, I am delighted with Franklin's orders and beg to thank you. I insert the following letter from my venerable friend, Francis P. Blair, as an indication of the state of feeling at the time. Washington, April 12, 1862. Major General G.B. McClellan. My dear Sir, there is a prodigious cry of "On to Richmond" among the carpet knights of our city, who will not shed their blood to get there. I am one of those who wish to see you lead a triumph in the capital of the Old Dominion, but am not so eager as to hazard it by hurrying on too fast. The veterans of Waterloo filled the trenches of General Jackson at New Orleans with their bodies and their blood. If you can accomplish your object of reaching Richmond by a slower process than storming redoubts and batteries and earthworks, the country will applaud the achievement which gives success to its arms with greatest parsimony of the blood of its children. The envious Charles Lee denounced his superior, Washington, as gifted too much with that rascally virtue prudence. Exert it and deserve his fame. Your friend, F. P. Blair, Silver Springs. My retained copy of the following letter is not dated, but it must have been written somewhere about the 20th of April. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, near Yorktown. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Sir, I received today a note from Assistant Secretary Watson, enclosing an extract from a letter the author of which is not mentioned. I send a copy of the extract with this. I hope that a copy has also been sent to General McDowell, whom it concerns more nearly, perhaps, than it does me. At the risk of being thought obtrusive, I will venture upon some remarks which perhaps my position does not justify me in making, but which I beg to assure you are induced solely by my intense desire for the success of the government in this struggle. You will, I hope, pardon me if I allude to the past, not in a captious spirit, but merely so far as may be necessary to explain my own course and my views as to the future. From the beginning I had intended, so far as I might have the power to carry out my own views, to abandon the line of Manassas as the line of advance. I ever regarded it as an improper one. My wish was to adopt a new line based upon the waters of the lower Chesapeake. I always expected to meet with strong opposition on this line, the strongest that the rebels could offer, but I was well aware that upon overcoming this opposition the result would be decisive and pregnant with great results. Circumstances, among which I will now only mention the uncertainty as to the power of the Merrimac, have compelled me to adopt the present line, as probably safer, though far less brilliant, than that by Urbana. When the movement was commenced, I counted upon an active and disposable force of nearly 150,000 men, and intended to throw a strong column upon West Point either by York River, or if that proved impracticable, by a march from the mouth of the Severn, expecting to turn in that manner all the defenses of the peninsula. Circumstances have proved that I was right, and that my intended movement would have produced the desired results. After the transfer of troops had commenced from Alexandria to Fort Monroe, but before I started in person, the division of Blenker was detached from my command, a loss of near 10,000 men. As soon as the mass of my troops were fairly started, I embarked myself. Upon reaching Fort Monroe, I learned that the rebels were being rapidly reinforced from Norfolk and Richmond. I therefore determined to lose no time in making the effort to invest Yorktown, without waiting for the arrival of the divisions of Hooker and Richardson and the First Corps, intending to employ the First Corps in mass to move upon West Point, reinforcing it as circumstances might render necessary. The advance was made on the morning of the second day after I reached Fort Monroe. When the troops reached the immediate vicinity of Yorktown, the true nature of the enemy's position was for the first time developed. While my men were under fire, I learned that the First Corps was removed from my command. No warning had been given me of this, nor was any reason then assigned. I should also have mentioned that the evening before I left Fort Monroe, I received telegraphic dispatch from the War Department informing me that the order placing Fort Monroe and its dependent troops under my command was rescinded. No reason was given for this, nor has it been to this day. I confess that I have no right to know the reason. This order deprived me of the support of another division which I had been authorized to form for active operations from among the troops near Fort Monroe. Thus, when I came under fire, I found myself weaker by 5 divisions than I had expected when the movement commenced. It is more than probable that no general was ever placed in such a position before. Finding myself thus unexpectedly weakened and with a powerful enemy strongly entrenched in my front, I was compelled to change my plans and become cautious. Could I have retained my original force, I confidently believe that I would now have been in front of Richmond, instead of where I now am. The probability is that that city would now have been in our possession. But the question now is in regard to the present and the future rather than the past. The enemy, by the destruction of the bridges of the Rappahannock, has deprived himself of the means of a rapid advance on Washington. Lee will never venture upon a bold movement on a large scale. The troops I left for the defense of Washington, as I fully explained to you in the letter I wrote the day I sailed, are ample for its protection. Our true policy is to concentrate our troops on the fewest possible lines of attack. We have now too many, and an enterprising enemy could strike us a severe blow. I have every reason to believe that the main portion of the rebel forces are in my front. They are not drawing off their troops from Yorktown. Give me McCall's division, and I will undertake a movement on West Point which will shake them out of Yorktown. As it is, I will win, but I must not be blamed if success is delayed. I do not feel that I am answerable for the delay of victory. I do not feel authorized to venture upon any suggestions as to the disposition of the troops in other departments, but content myself with stating the least that I regard as essential to prompt success here. If circumstances render it impossible to give what I ask, I still feel sure of success, but more time will be required to achieve the result. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. The affair known as the one-gun battery is explained by the following instructions and statement. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, Camp Winfield Scott, April 15, 1862. Brigadier General W. F. Smith, Commanding Division. Sir, you will please advance tomorrow morning to stop the work now being carried on by the enemy near and in rear of the
one-gun battery. This can probably be most readily accomplished by throwing sharpshooters well forward to the edge of the stream, leaving in front of the work a clear interval through which 4 to 6 guns can shell the working parties in adjacent woods. Your flank towards Lee's Mill should be carefully watched, also towards Wynn's Mill, communicating with General Gorman, who will have orders to prevent an attack upon your right flank from Wynn's Mill. It is probable that by placing your guns near the burned chimneys as well as under cover as possible, they will accomplish the result. If the enemy are driven entirely away, advance cautiously a few skirmishers across the dam to penetrate the woods and ascertain whether there is any clearing near at hand where you can hold your own. In this event, cross over and send for immediate assistance, which will be promptly afforded. If you find the position across the stream dangerous and untenable, cut the dam. In any event, exercise the utmost caution before crossing the stream. The great object is to stop the work and merely to take advantage after that of any opportunity that may offer itself to push the advantage. I should prefer stopping the work and attacking when our preparations elsewhere are more advanced. I would prefer making the attack at the one-gun battery a part of a more general plan involving the use of batteries against Lee's Mill and other contiguous points. From the statement of Captain Hope, had since I wrote the foregoing, I imagine a position can be found on the road at a distance of some 1,200 yards, whence their works can be shelled with 10-pound Parrotts and probably spherical case from the Napoleon guns. I would be glad to learn that the work is stopped and the enemy taught a lesson. Please inform General Gorman of your instructions, and inform me as early as possible of your arrangements. Very truly yours, George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. P.S. I send this direct to you for the reason that it is too late to communicate it through the commander of the 4th Army Corps and give time to execute the movement at a sufficiently early hour. Upon reflection, I think it will, under present circumstances, be wiser to confine the operation to forcing the enemy to discontinue work. In compliance with these instructions, General Smith placed 2 brigades and 3 batteries on his left to guard against any attack from Lee's Mill, and commenced operations with his remaining brigade and battery. He posted Mott's battery opposite the dam at a distance of about 1,100 yards from the works, sent in 1 regiment through the woods on the right with instructions to open fire on any working parties they might observe, another regiment on the left with similar orders, and held the remaining 3 regiments in reserve. As soon as our infantry opened fire, the enemy replied with shell, upon which Mott opened and kept up a sharp fire for about an hour until he silenced the enemy. About 3 o'clock, General Smith had placed 18 guns in position about 500 yards from the works, supported on either flank by Brooks' Vermont Brigade, Hancock's being brought up in support. Our guns then opened, the enemy replying for some time with rapidity. When their fire slackened, Smith ordered 4 companies of the 3rd Vermont to cross the dam and field the enemy. On arriving at the crest of the work, they were met by the enemy in force, who had lain secreted and were forced to retire with a loss of about 20 killed and wounded, after having left the work for some minutes. Later in the day, after I had left the ground, another reconnaissance was made under cover of the artillery fire by the 4th Vermont on the right, the 5th and 6th on the left, but it was found impracticable to push further than to the dam, which ground was held. During the night, strong entrenchments were thrown up, on the right for 4 guns within 300 yards of the work, on the left 1 with 8 embrasures, and in the center 1 with 4 embrasures, the last 2 within 500 yards range. This reconnaissance was conducted with skill and great gallantry, the Vermont troops thus early giving earnest of the high qualities they so often displayed during all the war. The losses in killed, wounded, and missing amounted to about 150. The objects of the operation were completely achieved. We prevented further work at this point, prevented the enemy from using the crossing, and ascertained that the line could not be broken there without further preparation in the way of artillery, etc. The general plan of operations determined upon was to establish batteries of heavy guns and mortars bearing upon Yorktown and Gloucester, their water batteries, a line of works between Yorktown and the Warwick River, Wynn's Mill, and the 1-gun battery about a mile lower down the Warwick. The general order regulating the details of the siege operations, as well as the instructions issued by General Fitzjohn Porter, who on the 26th of April was assigned to duty as director of the siege, are for the present omitted. I issued all orders relating to the siege through him, making him commandant of the siege operations, and at the same time chief of staff for that especial work. Under the circumstances of the case, some such arrangement was necessary to relieve me of too much personal labor, and it worked admirably. Ground was broken on the night of the 17th of April upon batteries 1, 2, and 3, it being only at that date that the necessary roads and bridges were completed and the requisite material collected. The first parallel was commenced on the morning of the 25th. The work was pushed with so much energy that by the night of May 3rd all the batteries were completed and nearly all armed. The armament would have been completed on the night of the 5th and fire opened the next morning. In all, 16 batteries were constructed, their full armament being 2 200-pounder rifled guns, 12 100-pounder rifled, 10 13-inch mortars, 25 10-inch mortars, 7 8-inch mortars, 12 4.5-inch rifled siege guns, 12 30-pounder rifled guns, 32 20-pounder rifled guns, and 2 8-inch siege howitzers, being 114 heavy guns and mortars in all. In order to conceal our purposes and complete the work with the least possible exposure, none of the batteries were opened except number 1, which on the 30th of April opened with excellent effect upon the wharves of Yorktown and Gloucester, in order to prevent the landing of supplies and men. It was intended to open with all the 114 guns and mortars at once, in order to create the greatest possible moral and physical effect. Towards the close of the siege, it was apparent that the works at Gloucester could not be carried by assault from the rear without some preliminary work in the way of reducing the fire of their batteries on the land side, a matter requiring a good deal of time and force greater than a single division. With the force at my disposal, it was impossible to reinforce Franklin for that purpose, and I determined, late on the 2nd of May, to disembark that division and move it to the front, in order to employ all my force in the assault about to be given, and thus render the result as sure as human foresight could make it. On the 3rd, then, Franklin's division was disembarked, and was to have moved to the front on the 4th. As soon as the fire of the water batteries was silenced, the gunboats, reinforced by the Galena, under the gallant John Rogers, were to run by and take up a position in rear, whence they could get a nearer fire on the defenses and control the road leading from Yorktown to Williamsburg. When this was effected, the artillery of the land defenses silenced, and the garrison demoralized by the shell fire, the columns of assault were to advance from the nearest cover. The principal assault was to have been upon the line between the Warwick and Yorktown, a column being ready to assault the latter if the effect of the batteries justified it. The enfilading and 2 counter-batteries were prepared against Wynn's Mill, which, with the dam next above it, would also have been assaulted at the same time with the main attack. The counter-batteries against Wynn's Mill enfiladed the line stretching thence towards the 1-gun battery, against which latter a mortar battery was also prepared. Under cover of these and the fire of the field batteries, an assault was also to be made on the 1-gun battery. Under cover of the field guns of the 4th Corps, a feint was to be made upon Lee's Mill, to be converted into a real attack if the effect of the operations at other points opened the way thereto. The fire of our batteries would probably have enabled us to assault about noon. As the enemy were practically without bomb-proof shelters, the fire of our 42 mortars, 10 of which were 13-inch and 25 10-inch, should in 5 or 6 hours have blown up their magazines and rendered the works untenable for the garrisons. As many of their guns, all in the water batteries, were en barbette, the fire of our 72 heavy guns should in the same space of time have dismounted most of their guns, and as the mortars could well continue their fire until the assaulting columns had reached the immediate vicinity of the works, the success of the assault, with very little loss, was reasonably certain. In order to diminish the risk to the gunboats as much as possible, I proposed to Flag Officer Goldsborough and to Captain Smith, commanding the gunboats, that the gunboats and the Galena should run the batteries the night after we opened fire. If the effect of our fire had equaled our expectations so as to justify an assault during the first day's firing, I am very sure that Captain Smith would have run the batteries in broad daylight, without awaiting the cover of darkness. I have no doubt whatever that at the latest the dawn of the second day would have seen the gunboats in the rear of the defenses and the assault delivered with entire success and without any heavy loss on our side. General Johnston told me in Washington during the winter of 1882 and 1883 that one of his strong objections to holding Yorktown was his apprehension that the gunboats would force the batteries at night and thus render the position untenable. Other Confederate general officers serving there have told me that, in their opinion, at the time, the gunboats could easily have effected this on any dark night. Early in the morning of the 4th of May, it was found that the enemy had, during the night, evacuated all his positions, very wisely preparing to avoid the experiment of withstanding a bombardment and assault. We captured in the works, including Gloucester, 77 guns and mortars, supplied with the ordinary complements, and 76 rounds of ammunition to each. The captured pieces were as followed: 1 10-inch Columbiad, 13 9-inch Dahlgren guns, 16 8-inch Columbiads, 2 7-inch heavy guns, 1 6.5-inch rifle, 1 4.5-inch rifle, 1 2 8/10-inch rifle, 2 rifled 32-pounders, 1 8-inch siege howitzer, 3 64-pounders, 8 42-pounders, 17 32-pounders, 4 24-pounders, 1 42-pound carronade, 2 8-inch mortars, 2 12-pounders, 1 6-pounder. They had evidently removed such guns as they could, probably light guns. I have been much criticized for not assaulting Yorktown immediately. Perhaps the point has been made clear enough, but at the risk of repetition, I will say something more on the subject. Before starting from Fortress Monroe, the best information in our possession clearly indicated that the Warwick River ran nearly parallel with the James, instead of heading at Yorktown, and it seemed certain that the road from Newport News to Williamsburg did not cross that stream, at least any important branch of it, and that it presented no obstacle to an advance. Upon these data were predicated the orders of April 4th, for the march of the next day, the 5th, according to which Heintzelman was to move into position close to Yorktown, while Keyes was to take up a position in rear of Yorktown at the halfway house. Keyes was also ordered to attack and carry whatever he found in front of him. Now let it be observed that at all points on the right, center, and left, we found the enemy's works fully garrisoned and provided with artillery, and that Keyes and his general officers reported that they found the position in their front so strong and so well provided with troops and artillery that it was impossible to assault with any hope of success. The same state of things was clearly the case in front of the right column, where I was. Now it is very certain that the only thing to be done was to make close reconnaissances of the enemy's position in order to discover a vulnerable point. This course was followed, and the unanimous opinion of all was that certain preliminary siege operations were necessary. I assert without fear of contradiction that no one at that time thought an assault possible. Moreover, that when we saw the works abandoned by the enemy, it remained the conviction of all that, with the raw troops we had, an assault would have resulted in simply an useless butchery, with no hope of success. The statements made long afterwards by such men as Barnard were simply ex post facto opinions, gotten up for political purposes, and never could have been really entertained by them. The only fault to be found with the operations at Yorktown is in regard to the slowness with which some of the engineer officers operated. I was often obliged to make such reconnaissances as I did at Vera Cruz when a brevet second lieutenant of engineers, to expedite matters. Had Duane been chief engineer, operations would have progressed much more rapidly. The cooperation of the Navy amounted to little or nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 17 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 17. Dispatches and letters relating to subjects treated in the foregoing and following chapters. April 6th, Sunday, 4 p.m. My dear General, I have received your favor of this date by Colonel Key, and hasten to say that I have already written you via shipping point, in reply, giving my reason for not having joined you. The time you proposed to proceed with me had elapsed, and particularly the difficulties of my leaving my vessel owing to the want of officers of experience to take care of her. I have explained in my note of today, and have repeated to Colonel Key, the greatly increased strength of the fortifications as seen from this position. The forts at Gloucester are very formidable indeed, and the water batteries of Yorktown have evidently been increased in dimensions within a few days, as indicated by the new earth. As I pointed out to you in our interview, the works to be most apprehended, though they are all too formidable for our vessels, and 3 or 4 times their numbers and class, are the guns in mask about 1/4 to 1/2 of a mile this side of Yorktown, which position I point out to Colonel Key. The enemy are still on Gloucester Point. How strong, I cannot say. So long as he holds that formidable work, or indeed upper and lower work, we surely cannot command the York River. All the gunboats of the Navy would fail to take it, but would be destroyed in the attempt. Yet I will not hesitate to try the experiment, if required to do so, with this force, however inadequate. I have explained to Colonel Key that if you turn the masked work, which I fired on today and received its fire in return, the guns would command the next water battery, which is about 1/5 of a mile from it towards Yorktown, as it appears from this ship. With those 2 batteries carried, this force might approach near enough to shell Yorktown at long range, but nothing more. These vessels of this class are not calculated for closer or heavier work. As I could not go in time to reach you today, as requested, I sent, after dispatching my letter to you, the second in rank, Lieutenant Commander Klitz, to confer with you. And now, with Colonel Key, I proceed to Wormsley's Creek to meet you or General Heintzelman. Very truly yours, J. F. Misroom, Commander. To Major General McClellan. Watchusett, April 10th, 1862. My dear General, enclosed is the report upon the landing from this part of the river at Sandbox, where it was intended to land troops. Captain Nicholson says he found a good picket guard house for cavalry, stables, etc. within the box, and some cattle near Two's Point. A steamer also penetrated a mile up Back Creek today, which is within the sandbox, and whose entrance is to the eastward of Two's Point, as shown by the chart, and over which is good 8 feet, to within 1½ miles of Wormsley's Creek. It has been observed today that large numbers of infantry have been transported from Yorktown to Gloucester Point, and this afternoon a number of what seem to be laborers with entrenching tools went to the same point. We conclude either to strengthen the works there or to throw up works opposite to and within long rifle range of this anchorage. I have been expecting some such movement, and wondering why they did not try it from some point back from the beach so far that our guns, shell, could not reach them. It cannot be prevented by us. Very truly yours, J. F. Misroom. To Major General McClellan. April 11th, 6 a.m. The enemy very busy last night between Yorktown and Gloucester Point. Schooners observed to be going continually. Enemy may have notice of intention to land troops at Severn and are fortifying its entrance. 10 schooners now in sight. J. F. Misroom. To Major General G. B. McClellan. Headquarters, Army of Potomac, near Yorktown, April 8, 1862. My dear Flag Officer, your kind letter received. From the information received thus far, I am inclined to think that the masked battery on the riverbank below Yorktown is not in existence, but that the gun fired upon Misroom was upon the advanced bastion of the place itself. Porter thinks that he has found a place from which we can enfilade their water batteries. I go there in a few minutes to look at it. Should it prove to be so, we can enable the gunboats to take an effective part in the contest. The weather is infamous, has been raining hard for the last 18 hours and still continues. The roads are horrid, and we have the devil's own time about supplies. I have made strong representations as to the withdrawal of the First Corps, which has forced me to abandon the turning movement, and hope that the President may be induced to change his order. The position of the enemy is immensely strong, but we are learning more of it every hour. Our men behave splendidly. brave and patient as men can be. G.B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. Flag Officer, L.M. Goldsboro, Minnesota. Washington, April 16th. To General McClellan. Good for the first lick. Hurrah for Smith and the one-gun battery. Let us have Yorktown with Magruder and his gang before the 1st of May, and the job will be over. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. U.S. Steamer Wachusett, York River, April 17, 1862. My dear General, in accordance with your request to have shell thrown into Yorktown yesterday, the Sebago, sidewheel, was ordered on that service, she being the only vessel here provided with a long-range rifle. Her fire was returned by 2 guns of equal range from the enemy with surprising accuracy. One shell passed directly between the smokestack and mainmast, a few feet above her deck, and another within a few feet of the wheelhouse, throwing the water over the vessel and both within a short distance of her boilers and machinery, which are altogether exposed. Had she been crippled, the attempt to withdraw her might and probably would have caused the sacrifice of other vessels also. The Sebago is the vessel capable of rendering the most important service in covering the landing of troops, and I submit whether it would not be advisable to defer any attempt to throw shell in Yorktown till night, while she can operate on Gloucester with impunity at any time. She draws 6 feet of water. A single shot in the midship section of that vessel especially, or indeed of either of these gunboats, disables if it do not destroy her. Would it not be possible for your cannon to dismount those 2 rifles with which the enemy fired at the Sebago yesterday? They will inflict much damage on our people when Gloucester is held by them, as well as on our vessels. The Sebago threw shells into Gloucester last night, 3 several times. I am advised that another light draft steamer, similar to the Sebago, is to come here. We cannot have the accuracy of fire from a vessel that the enemy exhibited yesterday. Many thanks for the loan of fuses. I am very truly your obedient servant, J. F. Misroom, Commander. To Major General G.B. McClellan. Washington, April 18th. To General G.B. McClellan. Your dispatch of this morning received and communicated to the President. He directs me to ask you whether the indications do not show that they are inclined to take the offensive. Banks has moved to Mount Jackson yesterday, and to Newmarket today, has taken some locomotives and prisoners. Edward M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, April 18th, 10 p.m. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Dispatch received. I cannot hope such good fortune as that the enemy will take the offensive. I am perfectly prepared for any attack the enemy may make. He will do nothing more than sorties. I beg that the President will be satisfied that the enemy cannot gain anything by attacking me. The more he does attack, the better I shall be contented. All is well. I am glad to hear of Banks' good fortune. G.B. McClellan, Major General. Confidential. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, April 18th, 11:30 p.m. His Excellency, the President. If compatible with your impressions as to the security of the capital, and not interfering with operations of which I am ignorant, I would be glad to have McCall's division, so as to be enabled to make a strong attack upon West Point to turn the position of the enemy. After all that I have heard of things which have occurred since I left Washington and before, I would prefer that General McDowell should not again be assigned to duty with me. G.B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. Washington, April 27, 1862. Major General McClellan, I am rejoiced to learn that your operations are progressing so rapidly and with so much spirit and success, and congratulate you and the officers and soldiers engaged upon the brilliant affair mentioned in your telegram, repeating the assurance that everything in the power of the department is at your service. I hope soon to congratulate you upon a splendid victory that shall be the finishing stroke of the war in every quarter. The work goes bravely on. Yours truly, Edward M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Washington, May 1st, 2 p.m. Major General G.B. McClellan. Your call for Parrott guns from Washington alarms me, chiefly because it aims indefinite procrastination. Is anything to be done? A. Lincoln, President. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, May 1st, 9:30 p.m. His Excellency the President. I asked for the Parrott guns from Washington for the reason that some expected had been 2 weeks nearly on the way and could not be heard from. They arrived last night.
My arrangements had been made for them, and I thought time might be saved by getting others from Washington.
My object was to hasten, not procrastinate. All is being done that human labor can accomplish. G.B. McClellan, Major General. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, May 3, 1862. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. I regret to learn that Colonel Campbell, 5th Pennsylvania Cavalry, has been placed in arrest by Major General McDowell for endeavoring to comply with my positive order to him to report with his regiment for duty at this place. This regiment was never assigned to General McDowell's Army Corps, but was detailed by me to General Keyes's Corps. I, of course, expected it to follow me as soon as transportation could be provided, and am not a little surprised to learn that my instructions have been interfered with and my force diminished by the action of the commanding officer of the Department of the Rappahannock, in violation of G.O. No. 29, War Department Adjutant General's Office, March 22, 1862. Under these circumstances, I beg the immediate interposition of the War Department to relieve from arrest a meritorious officer, against whom there appears to be no complaint save that of obedience to the orders of his rightful superior. I also ask that the regiment, as well as the 1st New Jersey Colonel Wyndham, may be permitted to join the Army under my command without further delay. G.B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. Wachusett, York River, April 22, 1862. My dear General, the carriage on board the Sebago is weak. 2 carriage makers are coming to us from Washington, I fear not in time. I am promised, if she comes in time, a steamer with 100-pounder rifle. The Corwin has no battery but a 20-pounder and 2 6s, being only a surveying craft. When you commence attack, the 100-pounder rifle can assist from the beginning, but I fear our stock of ammunition, especially shell and 30 fuses, will fail us soon. I have failed to get what I have asked for from Hampton Roads. Can you loan us some 100-pounder shell and some more 30 fuses for the Sebago? She has only about 36 fuses of that kind now. Our stock at Hampton Roads was sent to North Carolina. Please see the dispatch I've just sent to Commander Poor. I sent a steamer to land your mortars at 2 a.m. with tackle. I ought to see you once more before you open fire on Yorktown to have a clear understanding. Say when I shall go to you, and I will do so at any time, at any day after 4 p.m. The enemy's troops showing themselves now near spot last driven from, abreast Anchorage. Yours very truly, J.F. Misroom, to Major General G.B. McClellan. We got 11-inch shell into Yorktown and Gloucester last night. J.F. Misroom. Fortress Monroe, May 4th. Major General McClellan. With my whole heart, I do most cordially congratulate you on your brilliant and important achievement. The gunboats shall accompany you up York River. L. M. Goldsborough, Flag Officer. Washington, May 4th, 1862. Major General McClellan. Accept my cordial congratulations upon the success at Yorktown, and I am rejoiced to hear that your forces are in active pursuit. Please favor me with the details as far as they are acquired, and I hope soon to hear your arrival at Richmond. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Fort Monroe, May 5th, 1862. Major General McClellan. The Secretary of War telegraphs me to inform him how many transports of all descriptions I can command. Please place at my disposal all you can release, except such as are required for the transportation of stores. John Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War. Camp near Yorktown, May 5th. J. Tucker, Assistant Secretary of War, Fortress Monroe. In reply to a part of your dispatch, which the time for the departure of the boat did not admit of answering, and in the absence of General McClellan to the front, I have to inform you that the General has ordered all the available transports to carry troops to West Point, and a part of them have started for Cheeseman's Creek. Your dispatch will be laid before the General this evening. R.B. Marcy, Chief of Staff. Near Williamsburg, May 5th, 11:45 p.m. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Mr. Tucker's telegram relating to the vessels was received after Franklin's division had embarked and on the way to West Point. Another division goes in the morning, and the last is absolutely necessary to support the first. This movement is of the greatest importance. I will release the vessels just as soon as the troops are landed. Nothing new except what I told you in my last dispatch. George B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. P.S. Some of the main works of the enemy are in our possession, and I am pushing troops forward, but the roads are horrible. G. B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. Williamsburg, May 6, 3 p.m. A portion of the army has left for the Upper York, and it would be destruction to deprive me of the water transportation now. It is absolutely necessary that I should complete the movement now commenced, or the consequences will be fatal. G. B. McClellan, Major General Commanding. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, Camp Winfield Scott, May 4, 1862. Brigadier General Heintzelman, commanding 3rd Corps. I have received information from General Smith that the enemy are still in front of him in some force of infantry and cavalry. General Stoneman has been ordered to move as rapidly as possible to the halfway house, and to take possession of the crossroad near that place, to cut off this command, and also to send a strong reconnaissance towards Blenn's Wharf. I wish Hooker to follow this movement with the utmost rapidity, when he reaches the point where the road branches off near the halfway house, to leave a portion of his force there, and with the rest to gain the Lee's Mill and Williamsburg Road, so as to support Stoneman and aid him in cutting off the retreat of the enemy. The division should move simply with its ambulances and some reserve ammunition, with not more than 2 days' rations. Should further information from Smith render it necessary to move Kearny's division also, I would be glad to have you take control of the entire movement. Smith is in possession of their works, and the enemy referred to are some distance in rear of them. How far, I do not yet know. George B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. May 4, 1862. Colonel A. V. Colburn. Sir, Smith has reported that the enemy is in some force in his front. Keyes has advanced 2 brigades and a regiment of horse with 3 batteries. They have seen no enemy, but have had a few men injured by the bursting of shells left by the enemy. I leave immediately to take command on the left. Telegraph me at Smith's, with duplicates for me at Keyes' headquarters. Very respectfully, E. O. Sumner, Brigadier General commanding the left wing. 2 miles beyond Yorktown, General Marcy, Chief of Staff. General Stoneman has met the enemy about 3 miles beyond the halfway house and has sent back for the infantry to support him. 2 brigades are ahead of me. Yours, etc., S. V. Heintzelman, Brigadier General commanding 3rd Corps. Headquarters, 3rd Corps, in sight of Williamsburg, 6 p.m., Sunday, May 4, 1862. General R. B. Marcy. I have just arrived here and find General Sumner and Smith here. We will soon have 3 divisions and are preparing to attack the rebels, who are entrenched in our front with 2 pieces of artillery, a regiment or so of cavalry, 4 or 5 regiments of infantry. Our cavalry have been repulsed with a loss of near 40 men and horses killed and wounded. We will soon carry the works. The infantry are only halting a moment to take a bite and rest. Yours, etc., S. V. Heintzelman, Brigadier General. The following is a fragment of a letter of instructions sent to General Sumner on the morning of the 4th, when he went to assume command on the left, and the condition of affairs then was that the enemy's infantry and cavalry were reported by Smith to be about 1 1/2 miles in his front in force. I had ordered Stoneman, supported by Hooker, to gain the halfway house by a rapid march, and thus cut off the retreat of this force in front of Smith. Sumner was ordered to repair the bridges over the Warwick, etc., as quickly as possible, and then to cross the stream with the 5th Cavalry, Smith's and Couch's divisions, and Casey's if necessary. It is possible that Sedgwick's and Richardson's divisions may be needed to reinforce the right. Please hold them subject to the General's orders for that purpose. Should you be informed that they are not needed here, you will be at liberty to substitute one of them for Couch's or Casey's division. It is hoped to get Stoneman's command in the rear of the enemy before you attack. Watch the enemy closely with your cavalry, and should he retreat, attack him without further instructions. The gunboats have gone up the York River, and Franklin's and perhaps one other division will follow up today. As soon as the bridges are finished, you can cross your command and bring them into position, but do not attack unless the enemy retreat or you receive orders from me. A.V. Colburn, AAG. It is unnecessary to say that the object of forbidding an attack unless the enemy retreated was to enable Stoneman to get in their rear and thus cut off the entire command. After the orders to Stoneman, Sumner, and Heintzelman had been issued and were being carried out, I received the following. Headquarters, Smith's Division, May 4th. General McClellan, General Hancock is in front, and from what I have learned, presume it is nothing but the rear guard. I will obey his orders as far as engaging them is concerned. The enemy is 1.5 miles in front, and is probably nothing but cavalry covering the retreat. W.F. Smith, Brigadier General. Headquarters, Smith's Division, May 5th, 10:30 p.m. General McClellan, there is a direct road from here to Williamsburg behind the big fort. If you send a good man to command, and these men don't leave tonight, we can capture them all in the morning and be at Williamsburg by 8 o'clock. If they don't leave tonight, they will give us a big fight in the morning, and we shall whip them. Don't risk yourself any more, or your commanders, and don't send Richardson to command this column. As far as I can see, it is open country for cavalry, but the rain has made the ground soft. I have more troops, or shall have with Brooks, than I need to defend myself, but it is my earnest opinion that your advance up the James should be this way. W.F. Smith. On the back of a pencil sketch of the ground is the following. 2 companies garrison each fort. Fort Magruder is the far one from here, 2.25 miles. Second fort occupied. Third fort, near York, is yet unfinished. They seem to be quiet now. Please order Brooks and Ayres to meet me in the morning at daylight. I have plenty of troops, but wish our own. W.F.S. Mount Zion Church, May 5th, 3 p.m. General McClellan, owing to delays in the troops coming forward, I have come down here to hasten their march by direction of General Sumner. Within the last 30 minutes he has sent me 2 messengers to say that the enemy was gaining ground on him. I fear nothing except a panic amongst our troops, for I am certain we are vastly superior in strength to the enemy. I went myself with a brigade of my corps, which took possession of 2 works on the left of the enemy. I convinced myself that the enemy commenced his audacious attack upon us to cover a retreat, but finding that he forces us back, he may convert his feint into something more serious than was at first intended. It may be advisable, if you have troops to spare, to set some of them in motion for this point. But above all, come yourself. The rear of General Kearney has just passed this point on his way to reinforce General Hooker, and the head of his column has probably reached the scene of action, and the firing has ceased for the last 10 minutes. I write this note because the badness of the road, preventing the rapid concentration of troops,
makes me anxious to take precaution against the possibility of reverses.
As the roads must soon become absolutely impassable for supplies, our troops must starve unless you can send provisions by boats to skirt the shore, and to be put ashore in small boats. Our position is accessible to York River. The men can live on bread and bacon. In haste, your obedient servant, E.D. Keyes, Brigadier General, 4th Corps. P.S. An officer from General Hooker's division reports this moment that 3 of his batteries have been taken by the pieces miring, and the horses being killed. This officer reports that the men are exhausted for want of proper food. In front of Williamsburg, May 5th, 1862, 11:20 a.m. Captain Chauncey McKeever, AAG. I have had a hard contest all the morning, but do not despair of success. My men are hard at work, but a good deal exhausted. It is reported to me that my communication with you by the Yorktown Road is clear of the enemy. Batteries, cavalry, and infantry can take front by the side of mine to whip the enemy. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Hooker, Brigadier General. May 5th, late at night. My dear General, I did the best I could after getting your order, which was after dark some time. I sent a brigade, Martindale's, to occupy the front of York. The roads were horrible and blocked up by wagons, so that they were impassable. The brigade reached York. I sent some of Hunt's batteries. They got there and halted. The remainder I kept ready to march at 2 o'clock, or as soon as light enough. All are rested and fresh. Sykes's and my other brigades are in camp, also Blake. Franklin, I think, got off. I hope you have got order out of chaos. Captain Norton says Ingalls told him he had received an order from the Secretary to fit out a sea expedition, which would derange his plans considerably. A telegram can always reach me from York. We are ready to move quickly. I have directed Martindale to camp at York. Yours ever, J. F. Porter. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, Williamsburg, May 7, 1862, 12:30 p.m. General R. B. Marcy, Chief of Staff, Camp Winfield Scott. General, headquarters will be moved at once to this place. Wagons light. Porter will complete his embarkation as rapidly as possible and join Franklin. The artillery of the divisions Franklin, Sedgwick, and Porter will proceed by water with the least possible delay to join their divisions. Also Franklin's cavalry and as many wagons as possible. Hunt's heavy batteries will move to Brickhouse Landing by water. I will give orders in regard to the rest of Hunt's batteries, the regular infantry, Roach's and Gregg's cavalry, shortly. Please send me last news from Franklin, and if necessary, send a fast special boat to learn state of affairs and to communicate on return with signal party at Queen's Creek, as well as via Yorktown by telegraph. The orders for Sumner and Richardson will be given today. In the meantime, let neither embark without special orders from me. This is imperative. How soon can the artillery of Franklin, Sedgwick, and Porter be embarked? How soon Franklin's cavalry? How soon will transports be ready for the regular infantry and Richardson? How soon can water transportation be furnished for Duane and his train? For Woodbury and his trains? How soon for Gregg and Rush? How many wagons has Van Vliet in reserve for general purposes? If you send steamer to Franklin, inform him that Stoneman was some 14 miles from here a couple of hours ago, and will try to communicate with him via Hockaday Spring this evening. I start Smith's division this evening and hope to get most of the columns in motion by the morning. We'll move in person tomorrow morning. Would like to have a gunboat examine Moody's Wharf to see whether burned. G. B. McClellan, Major General, commanding. Brickhouse Point, May 6, 1862. General G. B. McClellan, I am landing at Brickhouse Point. It is, however, a bad landing. The water shoal for a long distance out, a quarter of a mile from shore. One brigade is landed. The enemy is said to be in force on the road watching this point. I do not believe it, however. I hope to get the artillery and 2 other brigades off before morning. W. B. Franklin, Brigadier General. Brickhouse, May 7th, a.m. General G. B. McClellan, all of my division has landed except the cavalry. The night passed with nothing unusual except the killing of 1 picket. We have 2 prisoners, taken when we first arrived. They belong to a Texan regiment, are very intelligent, but lie, I think. I send them to Yorktown by the Spaulding. Dana's brigade is here and will be landed this morning. The indications are that the enemy is in the vicinity. W. B. Franklin, Brigadier General. Brickhouse, May 7th, 1862. General G. B. McClellan. The road from Brickhouse Point to the main road is not as laid down on the photographic or CS maps. The right flank and rear are surrounded by a creek, and the left flank has another creek, leaving a small opening through which the road winds. I have ordered an examination to determine more accurately these points, but it is a slow business on account of want of cavalry. I still think it may be an open question between this point and West Point. W. B. Franklin, Brigadier General. Headquarters, Franklin's Division, Brickhouse, May 7, 1862. General R. B. Marcy, Chief of Staff. General, I have the honor to report that this morning, about 7 o'clock, our pickets were driven in on our left flank, and that after skirmishing for about 2 hours, the action became quite sharp at the right extremity of that flank. Our reserves were driven in several times, but returned to their position each time with ardor. Finally, we held the position which we had taken in the morning, and at several points of the line advanced our position. Wherever we advanced, the enemy was found in rifle pits. The day has been a success, and but for the extreme want of forage and provisions, owing to the deficiency of transportation and the difficulty of landing, we might have followed it up. As it is, I congratulate myself that we have maintained our position. General Newton's command was most severely engaged, and his conduct and that of General Slocum, who had charge respectively of the left and right wings, was admirable. All of the officers and men behaved admirably, and with transportation and forage we could move on tomorrow. I respectfully request that instructions may be given to send up forage and transportation immediately, as we are entirely tied down for want of them. General Sedgwick's infantry has arrived. The killed and wounded amount to nearly 100. A more detailed report will be given as soon as possible. Very respectfully, W.B. Franklin, Brigadier General. Camp 19 miles from Williamsburg, May 11, 1862. Honorable E.M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Fortress Monroe. Without waiting for further official reports which have not yet reached me, I wish to bear testimony to the splendid conduct of Hooker's and Kearny's divisions, under command of General Heintzelman, in the Battle of Williamsburg. Their bearing was worthy of veterans. Hooker's division for hours gallantly withstood the attack of greatly superior numbers with very heavy loss. Kearny's arrived in time to restore the fortunes of the day and came most gallantly into action. I shall probably have occasion to call attention to other commands, and do not wish to do injustice to them by mentioning them now. If I had had the full information I now have in regard to the troops above named when I first telegraphed, they would have been specially mentioned and commended. I spoke only of what I knew at the time, and shall rejoice to do full justice to all engaged. G.B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 18. Private Letters. April 1st to May 5th, 1862. Steamer Commodore. April 1st, 1862, Potomac River, 4:15 p.m. As soon as possible after reaching Alexandria, I got the Commodore underway and put off. I did not feel safe until I could fairly see Alexandria behind us. I have brought a tug with us to take back dispatches from Bud's Ferry, where I shall stop a few hours for the purpose of winding up everything. I found that if I remained at Alexandria, I would be annoyed very much, and perhaps be sent for from Washington. Officially speaking, I feel very glad to get away from that sink of iniquity. 8 p.m. I have just returned from a trip in one of the naval vessels with Captain Seymour to take a look at the rebel batteries, recently abandoned, at Shipping Point, etc. They were pretty formidable, and it would have taken us no little trouble to take possession of them had they held firm. It makes only the more evident the propriety of my movements, by which Manassas was forced to be evacuated, and these batteries with it. The trip was quite interesting. Steamer Commodore, April 3rd, Hampton Roads, 1:30 p.m. I have been up to my eyes in business since my arrival. We reached here about 4 yesterday p.m., ran into the wharf and unloaded the horses, then went out and anchored. Marcy and I at once took a tug and ran out to the flagship Minnesota to see Goldsboro, where we remained until about 9, taking tea with him. On our return we found General Heintzelman, soon followed by Porter and Smith, all of whom remained here all night. I sat up very late arranging the movements and had my hands full. I have been hard at work all the morning and have not yet on shore. Dine with General Wool today at 4 and go thence to our camp. We move tomorrow a.m. 3 divisions take the direct road to Yorktown and will encamp at Howard's Bridge. 2 take the James River Road and go to Young's Mill. The reserve goes to Big Bethel, where my headquarters will be tomorrow night. My great trouble is in the want of wagons, a terrible drawback, but I cannot wait for them. I hope to get possession before tomorrow night of a new landing place some 7 or 8 miles from Yorktown, which will help us very much. It is probable that we shall have some fighting tomorrow, not serious, but we may have the opportunity of drubbing Magruder. The harbor here is very crowded. Facilities for landing are bad. I hope to get possession of Yorktown day after tomorrow. Shall then arrange to make the York River my line of supplies. The great battle will be, I think, near Richmond, as I have always hoped and thought. I see my way very clearly, and with my trains once ready, will move rapidly. Telegram, Great Bethel, April 4th, 1862, 6 p.m. My advanced guard 5 miles from Yorktown. Some slight skirmishing today. Our people driving rebels. Hope to invest Yorktown tomorrow. All well and in good spirits. Big Bethel, April 5th, 2 a.m. Have just got through with the orders for tomorrow. Have been working very hard and have sent off officers and orderlies in every direction. I feel sure of tomorrow. I have, I think, provided against every contingency, and will have the men well in hand if we fight tomorrow. I saw yesterday a wonderfully cool performance. 3 of our men had gone close down to the enemy's position after a sheep which they killed, skinned, and started off with. They were, of course, fired at frequently, and in the course of their travels a 12-pound shot struck directly by them. They quietly picked up the shot, held on to the sheep, and brought the shot to me yet warm. I never saw so cool and gallant a set of men. They do not seem to know what fear is. Near Yorktown, April 6th, 1 a.m. I find the enemy in strong force and in a very strong position, but will drive him out. Fitzjohn is in the advance on the right. Baldy on the left. They are doing splendidly. Their divisions have been under fire all the afternoon, have lost only about 5 killed in each, and have punished Secesh badly. Thus far it has been altogether an artillery affair. While listening this p.m. to the sound of the guns, I received an order detaching McDowell's corps from my command. It is the most infamous thing that history has recorded. I have made such representations as will probably induce a revocation of the order, or at least save Franklin to me. The idea of depriving a general of 35,000 troops when actually under fire. Tomorrow night I can tell you exactly what I intend doing. We have no baggage tonight, our wagons being detained by the bad roads. I have taken possession of a hut in a deserted Secesh camp, found a table therein, and sleep on a horse blanket, if I find time to retire. Colburn is copying a long letter. Seth, standing by the fire, looking very sleepy. He wakes up and sends his kindest regards, in which Colburn asks to participate. I am sorry to say that your father is snoring loudly in a corner. April 6th, 1:40 p.m. Did not get to bed until 3:30, and then my bed was a rather rough one, as our wagons did not arrive. Things quiet today, very little firing. Our people are pushing their reconnaissances and getting up supplies. I shall take the place, but may be some time in effecting it. April 8th, 8 a.m. Raining hard all night, and still continues to do so. I'm now encamped about 5 miles from Yorktown, have been here 2 or 3 days. Have now visited both the right and left, and in spite of the heavy rain, must ride the ship point and our right immediately after breakfast. All I care for about the rain is the health and comfort of the men. They are more fond of me than ever, more enthusiastic than I deserve. Wherever I go, it seems to inspire the fullest confidence. I have raised an awful row about McDowell's corps. The president very coolly telegraphed me yesterday that he thought I had better break the enemy's lines at once. I was much tempted to reply that he had better come and do it himself. April 9th, near Yorktown, 8 a.m. Last night returned late and was fully occupied with reports of reconnaissances, etc., until very late. It rained nearly every moment yesterday, all the night before, all last night, but has now stopped, though likely to commence again at any moment. It is execrable weather, everything knee-deep in mud, roads infamous, but we will get through it. I have had great difficulty in arranging about supplies, so few wagons and such bad roads. Rode down the ship point yesterday morning. 9 a.m., interrupted and unable to finish. Have been bothered all the evening, but I'm getting things straightened out. Start for the point in a few minutes. April 10th, 10 p.m. I've had a pretty long ride today. Secretary Fox spent last night with me. As soon as he had gone, I rode to Porter's camp, thence to the river bank to meet Captain Missroom, commanding the gunboats. I've had an excellent view of the water defenses of Yorktown as well as of Gloucester. The enemy is very strong and is adding to his works and the number of his men. I could see them coming in on schooners. But as my heavy guns are not yet landed, and the Navy do not feel strong enough to go at them, I can only hurry forward our preparations and trust that the more they have, the more I shall catch. Yesterday I also spent on the right, taking, under cover of the heavy rain, a pretty good look at the ground in front of York and its defenses. I got back about dark, pretty wet and tired out.
Tomorrow we move headquarters to a much better and more convenient camp further to the front. The present camp is a little too far from the scene of the most important operations. April 11th. I am just recovering from a terrible scare. Early this morning, I was awakened by a dispatch from Fitzjohn's headquarters stating that Fitz had made an ascension in the balloon this morning, and that the balloon had broken away and come to the ground some 3 miles southwest, which would be within the enemy's lines. You can imagine how I felt. I at once sent off to the various pickets to find out what they knew and try to do something to save him, but the order had no sooner gone than in walks Mr. Fitz just as cool as usual. He had luckily come down near my own camp after actually passing over that of the enemy. You may rest assured of one thing: you won't catch me in the confounded balloon, nor will I allow any other generals to go up in it. Don't worry about the wretches. They have done nearly their worst and can't do much more. I am sure that I will win in the end in spite of all their rascality. History will present a sad record of these traitors who are willing to sacrifice the country and its army for personal spite and personal aims. The people will soon understand the whole matter. April 14th, 11 p.m., Camp Winfield Scott. I believe I now know who instigated the attack upon me and the country. So Fox told you about our troubles. They were severe for some time, but we are pretty well over the worst of them. I do not expect to lose many men, but to do the work mainly with artillery and so avoid much loss of life. Several brave fellows have already gone to their long home, but not a large number. I can't tell you how soon I will attack, as it will depend upon the rapidity with which certain preliminary work can be done and the heavy guns brought up. I do not fear a repulse. I shall not quit the camps until I do so to continue the march on Richmond. If I am repulsed once, we'll try it again and keep it up until we succeed. But I do not anticipate a repulse, am confident of success. I received today a very kind letter from old Mr. Blair, which I enclose for you to keep for me. Remained at home this morning doing office work, but rode out all the afternoon. Rode to the front and took another look at Secesh. 8:30 a.m., 15th. I'm about starting for the gunboats, which are anchored near here, to take a better look at the opposite shore. It is raining a little this morning, not much more than a drizzle. April 18th, 1:15 a.m. About a half hour ago, the accustomed intermittent sound of artillery was varied in its monotony by a very heavy and continued rattle of musketry, with the accompaniment of a very respectable firing of artillery. I started at once for the telegraph office and endeavored in vain for some 10 or 15 minutes to arouse the operators at the stations in the direction of the firing. So I ordered 20 of the escort to saddle up and started off Hudson, Schweitzer, and the Duc de Chartres to learn the state of the case. The firing has ceased now for some minutes, and I am still ignorant as to its whereabouts and cause. Of course, I must remain up until I know what it is. I had Arthur, Wright, Hammerstein, Radowitz, and the Comte de Paris, as well as Colburn, also up, with some of the escort ready to move or carry orders, as the case may be, but just now told them to lie down until I sent for them. It is a beautiful moonlight night, clear and pleasant, almost too much for sleeping. Poor Wagner of the Topogs lost an arm this afternoon by the bursting of a shell. He is doing well, however. Merrill was severely but not dangerously wounded in the arm yesterday. In Smith's affair yesterday we lost, I fear, nearly 200 killed and wounded. The object I proposed had been fully accomplished with the loss of about 20, when, after I left the ground, a movement was made in direct violation of my orders, by which the remainder of the loss was uselessly incurred. I do not yet know the details nor who is responsible. We have a severe task before us, but we will gain a brilliant success. Colburn is my standby, so true and faithful. Many of my aides are excellent. No general ever labored under greater disadvantages, but I will carry it through in spite of everything. I hope Franklin will be here tomorrow or next day. I will then invest Gloucester and attack it at the same time I do York. When the Galena arrives, I will cause it to pass the batteries, take them in reverse, and cut off the enemy's communications by York River. As I write, I hear our guns constantly sounding and the bursting of shells in succession. 9 p.m. The firing of last night was caused by the attempt of a part of the enemy to cross the stream in Smith's front. They were repulsed at once, tried it later, and were again driven back. April 19th, 10:30 p.m. Today it has been very quiet, and our batteries have merely fired enough to keep the enemy entirely silent at his works in front of Smith and at Wynn's Mill. Last night we commenced a battery at Farnholt's house for 5 100-pounder Parrotts and 1 200-pounder Parrott. Also one for 15 heavy guns about 2,000 yards from the enemy's main defenses. Another for 6 and one for 5 close by. Another for 6 was armed today and kept down the enemy's fire at Wynn's Mill. Tomorrow evening we commence batteries for 13 mortars. About Monday night we will construct the first parallel and several other batteries in exposed positions, leaving those already commenced to cover the work and render it more safe. We shall soon be raining down a terrible tempest on this devoted place. Today the enemy sent a flag of truce to Smith, asking a suspension of hostilities to bury the killed of the 16th. The officer who met with Schweitzer acknowledged that their loss was very severe, and the bearing of our men admirable. I received today a letter from Burnside, which I enclose. Franklin arrived yesterday and spent the night in my tent. He is at Ship Point tonight. I expect his division tomorrow. Don't be at all discouraged. All is going well. I know exactly what I am about. I can't go with a rush over strong posts. I must use heavy guns and silence their fire. All that takes much time, and I have not been much longer than the usual time for such things. Much less than the usual, in truth. I can't tell you when Yorktown is to be attacked, for it depends on circumstances that I cannot control. It shall be attacked the first moment I can do it successfully. But I don't intend to hurry it. It cannot afford to fail. I may have the opportunity of carrying the place next week, or may be delayed a couple of weeks. Much, of course, depends on the rapidity with which the heavy guns and ammunition arrive. Never mind what such people as blank say. They are beneath contempt. I will put in a leaf of holly from the bower some of the men have made in front of my tent today. They have made quite an artistic thing of it, holly and pine. It adds much, too, to my comfort, as it renders the tent more private and cool. April 20th, 7:30 a.m. It has been raining more or less all night, and if it were not for the men I would enjoy the rain, for I rather like to hear it patter on the tent. I have a fire in my stove this morning, so it is quite comfortable. My tent is the same the aides use for an office. It has a floor of pine boughs, a carpet of boughs, I suppose I ought to say, a table in the middle, a desk in one corner, my bed in another, my saddle in another, a wood pile, etc., in the last. I have a splendid two-legged washstand which Charles's mechanical ingenuity devised. Then I have a clothes rack consisting of a sapling with the stumps of the branches projecting. So you see I am living quite en prince. April 21st. Yesterday was rather unpleasant. Rained a good deal. Today about the same. Not raining much yet, but a kind of drizzle. Had a letter yesterday from Francis B. Cutting of New York, hoping that I would not allow these treacherous hounds to drive me from my path. I have just replied to it. April 22nd, 11:15 p.m. The enemy has been blazing away a good deal today, but hurt nothing, however. He tried his best at a skirmish with some of Smith's men this morning, but was repulsed with loss. It is said that some of his troops were blacks. I do not, however, give full credit to this. It seems too improbable to be true. The Navy have been firing this morning at long range. April 23rd, 7 a.m. Some few shots fired already, but not many. Secesh don't mean to get up very early. I am rather anxious to hear the result of last night's work, for I am in hopes that I can get all the batteries that have been commenced well aimed tonight, so that the first parallel may be commenced at once. The weather has cleared off beautifully again, so that I am in strong hopes we shall have no more rain for some time. You have no idea of the effect of a couple days' rain in this country. Roads, camps, etc. become impassable. 11:30 p.m. Have been working hard all day, but not in the saddle. It has been head work in my tent today. I am getting on splendidly with my slow preparations. The prince is delighted and thinks my work gigantic. I do believe that I am avoiding the fault of the Allies at Sebastopol, and quietly preparing the way for great success. I have brought 40 heavy guns in battery. Tomorrow night I hope to have 12 new guns and 5 to 10 heavy mortars in battery. I begin in the morning the redoubts to cover the flank of the first parallel, which will be constructed tomorrow night. I will not open fire unless the enemy annoys us, hoping to get all the guns in battery and the trenches well advanced before meeting with serious opposition. We have done much more than they suspect. Have ordered a forced reconnaissance of a dangerous point in the morning. It may cost several lives, but I have taken all possible precautions and hope to gain the information necessary with but little loss. There is no other choice than to run the risk. Everything is as quiet now as if there were no enemy within 100 miles of us. The Galena under Rogers will be here by day after tomorrow. April 26th. Again raining and has been all the morning. Grover carried a redoubt of the rebels most handsomely this morning. It was one from which they had it in their power to annoy the left of our parallels, and it was an object to get rid of it. The work was handsomely done, the work carried by assault, and then so much destroyed that it can be of no further use to the rebels. 15 prisoners were taken in the affair. We lost 3 killed, 1 mortally, and about 10 others slightly wounded. Have not all the details yet. We got 8 immense mortars up by water last night, but a canal boat loaded with empty shells ran aground in sight of Secesh, who have been blazing away at them, sent 1 shot through. He has stopped firing now, probably because he cannot see on account of the rain. Tonight we complete the first parallel, which will be nearly 4,000 yards long, an immense work. From the manner in which our men pitched into this little redoubt this morning, it is clear that the morale is on our side. The men found quite a deep and broad ditch in front of the affair, but over it they went without a moment's hesitation. April 27th, midnight. Was engaged with Bernard, Porter, etc. until about 1, when I rode to the trenches. Then, of course, had to walk. A good deal was muddy, so it was tiresome. Went over the whole extent and saw everything with care. The enemy have fired a good deal today, but the men are now so well covered that no one has been hurt today. Commenced today batteries for 15 10-inch mortars, and tonight another battery for heavy guns. Another for 10 mortars tomorrow morning. An extension of the parallel on the left commenced tonight. By tomorrow night, the parallel shall be finished in all its details, as well as the 2 covering redoubts on the left. Sometime day after tomorrow, I hope to have 35 mortars in battery. Tomorrow night, we'll open a 2U in advance leading to a new gun battery fast getting ready to blow Secesh up. He will have a bad time of it when we open. Have news this evening via Richmond that New Orleans is in our possession. I presume it is true, so the work goes bravely on. Yesterday made Fitz Porter Director of the Siege, a novel title but made necessary by the circumstances of the case. I give all my orders relating to the siege through him, making him at the same time Commandant of the siege operations and a Chief of Staff for that portion of the work. This new arrangement will save me much trouble and relieve my mind greatly, and save much time. In going over the line of trenches yesterday, I found so many blunders committed that I was very thankful to put Porter on duty at once. The good fellow, Colburn, never leaves me. Whenever I ride, he sticks close after me. He is one of the very best men I ever knew, so thoroughly honest and reliable. His judgment is excellent, and he is perfectly untiring. Day and night are about the same to him, and he will start out on a long ride at midnight in a pitch dark or rainy night with as much good humor as at midday. Kentuck, Horse, is still at Fort Monroe, sick. Will rejoin in a few days, I hope. Marsh is with him, and I am sometimes half wicked enough to suspect that Marsh finds Fort Monroe more comfortable than camp would be. April 28th, 11:45 p.m. Rode out this p.m. and went over most of the ground from right to left. Commenced some new work still more to the front tonight, as it was exposed and dangerous and required noiseless and rapid working. I, as usual, gave it to the regulars to do. Have this moment heard that although the rebels have been firing a great deal, there goes another gun, they have wounded but 1 man. The men should be well covered by this time, so I fancy the work is safe. I have also, there goes another gun, ordered a lot of rifle pits for sharpshooters to be pushed out well to the front. We will, I hope, gain a good deal of ground tonight. Am getting on nicely. We'll have some more batteries ready for their guns by tomorrow p.m., and will very shortly be able to open on Secesh. He tried to annoy one of our working parties this morning with a couple of guns. I sent out a field battery and silenced him after 4 rounds. 8 a.m. Colburn came back from the trenches after midnight and reported all going on well. The regulars had covered themselves well by that time, and the fire of the enemy had only wounded 1 man, and that not badly. Klitz was in command of the working party last night. Today, weather good. Will not rain. Hope to make good progress this morning. Good deal of firing going on now. April 30th, a.m. Had a quiet night. Very little firing. Drove them out of an orchard whence they've been annoying us, and pushed them still further in towards their works. A good deal of firing on their part yesterday. Did very little harm, killing some 3 and wounding 4 or 5 of our people. Scarcely a gun fired today as yet. We are working like horses and will soon be ready to open. It will be a tremendous affair when we do begin, and will, I hope, make short work of it. I've put the regulars on the exposed portions of the work. They work so much better. A raw, disagreeable day. I fear it will rain, unless it snows, wind from the east. 10:30 p.m. After I got through my morning work, went down to see the opening of Battery No. 1. It worked handsomely. Drove all the rebel schooners away from the wharf and made a general scatteration. The effect was excellent. Shall not open the general fire for some 4 days, I hope on Monday a.m. Next morning, May 1st. Another wet, drizzly, uncomfortable sort of a day. Good deal of firing during the night. I shall be very glad when we are really ready to open fire and then finish this confounded affair. I am tired of public life, and even now, when I am doing the best I can for my country in the field, I know that my enemies are pursuing me more remorselessly than ever, and kind friends are constantly making themselves agreeable by informing me of the pleasant predicament in which I am, the rebels on one side, and the abolitionists and other scoundrels on the other. I believe in my heart and conscience, however, that I am walking on the ridge between the 2 gulfs, and that all I have to do is to try to keep the path of honor and truth, and that God will bring me safely through. At all events, I am willing to leave the matter in His hands, and will be content with the decision of the Almighty. May 3rd, 12:30 a.m. After the hot firing of today, everything is so unusually still that I am a little suspicious that our friends may intend a sortie, so I have taken all the steps necessary to be ready for them, and am sitting up for a while to await developments. I feel much better satisfied when they are firing than when they are silent. Today they have wasted about 1,000 rounds and have done us no harm worth speaking of, except Irish bursting one of their own guns. We are now nearly ready to open. Shall begin, I think, on Monday morning, certainly by Tuesday. If all works well, it is not impossible that we shall have Yorktown by Wednesday or Thursday. The task is a difficult one, yet I am sure we have taken the right way to accomplish our purpose, and that we will soon win. I fear that we are to have another storm tonight. We want no more rain, but we'll make the best of it if it comes. Had plenty of work to do at home all the morning, and in the afternoon rode down to Shields' house to meet the new commander of the flotilla, Captain Smith. I don't half like the perfect quietness which reigns now. I have given orders to take advantage of it and push our approaches as far forward as possible. It don't seem natural. It looks like a sortie or an evacuation. If either, I hope it may be the former. I do not want these rascals to get away from me without a sound drubbing, which they richly deserve and will be sure to get if they remain. I feel that the fate of a nation depends upon me, and I feel that I have not one single friend at the seat of government. Any day may bring an order relieving me from command. If they will simply let me alone, I feel sure of success, but will they do it? May 5th, 9:30 a.m. You will have learned, ere this, that Yorktown is ours. It is a place of immense strength, and was very heavily armed. It so happened that our preparation for the attack was equally formidable, so that Lee, Johnston, and Davis confessed that they could not hold the place. They evacuated it in a great hurry, leaving their heavy guns, baggage, etc. I sent the cavalry after them at once, and our advance is now engaged with them at Williamsburg. The weather is infamous. It has been raining all night, and is still raining heavily. No signs of stopping, roads awful. I hope to get to West Point today, although the weather has delayed us terribly. It could not well be worse, but we will get through nevertheless. The villains, Secesh, have scattered torpedoes everywhere, by springs, wells, etc. It is the most murderous and barbarous thing I ever heard of. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Confederate Retreat. Pursuit towards Williamsburg. Battle of Williamsburg. The horse Dan Webster. It appears that General Johnston, the Confederate commander, regarded the position of Yorktown and the Warwick as easily held against a simple assault, but as untenable against siege operations, or when we could pass up the York or James rivers. Therefore, he withdrew as soon as satisfied that we were on the point of using our heavy guns. He directed the movement to commence at dusk on the 4th of May, Magruder's command to move by the Lee's Mill Road, to halt at the junction of roads on the Yorktown side of Williamsburg, and occupy the line of fortifications. Longstreet's division to follow Magruder's, D.H. Hill's and G.W. Smith's divisions to march by the Yorktown Road. Longstreet, Hill, and Smith were to pass through Williamsburg. Smith halting on the Barhamsville Road far enough out to leave room for the other troops between himself and the town. It was expected that Magruder and Hill would clear the way to enable Longstreet and Smith to start at 9 p.m., so that the whole army could reach Williamsburg soon after midnight. But it was sunrise of the 5th before Smith's road was clear, and his rear reached the fortifications near Williamsburg about noon. He found that the fortifications were unoccupied, and as skirmishing was taking place about 2 miles back, he halted a small body whom he found between the works and Williamsburg, and reported the state of affairs to General Johnston, who ordered back McLaw's brigade and Stewart's cavalry. Early in the morning of the 4th of May, the moment I learned that our troops were in possession of Yorktown and the line of the Warwick, I ordered General Stoneman in pursuit with all the available force of cavalry and horse artillery, supported by infantry, on both the Lee's Mill and Yorktown roads to Williamsburg. The next, and by far the most important, step was to throw Franklin's division, supported promptly and strongly, as rapidly as possible up the York River by water, to land on its right bank opposite West Point, in order to take in reverse whatever works might exist between that point and Yorktown, and to cut off, if possible, the enemy's trains and troops still south of the mouth of the Pamunkey. While keeping steadily in view Stoneman's operations and his proper support, I at once turned my attention to expediting the movement up the York River by water. The weather was so bad and the wharf facilities at Yorktown so deficient that it was very difficult to bring order out of chaos, and Franklin's division did not reach its destination until the 6th of May. On the morning of the 4th, then, Stoneman moved out of Yorktown with 4 batteries of horse artillery, the 1st and 6th U.S. Cavalry, the 8th Illinois Cavalry, and Barker's squadron of Illinois Cavalry. Hooker's division was ordered to move as rapidly as possible by the same road in support, and Heintzelman was ordered to hold himself in readiness to follow with Kearny's division if necessary. Smith, having reported the enemy's infantry and cavalry in force about 1.5 miles in rear of Lee's Mill, Stoneman was ordered to cut off their retreat in the vicinity of the halfway house. At the same time, Sumner, in command of the left, was ordered to restore the bridges over the Warwick and place Smith's and Couch's divisions of the 4th Corps, and Casey's if necessary, in front of the reported hostile force, endeavoring to hold them where they were until Stoneman could gain their line of retreat, but attacking if they fell back. His pursuit was to be by the Lee's Mill Road, with Smith leading. The remaining divisions, those of Porter, Sedgwick, Richardson, and Sykes, were held in readiness to support either Keyes, Heintzelman, or Franklin, as might prove most advantageous. Stoneman was thus ordered not only to pursue and harass the enemy's rear guard, but also to endeavor to cut off those on the Lee's Mill Road in front of Sumner. About 6 miles from Yorktown, Stoneman came upon the enemy's pickets. 2 miles further on he came up with their rear guard, a regiment of cavalry, posted on the further bank of a difficult ravine. Gibson's battery soon drove them out of this position. At this point he sent General Emory with Benson's battery, the 3rd Pennsylvania, and Barker's squadron across to the Lee's Mill Road to cut off the force in front of Sumner, who was supposed to be advancing by that road. With the remainder of his force, Stoneman pushed on as rapidly as safety permitted to occupy the junction of the Yorktown and Lee's Mill roads, about 2 miles south of Williamsburg. Before detaching Emory, Stoneman had communicated with Sumner's advanced guard, and had also learned that Hooker was close behind on the Yorktown road. General P. St. G. Cooke commanding the advanced guard, consisting of a section of Gibson's battery and a part of the 1st U.S. Cavalry, upon debouching from the wood, found himself at the junction of the two roads immediately in front of a strong earthwork, Fort Magruder, flanked by redoubts, and in presence of a strong rear guard, consisting of a regiment of cavalry, 1 battery, and 3 regiments of infantry. With his small force, Cooke made immediate dispositions to attack, and Stoneman hastened up the remainder of the 1st Cavalry and of Gibson's battery. The cleared ground available for the operations of cavalry and artillery here was so limited that only about 300 cavalry and 1 battery could be brought into action. Foreseeing that he must soon retreat unless promptly supported by the infantry, some 2 miles in rear at last accounts, Stoneman formed the remainder of his force in a clearing half a mile in rear in order to cover the withdrawal of his advanced guard when that became necessary, and sent to hurry up the infantry. With great difficulty, so deep was the mud and so thick the abatis, Gibson got his battery in position, and Colonel W. A. Greer formed his regiment, 1st U.S., to support it. Meanwhile, the enemy, strongly reinforced from his main body, had thrown himself into the abandoned works, and several regiments of infantry were seen moving in a direction threatening to turn Stoneman's right, on which he directed Major L. Williams, commanding the 6th U.S. Cavalry, to make a demonstration through the woods on the right in order to check the enemy until infantry could arrive. The fire of Fort Magruder upon Cooke's command was producing serious effects, and the 6th Cavalry had come upon a strong force of infantry and cavalry, and was saved from destruction by a gallant charge made by Captain Saunders, commanding the rear squadron, during the withdrawal of the regiment. Colonel Greer had made 2 brilliant charges. Men and horses were falling rapidly, and the enemy was receiving reinforcements every moment. After having held the position for about 3/4 of an hour, Stoneman learned that Hooker could not get up for 2 hours. Under these circumstances, having done all in his power to hold his position, he fell back upon the clearing already occupied by his reserves, prepared to hold it to the utmost. He, at least, held the enemy to their works, and gave us the opportunity of fighting the battle of the next day. As already stated, General Emory was detached at the halfway house, and on reaching the Lee's Mill Road encountered an equal force of the enemy, whom he drove back on the Lee's Mill Road, whence they escaped by a circuitous route along the banks of the James. Their escape was accounted for by the fact that Emory could not follow them without abandoning the road he was ordered to hold, and leaving his battery there unprotected, as he had no infantry. Smith's advance reached Skiff's Creek at about 11:30 to find the bridge in flames and the road impassable. He therefore, by direction of General Sumner, moved across to the Yorktown road, and, following it, reached Stoneman's position at about 5:30 o'clock, General Sumner arriving with him and assuming command of all the troops at the front. Hooker's division had encountered Smith's filing into the Yorktown road, and was obliged to halt for some 3 or 4 hours till it had passed. Subsequently, on its arrival at Chesapeake Church, General Heintzelman turned it off by a crossroad into the Lee's Mill Road, thus changing places with Smith. Marching part of the night, he came in sight of Fort Magruder early on the 5th. As soon as Smith reached the front, his division was deployed and directed by General Sumner to attack the works in front of him. But confusion arising in the dense forest and darkness coming on, the attempt was deferred to the next day. The troops bivouacked in the woods, and a heavy rain began, which lasted till the morning of the 6th, and made the roads, already terribly cut up by the enemy's troops and trains, almost impassable. Early in the evening of the 4th, I learned that Smith had reached the front, and that at 6 p.m., 2 more divisions would soon be ready, and were only waiting to rest the men and let them take a little food before attacking, and that the works would soon be carried, as they were then reported to be held only by a rear guard of a regiment of cavalry, 2 guns, and 4 or 5 regiments of infantry. I therefore pushed with redoubled energy the arrangements to throw a force by water to the mouth of the Pamunkey, and had not the slightest reason to suppose that my presence was at all necessary at the front. The position is about 4 miles in extent, the right resting on College Creek, and the left on Queen's Creek, nearly 3/4 of its front being covered by tributaries of these 2 creeks, upon which there are ponds. The ground between the heads of the boundary streams is a cultivated plain, across which a line of detached works had been constructed, consisting of Fort Magruder, a large work in the center with a bastion front, and 12 other redoubts and epaulements for field guns. The parapet of Fort Magruder is about 6 feet high and 9 feet thick. The ditch 9 feet wide and 9 feet deep, filled with water. The length of the interior crest is about 600 yards. The redoubts have strong profiles, but are of small dimensions, having faces of about 40 yards. The woods in front of the position were felled, and the open ground in front of the woods was dotted with numerous rifle pits. The roads leading from the lower part of the peninsula towards Williamsburg, one along the York River, the Yorktown Road, and the other along the James, the Lee's Mill Road, unite between the heads of the tributary streams a short distance in front of Fort Magruder, by which they are commanded, and debouch from the woods just before uniting. A branch from the James River Road leaves at about 1 3/4 of a mile below Fort Magruder and unites with the road from Allen's Landing to Williamsburg, which crosses the tributary of College Creek over a dam at the outlet of the pond, and passes just in rear of the line of works being commanded by the 3 redoubts on the right of the line. At about the same distance from Fort Magruder, a branch leaves the York River Road and crosses the tributary of Queen's Creek on a dam, and passing over the position and through the woods in its rear, finally enters Williamsburg. This road was commanded by redoubts on the left of the line of works. On the morning of the 5th, the position of our troops was as follows. On the extreme left, Emory, holding the road to Allen's farm. Next on his right, Hooker's division. Next, in the center, Stoneman, holding the main road. On his right, Smith's division. Kearny, Couch, and Casey were still in rear, having bivouacked where the night overtook them. Couch and Casey were ordered to march at daylight to support Smith. At about 9 o'clock, Kearny was ordered up in support of Hooker. The Battle of Williamsburg was an accident, brought about by the rapid pursuit of our troops. The enemy were very anxious to get beyond West Point before we could reach it by water. Late in the afternoon of the 4th, General G.W. Smith was ordered to march at 2:30 a.m. of the 5th and place his position north of Barhamsville to check any attempt on the Confederate line of retreat from the upper York River. Longstreet and Hill were to follow Smith on the Barhamsville Road for about 6 miles, and then turn off at the Burn Tavern and take the Charles City Road to Richmond via Long Bridge. Magruder was to move by New Kent Courthouse and Bottom Bridge. From Barhamsville, Smith was to follow Magruder. Smith commanded the troops on the New Kent Courthouse Road, Longstreet those on the Charles City Road. The rain made the road so bad that when we caught up with their rear guard, they were forced to reinforce it from their main body and hold the works as long as possible in order to enable their trains to escape. On the afternoon of the 4th, Longstreet's division, 6 brigades, had halted near Williamsburg, 4 brigades at or in rear of the line of works, 2 brigades, Wilcox and Colston, on the Richmond side. About 7 next morning, Wilcox was ordered to return to the line of works and report to General Anderson. Wilcox was placed on the right and about 1,000 yards in front of Fort Magruder, and at the time held the right of the Confederate line, posted in the pine woods with occasional clearings. He supposed that there was nothing but cavalry in his front, but sending 2 companies into the woods, they captured 3 of our infantry soldiers. Whereupon he sent in a Mississippi regiment, deployed as skirmishers, with orders to advance until forced to halt, and to find out what was in front. Up to this time there had been merely a dropping fire of skirmishers, giving the impression that the woods were held by dismounted cavalry. But now heavy firing followed, and the report came back to Wilcox that 3 United States brigades were there in position. These brigades composed Hooker's division, and all this must have taken place between 9 and 10 a.m. Wilcox immediately sent for reinforcements, and the rest of Longstreet's division gradually came up to his support, mostly being placed on his right, General Richard Anderson finally taking command. Early in the afternoon, being apprehensive for his right, Anderson again attacked, took 5 guns of Weber's battery, and brought Hooker to its standstill, inflicting heavy losses. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, Kearny reached the front. He had received the order to advance at 9 o'clock, but from the condition of the roads and their being blocked with troops, with all his energy and exertions, he was unable to reach Hooker until the time mentioned. He at once relieved Hooker's exhausted troops, and promptly attacking, drove back the enemy at every point. Hooker's losses were severe, and when I next saw him, a day or 2 afterwards, he was much depressed, and thought he had accomplished nothing, so much so that I felt it necessary to encourage him. It was not until some time afterwards he came to the conclusion that he had accomplished a brilliant feat of arms. Emory had been left to guard the road leading to Allen's farm near the James. Being informed on the morning of the 5th that the enemy's right could be turned, he called upon General Heintzelman for infantry to enable him to make the attempt. Late in the afternoon, one of Kearny's brigades and 2 batteries were sent to him for that purpose. But that was found impracticable from the nature of the locality, the lateness of the evening, and the want of a guide. While all this was going on our left, Sumner reconnoitered the position in the center and on our right. Finding that one of the redoubts on the Confederate left was unoccupied, he, at about 11 o'clock, ordered Hancock's brigade of Smith's division to cross by a dam at the foot of one of the large ponds and take possession of it. This he did with 5 regiments of the division, and finding the next redoubt also unoccupied, he promptly seized it, and sent for reinforcements to enable him to advance further and take the next redoubt, which commanded the plain between his position and Fort Magruder, and would have enabled him to take in reverse and cut the communication of the troops engaged with Generals Hooker and Kearny. The enemy soon began to show himself in strength before him, and as his rear and right flank were somewhat exposed, he repeated his request for reinforcements. General Smith was twice ordered to join him with the rest of his division, but each time the order was countermanded at the moment of execution, General Sumner not being willing to weaken the center. At length, in reply to General Hancock's repeated messages for more troops, General Sumner sent him an order to fall back to his first position, the execution of which General Hancock deferred as long as possible, being unwilling to give up the advantage already gained, and fearing to expose his command by such a movement. As the head of Couch's division did not arrive until 1 o'clock, it was entirely proper for General Sumner to hesitate about weakening his center until that hour. The remaining brigades of Couch followed the first immediately, Casing arriving early in the afternoon. Couch's 1st Brigade, Peck's, was deployed on Hooker's right, and promptly repulsed the attack made upon it, thus according Hooker sensible relief. Soon after, it was relieved by the other 2 brigades, who remained undisturbed. As already stated, as soon as our troops were in possession of the enemy's works, on the morning of the 4th, I gave the necessary orders for the pursuit, and when all that was accomplished, drove into Yorktown in an ambulance. The enemy had made a free distribution of torpedoes in the roads within the works, and in places where our men would be apt to go, for instance, near wells and springs, telegraph offices, and storehouses, so that some of our men were killed. To place mines or torpedoes in the path of assaulting columns is admissible under the customs of war, but such use of them as was made here is barbarous in the extreme. When I entered Yorktown, our progress was much delayed by the caution made necessary by the presence of these torpedoes. I at once ordered that they should be discovered and removed by the Confederate prisoners. They objected very strenuously, but were forced to do the work. After Williamsburg, one of the Confederate surgeons, sent in to offer to take care of their wounded in our hands, told me that these torpedoes were planted at the close of the evacuation, and mentioned the name of an officer whom he saw engaged in this work. As soon as we had possession of Yorktown, the gunboats started up the York River to ascertain whether the transports with Franklin's division could safely ascend, and to capture any of the enemy's transports they could find. If the condition of affairs near Williamsburg justified it, I intended going to West Point by water myself. Early on the 5th, I sent Colonel Schweitzer and Major Hammerstein on my staff to the front to keep me informed of the condition of affairs and the progress of events. I went to Yorktown to expedite the movement by water, and to provide for the transportation of supplies to the troops in advance. Until about 1 p.m., I learned nothing indicating that the affair at Williamsburg was more than a simple attack upon a rear guard, but at that hour I received intelligence that the state of the contest was unfavorable, and that my presence was urgently required. Sedgwick's division was then held ready to embark in support of Franklin, but I ordered him to move beyond Yorktown a short distance, ready to move to the front if ordered. Porter and Richardson were also instructed to be ready to obey whatever orders they might receive. I returned at once to my camp to give these and other necessary orders, and remaining there only a few minutes, started with half a dozen aides and a few orderlies for the front. The distance was more than 14 miles over terrible roads, much obstructed by trains, but as I had my most trustworthy horse, Dan Webster, I made better progress than was agreeable to the escort, most of whom had been left behind when I reached the field of battle. Dan was one of those horses that could trot all day long at a very rapid gait, which kept all the other horses at a gallop. I think it was on this ride that he earned from the aides the title of "That Devil Dan," a name which he justified on many another long and desperate ride before I gave up the command of the Army of the Potomac. Dan was the best horse I ever had. He never was ill for an hour, never fatigued, never disturbed under fire, and never lost his equanimity or his dignity, except on one occasion. That was when we abandoned the position at Harrison's Bar under the orders to return to Washington. From a very natural feeling, I remained there until all the trains and troops had left, and sending forward all the escort and staff, remained alone in the works for a little time, my mind full of the fatal consequences of the order I was forced to carry into execution. At length I mounted and rode out to join the escort. As I passed through the abandoned works, Dan, for the first time in his life, gave vent to his feelings by a series of most vicious plunges and kicks. It was possible that the flies, who had enjoyed a whole army to feast upon, concentrated all their energies upon Dan, but I have always more than suspected that, in his quiet way, Dan understood the condition of affairs much better than the authorities at Washington, and merely wished to inform me in his own impressive manner that he fully agreed with my views as to the folly of abandoning the position, and that he, at least, had full confidence in his master. Dan and I never quarreled, and the dear old fellow survived the war for many years, dying at a ripe old age in 1879. No matter how long we might be parted, once for nearly 4 years, he always recognized me the moment we met again, and in his own way showed his pleasure at seeing me. Even on the day of his death, which was a painless one from old age, whenever I entered his stall he tried to rise and greet me, but unable to do that, would lean his head against me and lick my hand. No soldier ever had a more faithful or better horse than I had in Dan Webster. Riding through mud and water, often obliged to turn into the woods, but never slackening the pace when the road permitted, I reached the front between 4 and 5 o'clock. I found everything in a state of chaos and depression. Even the private soldiers saw clearly that, with force enough in hand to gain a victory, we, the pursuers, were on the defensive and content with repulsing attacks, and that there was no plan of action, no directing head. The front line was formed along the near edge of the woods, and the rest massed inactive in the clearings. The troops were weary and discouraged, but my presence at once restored their confidence, and as they recognized me passing rapidly through their ranks, their wild and joyful cheers told the enemy, as well as our own people, that something unusual had occurred, and that the period of uncertainty and inaction was at an end. I at once gathered the general officers around me, called upon them for a brief statement of affairs, and promptly made up my mind as to what should be done. This occurred in the clearing close to the Whitaker house. I found that, owing to some marshy ground, there was no direct communication with the 2 divisions under Heintzelman on our left. The troops forming the front of our center were on the hither edge of the woods intervening between us and the enemy, and no one knew whether the enemy were in the woods, and if so, in what force. Hancock, with his unsupported brigade, was still in possession of the abandoned works on the enemy's left. One of Smith's remaining brigades was in line on our right center. The other, in Casey's division, massed in rear. 2 of Couch's brigades formed the center, with 1 in reserve. I ordered a party to move in to the left to reopen communication with Heintzelman. Just then, heavy firing began at Hancock's position, which was 2 miles from the nearest support, and grasping at once the fact that he held the key of the field of battle, I ordered Smith, who was chafing like a caged lion, to move as rapidly as possible to Hancock's support with his 2 remaining brigades and Nagley's. Within 5 minutes of the time I reached the field, Smith was off as rapidly as his men could move. Nagley, with his brigade of Casey's division, following the leading regiment of Smith's division. As soon as the head of Smith's column started, I ordered the center to advance into the woods and gain the more distant edge, driving out any of the enemy who might be there. This was promptly done, and I rode in with them, and into the cleared ground in front, in close view of the enemy's works. There were none of the enemy in the woods, but they held the works in considerable force. Their position was so strong that when my reconnaissance was completed, I did not think it proper to attack without making arrangements to use our artillery and carefully arrange our columns of attack. I therefore returned to the Whitaker house, quickly gave orders for the proper posting of the troops in the center, and started rapidly for Hancock's position. A little before reaching the dam by which he had crossed, I met the column of prisoners whom he had just taken. Before General Smith and Negley could reach the field of General Hancock's operations, although they moved with great rapidity, he had been confronted by a superior force. Feigning to retreat slowly, he awaited their onset, and then turned upon them, and after some terrific volleys of musketry, he charged them with the bayonet, routing and dispersing their whole force, killing, wounding, and capturing from 500 to 600 men, he himself losing only 31 men. This was one of the most brilliant engagements of the war, and General Hancock merited the highest praise for the soldierly qualities displayed and his perfect appreciation of the vital importance of his position. Hancock's command consisted of the 5th Wisconsin, 6th Maine, and 49th Pennsylvania, regiments of volunteers of his own brigade, and the 7th Maine and 33rd New York of Davidson's brigade. Keeping on to Hancock's brigade, I remained there long enough to thank them for their gallant conduct, to appreciate the importance of the position and the value of the success gained. I sent some of the approaching reinforcements to occupy a dangerous mass of woods on the right, and there being no indication of any new attack by the enemy, I left as soon as Smith arrived with sufficient troops to render the position perfectly secure. By the time Smith's troops all arrived and were properly posted, it was too dark to attempt any new operations until the next morning. It was raining heavily and nearly dark when I returned to the Whitaker house, so that nothing more could be done than to arrange for security during the night and a prompt resumption of operations in the morning. All the troops slept on the muddy field, in the rain, with what protection their shelter tents gave them, and many without food. I was not much better off, for, with the exception of a piece of biscuit for breakfast on the morning of the 6th, I had nothing to eat from the early morning of the 5th until late in the day on the 6th. The night was a horrible one. The little Whitaker house was crowded with several general officers and their staffs, so that sleep or rest was impossible. It rained hard, and I passed much of the evening among the men, by way of encouraging them, who think little of hardship when their general shares it with them. It was unfortunate that the absolute necessity of expediting the movement of troops and supplies up the York River detained me so long at Yorktown, and that I did not receive earlier information of the necessity for my presence at the front. All the reports, up to those that took me so rapidly to the field, represented the affair as simply one against an ordinary rear guard, and with good reason I expected every moment to learn that the enemy was defeated and his works occupied, as the troops on the field of battle were more than enough for the purpose. Could I have arrived at 1 o'clock, it is very certain that Smith, supported by Couch and afterwards by Casey, would have at once debouched from Hancock's ground, and have cut off the retreat of the greater part of the troops engaged against Hooker. Up to the time of Couch's arrival, it would probably have been imprudent to move the whole of Smith's division in support of Hancock, but the moment the head of Couch's column appeared near the front, it was proper to push Smith forward as rapidly as possible. In fact, Hooker's repulse was of no consequence except for the loss of life it involved, and his falling back somewhat would only facilitate the decisive advance by our right. When I reached the field, the commanding generals gave me the impression that, far from our having a simple rear guard to deal with, the enemy was present in very heavy force. Therefore, to guard against all eventualities, I sent back orders to Porter to occupy Yorktown, and to Sedgwick and Richardson to advance by land in the morning. During the night, Heintzelman reported to me that Hooker's division had suffered so much that it could not be relied on for the next day, and that Kearny could do no more than hold his own unless reinforced. But after fully considering the state of affairs during the evening, I was so confident of the advantage to be derived from Smith's possession of the decisive point that I determined to carry on our operations with the force then in hand, even were the enemy superior in numbers. If the enemy held their ground and were not superior in numbers, it was certain that an advance by Smith and Casey, with the cavalry, direct on Williamsburg, supported by Couch as the center was cleared, would cut off all the troops in front of Heintzelman. Even if the enemy proved to be superior in numbers, this advance would no doubt cause them to withdraw their right and thus enable Hooker and Kearny to come into line on Smith's left, and I could perfectly well hold my own and keep the enemy in position while the movement to West Point was being carried out. Therefore, during the night, I countermanded the orders to Sedgwick and Richardson, and directed them to return to Yorktown, and together with Porter, embark as rapidly as possible in support of Franklin. Early on the morning of the 6th, it was found that the enemy had abandoned his positions during the night. We at once occupied them and the town of Williamsburg, which was filled with the enemy's wounded, for whose assistance 18 of the Confederate surgeons were sent by General J.E. Johnston, the Confederate commander. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 20. Advance from Williamsburg. Franklin's movement. Alarm of prisoners in Williamsburg. Plan of the campaign. Orders to move towards north of Richmond. Fatal to the campaign. Movements on this line. It became clear that we had been opposed by only a portion of the Confederate Army, at first by a single rear guard, which was subsequently considerably reinforced by troops brought back during the first night and the next day to hold the works as long as possible and enable their trains to escape. Longstreet's and D.H. Hill's divisions, more than half their army, were engaged. Their losses were heavy, and we captured 8 guns and many caissons and wagons, which the deep mud prevented them from carrying off. Wilcox's Confederate brigade, having received no orders, found itself at 10:30 p.m. of the 5th entirely alone, and moved back beyond Williamsburg, being the last to leave the field. It has been stated that G.W. Smith had been ordered to move at 2:30 a.m. of the 5th and take a position north of Barhamsville. He moved at the hour designated just as a heavy rain commenced. The road soon became axle-deep in mud, and extraordinary efforts were required to get the wagons along. Late in the afternoon, when the head of the column had nearly reached Barhamsville, Smith received an order from General Johnston to suspend the movement, as a heavy attack had been made on the fortifications at Williamsburg, in which Longstreet's and D.H. Hill's divisions had been engaged. On the 2 following days, General Johnston, learning of Franklin's disembarkation at Brick House, concentrated the greater part of his army near Barhamsville. It has been stated that Franklin's division was disembarked on the 3rd of May to take part in the approaching assault of Yorktown. General Franklin passed the night of the 3rd at General Headquarters, his division remaining at Cheeseman's Landing. As soon as the evacuation was known, I instructed him to re-embark his division immediately and bring it by water to Yorktown, where he would receive further orders. He at once returned to it and commenced the work, which he carried on with all possible speed, completing it about 1 o'clock on the 5th. The embarkation was much delayed by the atrocious weather, by the facts that all the ordinary means for loading and unloading were fully occupied with putting supplies ashore for the rest of the army, so that General Franklin was obliged to improvise his own means, that forage and provision for several days had to be reloaded, but most of all by the difficulty of re-embarking the artillery, all the carriages of which had to be unlimbered and floated out on rafts, and then hoisted upon the transports. General Franklin's letter explains this subject in detail, and I need only say that the delay was unavoidable, and that General Franklin did not lose an unnecessary moment in carrying his order into effect. Hartford, February 8, 1884. General G.B. McClellan, New York. My dear General, it so happens that I have just had a correspondence with Howard about the West Point landing in May 1862, and as it covers the greater part of the ground indicated in your letter of the 5th instance, I enclose it with this. The long time taken to re-embark my division at Pocosin or Cheeseman Creek was due, first, to the weather, which you will remember was atrocious; second, to the fact that such landing facilities as were at hand were fully occupied with getting supplies ashore for the army at Yorktown, leaving me to my own crude devices for getting things aboard, and third, to the absolute necessity there was for unlimbering all artillery vehicles in order to pack them in the limited deck space of the transports that were available. This loading the artillery was the great cause of delay. Getting the carriages onto the transports was a tedious and exasperatingly slow process. They had to be floated on rafts from the shore to the transports and then lifted several feet to the deck. I do not now remember how the horses were got aboard, but I know that everything was done as quickly as it could be done. Then, too, the provisions and forage for several days had to be reloaded in the infantry transports, a tedious process under the circumstances. Towing the artillery transports was a very slow process. These transports were each made of 2 canal barges placed about as far apart as the width of beam of a single barge, the whole space being decked over thus. They had been so arranged for the landing that it was contemplated I was to make when I first arrived. They made excellent transports for a short run in smooth water, but they would not steer and were heartbreaking to tow. So we finally started for Yorktown when another unlooked-for delay occurred by the grounding of many of the transports, which were of all draughts of water. I stayed by until I saw that all would get off, and then started for Yorktown, where I met you in the afternoon and received my instructions. Of course, after arriving at West Point, the landing was slow, although not nearly so slow as the loading. The infantry and artillery were got off during the night, and a line was formed which was rectified and strengthened after daylight. I returned to my headquarters boat to hurry off the transports, which were very slow in moving, and while I was engaged in this business, an attack was made on Newton's brigade. I hurried ashore and found that a sharp attack had been made by Hampton's brigade, I think. They drove Newton out of the woods at first, but the brigade soon retook its position, driving the enemy back, and as the gunboats were in position to shell the woods in front of our line, a few shots from them drove the enemy off and ended the fight. Both lines, however, remained within musket shot of each other until well on in the afternoon, when the transports returned, bringing Sedgwick's division, I think it was. As my orders only directed me to hold my position, and as my right flank was necessarily in the air and ought to have been turned by the enemy, I was in no condition to have advanced into the interior, and, in fact, under your orders, I had no business to make the attempt. Truly your friend, William B. Franklin. The flotilla experienced great difficulty in reaching Yorktown, which it effected about 4 o'clock on the 5th. Meanwhile, General Franklin, when the greatest difficulties had been overcome, preceded it, and must have reached Yorktown before 1 o'clock, when he received his final instructions from me. When the flotilla arrived, General Franklin visited Commodore Misroom on his flagship and informed him that he was ready to start. The Commodore replied that he would not consent to go up the river on a night as dark as that approaching. It was then raining in torrents, and the joint expedition, therefore, waited until next morning. The Commodore was entirely correct in this decision to await the morning, for I have not the slightest doubt that the result of an effort to move on such a night would have been the loss of many transports and lives, and the disorganization of the whole expedition. The flotilla started at daybreak on the 6th. The infantry transports arrived off West Point about noon, and the landing commenced at once. The artillery transports did not arrive until nearly night, and were unloaded without wharves during the night and early in the morning of the 7th. The process of landing was necessarily slow, but not so much so as that of loading up. At about 7 a.m. of the 7th, the pickets of Newton's brigade, forming the left of the line, were driven in, but soon regained the ground. Skirmishing continued for a couple of hours when a sharp attack was made by Whiting's division. This was repulsed, and everything then became quiet, our people having regained their original positions, and at some points having made considerable advances. Franklin's orders were simply to hold his position until reinforced sufficiently to justify an advance. That this was a wise decision is shown by the fact that G.W. Smith witnessed the disembarkation, and refraining from opposing it, suggested to General Johnston to take measures to cut him off if he advanced beyond the protection of the gunboats. G.W. Smith's entire division, much stronger than Franklin's, was in his front, and soon after the greater part of the Confederate army, ready to overwhelm Franklin had he advanced. By the time Sedgwick's division was in position to support him, the morning of the 8th, the enemy's rear had passed on towards Richmond, but Franklin's movement had fully served its purpose in clearing out our front to the banks of the Chickahominy. On my way back into Williamsburg on the morning of the 6th, I passed a cluster of barracks, and seeing some men lying in them, I dismounted to see who they were. They were filled with our own and the enemy's wounded. The first man I spoke to was one of ours. I asked him who the men around him were. "Oh, that's a Secesh. That is one of our men. That's a Secesh," and so on. In reply to my question as to how they had been treated by the enemy, he said, "Just like their own men." Here were these poor fellows lying together in perfect amity who had met in mortal combat the day before. The college and other large buildings in Williamsburg were crowded with wounded, almost all Confederates. While in one of the larger hospitals, one of my aides came to me and said that a wounded Confederate desired to speak to me. I went there and found a wounded private soldier belonging to a Virginia regiment, an intelligent, honest-looking man, who said that he had been deputed by his comrades to beg me to spare their lives. I told him that I did not understand him, whereupon he repeated his petition, and I again said that I could not imagine what he meant. He then said that they had been told that we Northern men had come down there to destroy and slay, and that our intention was to kill all the prisoners, wounded and unwounded alike, but that they had been told that I had treated kindly the prisoners I had taken in West Virginia the year before, and thought that perhaps I might be induced to spare their lives. I then relieved his mind by telling him that, although I was perhaps the most brutal among the Northern generals, I would treat them precisely as I did my own wounded. The poor fellows stretched on the floor around him followed the conversation with keen interest, and I saw by the expression of their faces that they felt much relieved when my final answer came. I was told, after the Battle of Fair Oaks, that when the Confederates were for a time in possession of the camp of Casey's division, General Roger Pryor went around among the wounded, giving them whiskey and water, and that he told them it was a repayment of the kindness with which their wounded were treated at Williamsburg. During the forenoon of the 6th, Confederate surgeons came in, as before stated, under a flag of truce, to offer their services in tending their own wounded. I entertained them as well as could be done without baggage or supplies, and found them to be very agreeable gentlemen. Their services were not needed. Having gained possession of Williamsburg, the first thing to be done was to get up supplies for the troops, to care for the wounded, to hasten supports to Franklin by water, and to force the pursuit by land in order to open direct communication with Franklin, or to bring the enemy to battle if he halted south of the mouth of the Pamunkey. The frightful condition of the roads rendered the supply question very difficult, but by repairing the nearest landings on the York River, and by the energy of the quartermaster's department, that task was soon accomplished. So great were the difficulties of land transportation that even the headquarters wagons did not reach Williamsburg until the forenoon of the 9th, up to which time I was absolutely without baggage of any kind. Sedgwick's division reached Franklin during the 7th. One brigade of Porter's division got off from Yorktown by water on the afternoon of the 7th, the rest on the 8th, without cavalry or artillery. 2 brigades of Richardson's division got off on the 11th, the remaining brigade on the 12th. The regular infantry, Duane's engineer battalion, and the light batteries of the reserve artillery marched from Yorktown on the 8th. Immediately upon our arrival in Williamsburg, General Averill was sent forward with a cavalry force to push the enemy's rear guard. He found several guns abandoned and captured a number of stragglers. But the roads were so bad and his supplies so scanty that he was obliged to return after marching a few miles. On the next day, the 7th, Stoneman moved with the advanced guard consisting of the cavalry, horse batteries, and 2 regiments of infantry, the 2nd Rhode Island and the 98th Pennsylvania. At 10 a.m., his artillery and cavalry, having reached a point only 2.5 to 3 miles from Williamsburg, the infantry had not yet joined him. At 1:30 p.m., he had come up with the enemy's rear guard, at about 6 miles from Williamsburg, and while here he heard heavy firing in the direction of Franklin's position. Stoneman's infantry joined him here, coming up at the double quick. He encamped for the night at a church about 10 miles from Williamsburg, having been delayed by the conditions of the roads and the necessity of procuring and cooking meat for the infantry, who were almost in a famished condition. At 9 a.m. of the 8th, he had reached a point 14 miles from Williamsburg. At 3:30 p.m., he reached, with his main body, Hockaday Springs, about 6 miles and a half from Franklin's position, and there learned that his advanced guard had communicated with Franklin's pickets. Stoneman learned here that a Confederate force of 10 regiments of infantry, 1 battery, and some cavalry had encamped the night before at Hockaday Springs, and left that morning via Dieskun Bridge, and that the enemy were in full retreat upon the Chickahominy. He sent cavalry in pursuit to harass the enemy until dark. This detachment found the enemy at dark strongly posted at New Kent Courthouse, and in accordance with instructions, then returned to the main body of the advanced guard. On the 9th, Stoneman occupied and held the junction of the West Point and Williamsburg roads, about 3 miles from New Kent Courthouse. The occupation of this place occurred as the result of a brisk skirmish in which a portion of the 6th U.S. Cavalry under Major Williams and Robinson's battery took part. 1 squadron of the 6th, under the personal command of Major Williams, made 2 very handsome charges. On the 10th, Stoneman sent Farnsworth's 8th Illinois Cavalry some 6 miles beyond New Kent Courthouse, and with his main body moved to Cumberland, leaving New Kent Courthouse occupied by 2 New Jersey regiments and 4 guns from Franklin's division. On the 11th, he sent Major Williams with 6 companies of cavalry to occupy the railroad crossing at White House and scout the surrounding country. He was again delayed on the 11th by the necessity of awaiting provisions from Franklin. Stoneman says, "The men have had no sugar or coffee since leaving Williamsburg, and but a very limited amount of hard bread and pork. We have lived principally on fresh meat, sometimes without salt, for the past week, but I have not heard a complaint or murmur." D.R. Jones' division constituted the rear guard of the enemy. It consisted of 10 regiments of infantry, 16 pieces of artillery, and the 1st Virginia Cavalry. The rear of the rear guard consisted of 1 regiment of infantry, 3 pieces of artillery, and 3 squadrons, with which they would check us at every difficult place and then leave. Owing to the peculiar nature of the country, admirably adapted for the operations of an active and vigorous rear guard, which we had in our front, we could get but 1 chance to attack him and make it tell, this at Slatesville, from which he was driven with loss. 3 miles from Slatesville, at New Kent Courthouse, the whole division was drawn up in line of battle, and I thought it expedient to retain with me the New Jersey Brigade, 2 regiments and 4 guns, and Farnsworth's cavalry. As soon as a reasonable amount of supplies were received and the roads improved somewhat, I resumed the movement by land from Williamsburg. Smith's division marched on the afternoon of the 8th, Couch, Casey, and Kearney on the morning of the 9th. The reserves came up to Williamsburg on the morning of the same day. During the night of the 9th, headquarters were 4 miles in front of Williamsburg with the regulars, the other 4 divisions just mentioned in advance, Hooker still at Williamsburg. On the evening of the 10th, headquarters were at Roper's Church, 19 miles beyond Williamsburg, in easy communication with Franklin. The regulars, Smith, Couch, Casey, and Kearney, near headquarters. We now began to draw supplies from Elthan. Headquarters remained at Roper's Church until the morning of the 13th, while the troops were moving in such a manner that at the close of that day the disposition was as follows: headquarters with the divisions of Porter, Franklin, Sykes, regulars, and the artillery reserves at Cumberland, now a temporary depot, Couch and Casey at New Kent Courthouse, Hooker and Kearney near Roper's Church, Richardson and Sedgwick near Elthan. General Van Allen was left with a small force as military governor of Yorktown, Colonel Campbell with his regiment, the 5th Pennsylvania Cavalry, at Williamsburg. On the 14th and 15th it rained heavily and continuously, and somewhat on the 16th. On the 15th and 16th the divisions of Porter, Franklin, and Smith were with great difficulty advanced to White House. The roads were so bad, narrow, and infrequent as to render the movements of large masses very slow and difficult, so much so that in the movement to White House on the 15th and 16th it required 48 hours to move 2 divisions and their trains 5 miles. On the 16th, headquarters advanced to White House, and on that day and the next, Sykes and the reserve artillery moved up to the same point with no little difficulty, and a permanent depot was established. The weather changed on the night of the 16th, so that the 17th and 18th were clear, warm days. The 17th and 18th were occupied, while the roads were drying, in closing up all the troops and trains, with the final preparations to advance, and in numerous and extensive reconnaissances pushed in all directions. It was at this moment, May 18, 1862, that in consequence of my earnest representations, the President authorized me to organize two provisional army corps, the 5th and 6th, which soon became permanent corps, and the organization of the Army of the Potomac was now as follows. 2nd Corps, General Sumner, consisting of the divisions Sedgwick and Richardson. 3rd Corps, General Heintzelman, consisting of the divisions Kearny and Hooker. 4th Corps, General Keyes, consisting of the divisions Couch and Casey. 5th Corps, General Fitzjohn Porter, consisting of the divisions Morrell, Sykes, and Hunt's Reserve Artillery. 6th Corps, General Franklin, consisting of the divisions W. F. Smith and Slocum. The organization of the cavalry remained unchanged, and as no new regiments were assigned to the Army of the Potomac except Colonel Campbell's, which remained at Williamsburg, we suffered very much during the subsequent operations from the glaring deficiency of the cavalry force in point of numbers. On the 18th of May, headquarters were at White House. The advanced guard held the country nearly to the Chickahominy and well to the north of the railway. The 5th and 6th Corps were at White House. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Corps were near New Kent Courthouse. The enemy had withdrawn across the Chickahominy, having his main force between New Bridge and Richmond. Bottom's, Long, and Jones's bridges were merely watched by small cavalry patrols, and there were no indications even of this with regard to the last two. The necessity of following the enemy until he was fairly across the Chickahominy, and the question of supplies, had naturally brought the Army of the Potomac into the positions just described, for the James River was not open until the 12th, when the Merrimac was destroyed. The question was now to be decided as to the ultimate line of operations of the army. Two courses were to be considered. First, to abandon the line of the York, cross the Chickahominy in the lower part of its course, gain the James, and adopt that as the line of supply. Second, to use the railroad from West Point to Richmond as the line of supply, which would oblige us to cross the Chickahominy somewhere north of White Oak Swamp. The army was perfectly placed to adopt either course. Masking the movement by the advanced guard, the army could easily have crossed the Chickahominy by Jones's Bridge, and at Cole's Ferry and Barrett's Ferry by pontoon bridges, while the advanced guard, and probably one or two corps, could have followed the movement by Long Bridge, and under cover of the White Oak Swamp, and the army would have been concentrated at Malvern Hill, ready either to advance upon Richmond by the roads near the left bank of the James, or to cross that river and place itself between Richmond and Petersburg. With all the aid of the gunboats and water transportation, I am sure I could have occupied Petersburg and placed the army in position between that place and Richmond, so that the enemy would have been obliged to abandon his capital or to come out to attack in a position of my own choosing, where, with the whole army concentrated, success would not have been doubtful, and Richmond would have been the prize of victory. Moreover, the water line of transportation would have ensured the prompt and safe arrival of the 1st Corps, or such other reinforcements as might have been sent to me. It is needless to state that the army was well placed to follow the second line of operations indicated. Up to the 18th, my repeated and urgent demands for reinforcements by water had been met in such a way as to render it probable that if the 1st Corps were ordered up to my support at all, the overland route would be selected by the authorities in Washington. Among other dispatches calling for reinforcements, I sent the following. Camp at Cumberland, May 14, 1862. I have more than twice telegraphed to the Secretary of War, stating that, in my opinion, the enemy were concentrating all their available force to fight this army in front of Richmond, and that such ought to be their policy. I have received no reply whether to any of these telegrams. I beg leave to repeat their substance to your Excellency, and to ask that kind consideration which you have ever accorded to my representations and views. All my information from every source accessible to me establishes the fixed purpose of the rebels to defend Richmond against this army by offering us battle with the troops they can collect from east, west, and south, and my own opinion is confirmed by that of all my commanders whom I have been able to consult. Casualties, sickness, garrisons, and guards have much weakened my force, and will continue to do so. I cannot bring into actual battle against the enemy more than 80,000 men at the utmost, and with them I must attack in position, probably entrenched, a much larger force, perhaps double my numbers. It is possible that Richmond may be abandoned without a serious struggle, but the enemy are actually in great strength between here and there, and it would be unwise and even insane for me to calculate upon anything but a stubborn and desperate resistance. If they should abandon Richmond, it may well be that it is done with the purpose of making the stand at some place in Virginia, south or west of there, and we should be in condition to press them without delay. The Confederate leaders must employ their utmost efforts against this army in Virginia, and they will be supported by the whole body of their military officers, among whom there may be said to be no Union feeling, as there is also very little among the higher class of citizens in the seceding states. I have found no fighting men left in this peninsula. All are in the ranks of the opposing foe. Even if more troops than I now have should prove unnecessary for purposes of military occupation, our greatest display of imposing force in the capital of the rebel government will have the best moral effect. I most respectfully and earnestly urge upon your Excellency that the opportunity has come for striking a fatal blow at the enemies of the Constitution, and I beg that you will cause this army to be reinforced without delay by all the disposable troops of the government. I ask for every man that the War Department can send me. Sent by water, they will soon reach me. Any commander of the reinforcements whom your Excellency may designate will be acceptable to me, whatever expression I may have heretofore addressed to you on that subject. I will fight the enemy, whatever their force may be, with whatever force I may have, and I firmly believe that we shall beat them. But our triumph should be made decisive and complete. The soldiers of this army love their government, and will fight well in its support. You may rely upon them. They have confidence in me as their general, and in you as their president. Strong reinforcements will at least save the lives of many of them. The greater our force, the more perfect will be our combinations, and the less our loss. For obvious reasons, I beg you to give immediate consideration to this communication, and to inform me fully at the earliest moment of your final determination. George B. McClellan, Major General. His Excellency Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. To which, on the 18th of May, I received this reply. Washington, May 18th, 2 p.m. General, your dispatch to the President asking reinforcements has been received and carefully considered. The President is not willing to uncover the capital entirely, and it is believed that, even if this were prudent, it would require more time to effect a junction between your army and that of the Rappahannock by way of the Potomac and York River than by a land march. In order, therefore, to increase the strength of the attack upon Richmond at the earliest moment, General McDowell has been ordered to march upon that city by the shortest route. He is ordered, keeping himself always in position to save the capital from all possible attack, so to operate as to put his left wing in communication with your right wing, and you are instructed to cooperate so as to establish this communication as soon as possible, by extending your right wing to the north of Richmond. It is believed that this communication can be safely established either north or south of the Pamunkey River. In any event, you will be able to prevent the main body of the enemy's forces from leaving Richmond and falling in overwhelming force upon General McDowell. He will move with between 35,000 and 40,000 men. A copy of the instructions to General McDowell are with this. The specific task assigned to his command has been to provide against any danger to the capital of the nation. At your earnest call for reinforcements, he is sent forward to cooperate in the reduction of Richmond, but charged in attempting this not to uncover the city of Washington, and you will give no order, either before or after your junction, which can put him at a position to cover the city. You and he will communicate with each other by telegraph or otherwise, as frequently as may be necessary for sufficient cooperation. When General McDowell is in position on your right, his supplies must be drawn from West Point, and you will instruct your staff officers to be prepared to supply him by that route. The President desires that General McDowell retain the command of the Department of the Rappahannock and of the forces by which he moves forward. By order of the President, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Major General George B. McClellan. This order rendered it impossible for me to use the James River as a line of operations, forced me to establish our depots on the Pamunkey, and to approach Richmond from the north. Herein lay the failure of the campaign. The order obliged me to extend and expose my right in order to secure the junction. As it was impossible to get at Richmond and the enemy's army covering it without crossing the Chickahominy, I was obliged to divide the Army of the Potomac into two parts, separated by that stream. As the order for General McDowell's advance was soon suspended, I incurred great risk, of which the enemy finally took advantage and frustrated the plan of campaign. Had General McDowell joined me by water, I could have approached Richmond by the James, and thus have avoided the delays and losses incurred in bridging the Chickahominy, and could have had the army united in one body instead of being necessarily divided by that stream. McDowell's movement by water would not have jeopardized Washington in the slightest degree. There were troops enough without him to hold the works against anything that the enemy could have sent against them, and the more they sent, the easier would my task have been in front of Richmond. But Jackson's movement was merely a feint, and if McDowell had joined me on the James, the enemy would have drawn in every available man from every quarter to make head against me. A little of the nerve at Washington, which the Romans displayed during the campaign against Hannibal, would have settled the fate of Richmond in very few weeks. The following telegram was received at headquarters, Army of the Potomac, May 24th, 1862. Headquarters, Department of Rappahannock, opposite Fredericksburg, May 22nd, 1862. Major General G. B. McClellan. I have received the orders of the President to move with the army under my command and cooperate with yours in the reduction of Richmond, and also a copy of his instructions to you in relation to that cooperation. Major General Shields will join me today. As far, soon, as the necessary preparations for the march can be completed, which I think will be by the 24th instance, we shall set forth as in the general direction ordered. There is in front of us, to impede our advance, the Secession Army of the Rappahannock, so called, under the command of Joseph R. Anderson of the Tredegar Iron Works. His force is from 12,000 to 15,000 men, mostly North Carolina and Georgia troops. We shall engage this force on our first day's march, as they are within from 6 to 8 miles of us, posted on and to the right and left of the Fredericksburg and Richmond Railroad, and in a position of considerable strength. It is my purpose to try and turn this position by throwing a force on their left flank, and cut off their opportunity of receiving any reinforcements from the direction of Gordonsville, and at the same time endeavor to save the railroad bridges. If this can be done, another channel of supply can be had for the forces going against Richmond that cannot fail to give great relief to the quartermasters and commissary departments of your army, and thus facilitate your operations. We cannot rely on this at first because they now occupy the line, and, I am told, are prepared to destroy the bridges if they are forced to fall back. I beg to ask to what extent can I rely on cooperation from you in my present movement in the way of your cutting off the retreat of the enemy upon Richmond, where they would add 12,000 to the forces against you, and in saving the railroad bridge across the Pamunkey, and to what point on the Pamunkey can you extend your right to join me, and to what point can you cause supplies to be placed for my command, and by what date can I count on finding them ready for me? I shall require assistance for 38,000 men and forage for 11,000 animals. Irwin McDowell, Major General. The following is a copy of the instructions to General McDowell. War Department, Washington, May 17, 1862. General, upon being joined by General Shields' division, you will move upon Richmond by the general route of the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railroad, cooperating with the forces under General McClellan, now threatening Richmond from the line of the Pamunkey and York Rivers. While seeking to establish as soon as possible a communication between your left wing and the right wing of General McClellan, you will hold yourself always in such position as to cover the capital of the nation against a sudden dash of any large body of the rebel forces. General McClellan will be furnished with a copy of these instructions, and will be directed to hold himself in readiness to establish communication with your left wing, and to prevent the main body of the enemy's army from leaving Richmond and throwing itself upon your column before a junction of the two armies is effected. A copy of his instructions in regard to the employment of your force is annexed. By order of the President, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. General McDowell, Commanding Department of Rappahannock. Having some doubts from the wording of the foregoing orders as to the extent of my authority over the troops of General McDowell, and as to the time when I might anticipate his arrival on the 21st of May, I sent this dispatch to President Lincoln. May 21st, 1862, 11 p.m. Your dispatch of yesterday respecting our situation and the batteries of Fort Darling was received while I was absent with the advance, where I have been all this day. I have communicated personally with Captain Goldsborough, and by letter with Captain Smith. The vessels can do nothing without cooperation on land, which I will not be in condition to afford for several days. Circumstances must determine the propriety of a land attack. It rained again last night, and rain on this soil soon makes the roads incredibly bad for army transportation. I personally crossed the Chickahominy today at Bottom's Bridge Ford, and went a mile beyond, the enemy being about half a mile in front. I have 3 regiments on the other bank guarding the rebuilding of the bridge. Keyes' Corps is on the New Kent Road near Bottom's Bridge. Heintzelman is on the same road within supporting distance. Sumner is on the railroad connecting right with left. Stoneman, with advanced guard, is within 1 mile of New Bridge. Franklin, with 2 divisions, is about 2 miles this side of Stoneman. Porter's division, with the reserves of infantry and artillery, is within supporting distance. Headquarters will probably be at Cold Harbor tomorrow, 1 mile this side of Franklin. All the bridges over the Chickahominy are destroyed. The enemy are in force on every road leading to Richmond within a mile or 2 west of the stream. Their main body is on the road from New Bridge, encamped along it for 4 or 5 miles, spreading over the open ground on both sides. Johnston's headquarters are about 2 miles beyond the bridge. All accounts report their numbers as greatly exceeding our own. The position of the rebel forces, the declaration of the Confederate authorities, the resolutions of the Virginia legislature, the action of the city government, the conduct of the citizens, and all other sources of information accessible to me give positive assurance that our approach to Richmond involves a desperate battle between the opposing armies. All our divisions are moving towards the foe. I shall advance steadily and carefully, and attack them according to my best judgment, and in such manner as to employ my greatest force. I regret the state of things as to General McDowell's command. We must beat the enemy in front of Richmond. 1 division added to this army for that effort would do more to protect Washington than his whole force can possibly do anywhere else in the field. The rebels are concentrating from all points for the 2 battles at Richmond and Corinth. I would still, most respectfully, suggest the policy of our concentrating here by movements on water. I have heard nothing as to the probabilities of the contemplated junction of McDowell's force with mine. I have no idea when he can start, what are his means of transportation, or when he may be expected to reach this vicinity. I fear there is little hope that he can join me overland in time for the coming battle. Delays on my part will be dangerous. I fear sickness and demoralization. This region is unhealthy for northern men, and unless kept moving, I fear that our soldiers may become discouraged. At present, our numbers are weakening from disease, but our men remain in good heart. I regret also the configuration of the Department of the Rappahannock. It includes a portion even of the city of Richmond. I think that my own department should embrace the entire field of military operations designed for the capture and occupation of that city. Again, I agree with Your Excellency that 1 bad general is better than 2 good ones. I am not sure that I fully comprehend your orders of the 17th instant, addressed to myself and General McDowell. If a junction is effected before we occupy Richmond, it must necessarily be east of the railroad to Fredericksburg and within my department. This fact, my superior rank, and the express language of the 62nd Article of War will place his command under my orders, unless it is otherwise specially directed by Your Excellency, and I consider that he will be under my command, except that I am not to detach any portion of his forces or give any orders which can put him out of position to cover Washington. If I err in my construction, I desire to be at once set right. Frankness compels me to say, anxious as I am for an increase of force, that the march of McDowell's column upon Richmond by the shortest route will, in my opinion, uncover Washington, as to any interposition by it, as completely as its movement by water. The enemy cannot advance by Fredericksburg on Washington. Should they attempt a movement which to me seems utterly improbable, their route would be by Gordonsville and Manassas. I desire that the extent of my authority over McDowell may be clearly defined, lest misunderstandings and conflicting views may produce some of those injurious results which a divided command has so often caused. I would respectfully suggest that this danger can only be surely guarded against by explicitly placing General McDowell under my orders in the ordinary way, and holding me strictly responsible for the closest observance of your instructions. I hope, Mr. President, that it is not necessary for me to assure you that your instructions would be observed in the utmost good faith, and that I have no personal feelings which could influence me to disregard them in any particular. I believe that there is a great struggle before this army, but I am neither dismayed nor discouraged. I wish to strengthen its force as much as I can, but in any event I shall fight it with all the skill, caution, and determination that I possess, and I trust that the result may either obtain for me the permanent confidence of my government, or that it may close my career. George B. McClellan, Major General, Commanding. His Excellency Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. On the 24th, I received the following reply. May 24th, 1862, from Washington, 24th. I left General McDowell's camp at dark last evening. Shields' command is there, but it is so worn that he cannot move before Monday morning, the 26th. We have so thinned our line to get troops for other places that it was broken yesterday at Front Royal, with a probable loss to us of 1 regiment infantry, 2 companies cavalry, putting General Banks in some peril. The enemy's forces under General Anderson, now opposing General McDowell's advance, have as their line of supply and retreat the road to Richmond. If, in conjunction with McDowell's movement against Anderson, you could send a force from your right to cut off the enemy's supplies from Richmond, preserve the railroad bridges across the 2 forks of the Pamunkey, and intercept the enemy's retreat, you will prevent the army now opposed to you from receiving an accession of numbers of nearly 15,000 men. And if you succeed in saving the bridges, you will secure a line of railroad for supplies in addition to the one you now have. Can you not do this almost as well as not while you are building the Chickahominy bridges? McDowell and Shields both say they can and positively will move Monday morning. I wish you to move cautiously and safely. You will have command of McDowell after he joins you, precisely as you indicated in your long dispatch to us of the 21st. A. Lincoln, President. This information that McDowell's corps would march for Fredericksburg on the following Monday, the 26th, and that he would be under my command, as indicated in my telegram of the 21st, was cheering news, and I now felt confident that we would on his arrival be sufficiently strong to overpower the large army confronting us. At a later hour on the same day, I received the following. May 24th, 1862, from Washington, 4 p.m. In consequence of General Banks' critical position, I have been compelled to suspend General McDowell's movements to join you. The enemy are making a desperate push upon Harper's Ferry, and we are trying to throw General Fremont's force and part of General McDowell's in their rear. A. Lincoln, President. Major General George B. McClellan. From which it will be seen that I could not expect General McDowell to join me in time to participate in immediate operations in front of Richmond, and on the same evening I replied to the President that I would make my calculations accordingly. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 21. Private Letters, May 6th to May 18th, 1862. Williamsburg, May 6th, 1862. I telegraphed you this morning that we had gained a battle. Every hour its importance is proved to be greater.
On Sunday, I sent Stoneman in pursuit with the cavalry and 4 batteries of horse artillery. He was supported by the divisions of Hooker, Smith, Couch, Casey, and Kearney, most of which arrived on the ground only yesterday. Unfortunately, I did not go with the advance myself, being obliged to remain to get Franklin and Sedgwick started up the river for West Point. Yesterday, I received pressing private messages from Smith and others begging me to go to the front. I started with half a dozen aides and some 15 orderlies and found things in a bad state. Hancock was engaged with a vastly inferior force some 2 miles from any support. Hooker fought nearly all day without assistance, and the mass of the troops were crowded together where they were useless. I found everybody discouraged, officers and men. Our troops in wrong position, on the wrong side of the woods. No system, no cooperation, no orders given, roads blocked up. As soon as I came upon the field, the men cheered like fiends, and I saw at once that I could save the day. I immediately reinforced Hancock and arranged to support Hooker, advanced the whole line across the woods, filled up the gaps, and got everything in hand for whatever might occur. The result was that the enemy saw that he was gone if he remained in his position, and scampered during the night. His works were very strong, but his loss was very heavy. The roads are in such condition that it is impossible to pursue except with a few cavalry. It is with the utmost difficulty that I can feed the men, many of whom have had nothing to eat for 24 hours and more. I had no dinner yesterday, no supper, a cracker for breakfast, and no dinner yet. I have no baggage, was out in the rain all day and until late at night, slept in my clothes and boots, and could not even wash my face and hands. I, however, expect my ambulance up pretty soon, when I hope for better things. I have been through the hospitals, where are many of our own men and of the rebels. One Virginian sent for me this morning and told me that I was the only general from whom they expected any humanity. I corrected this mistake. This is a beautiful little town, several very old houses and churches, pretty gardens. I have taken possession of a very fine house which Joe Johnston occupied as his headquarters. It has a lovely flower garden and conservatory. If you were here, I should be much inclined to spend some weeks here. The G.W. was one of the whipped community, also Joe Johnston, Cadmus Wilcox, A.P. Hill, D.H. Hill, Longstreet, Jeb Stewart, Early, badly wounded, and many others that we know. We have all their wounded, 8 guns so far. In short, we have given them a tremendous thrashing, and I am not at all ashamed of the conduct of the Army of the Potomac. Telegram, Williamsburg, May 6, 1862, 11 p.m. The Battle of Williamsburg has proved a brilliant victory. None of your friends injured, though our loss considerable. That of the enemy severe. The Quaker army is doing very well. Hancock was superb yesterday. Williamsburg, May 6th, midnight. Am very tired. Had but little sleep last night and have not had my clothes off. Besides, was pretty well wet last night. I have not a particle of baggage with me, nothing but a buffalo robe and horse blanket, not even a hairbrush or toothbrush. Monday, 1 p.m., 8th. I hope to get Smith's division off this afternoon, followed by others in the morning. Stoneman is some 15 miles in advance and will, I hope, communicate with Franklin tonight, although I am not yet sure that the enemy may not still be between the two. I shall start tomorrow morning and overtake Smith. I have ordered up headquarters and the company paraphernalia at once, so I hope to get within a few miles of my toothbrush in a day or two. It is not very pleasant, this going entirely without baggage, but it could not be helped. I find that the results of my operations are beginning to be apparent. The rebels are evacuating Norfolk, I learn. Your 2 letters of Sunday and Monday reached me last night. It would have been easy for me to have sacrificed 10,000 lives in taking Yorktown, and I presume the world would have thought it more brilliant. I am content with what I have done. The Battle of Williamsburg was more bloody. Had I reached the field 3 hours earlier, I could have gained far greater results, and have saved 1,000 lives. It is, perhaps, well as it is, for officers and men feel that I saved the day. I don't know where the next battle will occur. I presume on the line of the Chickahominy, or it may be tomorrow in effecting a junction with Franklin. It may suit the views of the masses better as being more bloody. I hope not, and will make it as little so as possible. Williamsburg, May 9th, 2 p.m. I have moved 4 divisions already. The reserves have arrived. My wagons have arrived, and in an hour or two I will move myself. I rather think we have a very severe battle to fight before reaching Richmond, but the men are just in the humor for it. Carpetbag has at last arrived. Camp Number 1, May 9th, 8:30 p.m. We are fairly started on the march again. My camp is only about 4 miles from Williamsburg. The road was so much blocked up with wagons that I did not start till late. Smith, Couch, Casey, and Kearney are all in front of me, the regulars close by. Tomorrow headquarters start at 5 a.m. and will pass all but Smith, encamping with or just in rear of him. I hope to see Franklin tomorrow night and learn more of the enemy. The Secesh prisoners strongly protested against being obliged to remove the torpedoes at Yorktown, but without avail, for they had to do it. I think they may be more careful next time. I heard this afternoon from Stoneman that they, Secesh, had murdered some of our men after they were taken prisoners. I have given orders to hold all their people we have responsible for it. If it is confirmed tomorrow, I will send a flag to Joe Johnston and quietly inform him that I will hang 2 of his officers for every one of our men thus murdered, and I will carry the threat into execution. I will pay them in their own coin if they wish to carry on war in that manner. I hope there is some mistake about the murders, for I do not wish to make reprisals. It is a sad business at best. May 10th, Saturday, 11:45 p.m. Camp 19 miles from Williamsburg. I'm encamped now at an old wooden church, and am in easy communication with Franklin, Porter, etc. Fitz came over to see me this afternoon, and I go over to see him and Franklin tomorrow. Tomorrow being Sunday, I give the men a rest, merely closing up some of the troops in rear. I begin to find some Union sentiment in this country. I expect to fight a very severe battle on the Chickahominy, but feel no doubt as to the result. I saw the effect of my presence the other day in front of Williamsburg. The men behaved superbly, and will do better, if possible, next time. Tomorrow I will get up supplies, reorganize, arrange details, and get ready for the great fight, feeling that I shall lose nothing by respecting Sunday as far as I can. Secesh is gathering all he can in front of me, so much the better. I have implicit confidence in my men, and they have in me. What more can I ask? Sunday, 8 a.m., same letter as last. As I told you last night, I am giving my men some rest today. They need it much, for they have for some time been living on long marches, short rations, and rainy bivouacs. My cavalry were within 6 miles of the upper Chickahominy yesterday. Norfolk is in our possession, the result of my movements. May 12th, Monday, p.m., same letter. While I write, the 2nd Dragoons Band is serenading, and about 50 others are playing tattoo at various distances. A grand sound in this lovely moonlight night. My camp is at an old frame church in a grove. I differ from most of the generals in preferring a tent to a house. I hope not to sleep in a house again until I see you. Are you satisfied now with my bloodless victories? Even the abolitionists seem to be coming around, judging at least from the very handsome resolutions offered by Mr. Lovejoy in the House. I look upon that resolution as one of the most complimentary I know of, and that too offered by my bitterest persecutors. But the union of civic merit with military success is what pleases me most. To have it recognized that I have saved the lives of my men and won success by my own efforts is to me the height of glory. I hope that the result in front of Richmond will cause still greater satisfaction to the country. I still hope that the God who has been so good to me will continue to smile upon our cause, and enable me to bring this war to a speedy close, so that I may at last have the rest I want so much. I do need rest. You know I have had but little in my life, but the will of God be done. What is given me to do I will try to do with all my might. I think one more battle here will finish the work. I expect a great one, but feel that confidence in my men and that trust in God which makes me very sanguine as to the result. They will fight me in front of Richmond, I am confident. Defeat there is certain destruction to them, and I think will prove the ruin of their wretched cause. They are concentrating everything for the last death struggle. My government, alas, is not giving me any aid. But I will do the best I can with what I have, and trust to God's mercy and the courage of my men for the result. We march in the morning to Cumberland, gradually drawing nearer to Richmond. May 15th, Cumberland, 2:30 p.m. Another wet, horrid day. It rained a little yesterday morning, more in the afternoon, much during the night, and has been amusing itself in the same manner very persistently all day. I had expected to move headquarters to White House today, but this weather has put the roads in such condition that I cannot do more than get Franklin and Porter there today. Headquarters Cavalry and Hunt will move there tomorrow, perhaps one or two other divisions as well. We had quite a visitation yesterday in the shape of Secretary Seward, Gideon Wells, Mr. Bates, F. Seward, Dahlgren, Mrs. Goldsborough and one of her daughters, Mrs. F. Seward, and some other ladies whose names I did not catch. I went on board their boat, then had some ambulances harnessed up and took them round camps. We are just about 25 miles from Richmond here, the advance considerably nearer. I don't yet know what to make of the rebels. I do not see how they can possibly abandon Virginia and Richmond without a battle. Nor do I understand why they abandoned and destroyed Norfolk and the Merrimac, unless they also intended to abandon all of Virginia. There is a puzzle there somewhere which will soon be solved. I am heartily tired of this life I am leading, always some little absurd thing being done by those gentry in Washington. I am every day more and more tired of public life, and earnestly pray that I may soon be able to throw down my sword and live once more as a private gentleman. I confess I find it difficult to judge whether the war will soon be at an end or not. I think that the blows the rebels are now receiving and have lately received ought to break them up, but one can do no more than speculate. Yes, I can imagine peace and quietness reigning once more in this land of ours. It is just that I am fighting for. Still raining hard and dismally, an awful time for the men. The only comfort is that they all have plenty to eat. 9 p.m., same day. Have received today the official copy of the resolutions of the House. I learn that the abolitionists begin to think that I am not such a wretch after all, or else that it is best to say so. It was all a humbug about my being struck by a piece of shell at Williamsburg. That reminds me of a joke some of the youngsters played upon blank at Yorktown. They sent him to see an immense shell that had fallen in our headquarters camp. He found a large oyster shell. I send you a photograph which I have just received from General Blum, Chief of Artillery in the Prussian Army. I knew him abroad, and the old gentleman writes to me occasionally. Telegram, May 16th, 1862, White House. Have just arrived over horrid roads. No further movement possible until they improve. This house is where Washington's courtship took place, and where he resided when first married. I do not permit it to be occupied by anyone, nor the grounds around. It is a beautiful spot directly on the banks of the Potomac. All well and in fine spirits. Hope to get our baggage up by water, otherwise we'll fare badly tonight. May 16th, 11:30 p.m., White House. I rode over a horrid road to this place this morning, spent some time at Washington's house, or at least his wife's, and afterwards rode to the front, visiting in the course of my ride the old church, St. Peter's, where he was married. It is an old brick church with a rather pretentious tower, more remarkable for its situation than for anything else. The situation is very fine on a commanding hill. A tablet in the interior records the death of someone in 1690. As I happened to be there alone for a few moments, I could not help kneeling at the chancel and praying that I might serve my country as truly as he did. May 17th, 8:30 a.m., same letter. We have a change in the weather. It is clear and very hot, so I presume the roads will improve much today. I am pushing on the advanced guard and reconnaissances in various directions. We gain some ground every day, but our progress has been slow on account of the execrable nature of the roads, as well as their extreme narrowness and fewness in number, making it a very difficult matter to move large masses of men with any rapidity or convenience. I expect to have our advanced parties near enough to Bottom's Bridge today to ascertain whether the enemy is there in much force or not, and by tomorrow or next day to obtain similar information about the other bridges, all of which, by the by, are burned, I believe. But the river is fordable,
So the difficulty is not insuperable by any means. It is very difficult to divine whether secession will fight a great battle in front of Richmond or not. I still think they ought to, but there are some circumstances which look somewhat as if they would evacuate. Time only will show, and the trial cannot be long deferred. I am very sorry that we could not have advanced more rapidly. My only consolation is that it has been impossible. Just think of its requiring 48 hours to move 2 divisions with their trains 5 miles. Nothing could be much worse than that. The fastest way to move is never to move in wet weather. Midnight. I am now at this present moment involved in a great many different orders for parties to move out at daybreak on reconnaissances. May 18th, Sunday, 6 p.m., White House. We leave here in the morning. Porter and Franklin march at 4 and 8 a.m., headquarters at 7. We will go to Tunstall's, or perhaps a little beyond it, and will now soon close up on the Chickahominy and find out what Secesh is doing. I think he will fight us there, or between that and Richmond. And if he is badly thrashed, as I trust he will be, inclined to believe that he will begin to cry Peccavi and say that he has enough of it, especially if Halleck beats him at Corinth. Midnight, same letter. I start early in the morning. Those hounds in Washington are after me again. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 22. White House. The Chickahominy River. Bridges. Battle of Hanover Courthouse. Porter's victory. Neglect at Washington. McDowell's retention useless. White House was a very fine plantation belonging to Mrs. General Lee. It was the residence of Mrs. Custis when she was married to Washington. The ceremony took place in St. Peter's Church, a lonely old building beautifully placed on a commanding hill. I observed within it a tablet commemorating a death which took place in 1690. Finding oneself alone within that historic building, it was a natural impulse to invoke the aid of God to enable me to serve the country as unselfishly and truly as did the great man who had often worshipped there. The residence at White House was not the original building of the time of Washington that had been destroyed by fire, but the existing one was constructed on the same foundations. I neither occupied it myself nor permitted any others to do so, but placed a guard to preserve it. For this natural act of respect for the memory of the greatest man our country has produced, I was most violently attacked and maligned by the extreme radicals. I am willing that posterity shall judge between them and myself. On the 19th, headquarters and the 5th and 6th Corps advanced to Tunstall Station, 6 miles from White House. The rain recommenced on this day, and through it I rode to Bottom's Bridge and made a short reconnaissance. The enemy were there, but not in great force. The advanced guard was near New Bridge. The camp at Tunstall's was the most beautiful we occupied during the campaign. Headquarters were on the summit of a hill, commanding a superb view in all directions. The country was highly cultivated, being covered with fine plantations. Towards Richmond, large masses of troops were bivouacked, while towards the Pamunkey there were no signs of an army. The contrast between war and peace was vivid and most impressive. At night, when the countless bivouac fires were lighted, the scene was grand and brilliant beyond description. But he must have been devoid of feeling who could regard this magnificent spectacle without a sentiment of most sincere regret that human madness and folly should have made it necessary to march armies through this fair and peaceful land. The Army of the Potomac was mainly composed of good men, who took up arms from the noblest motives, and I doubt whether any troops ever did so little needless damage in a hostile country. But at best, a large army leaves a wide swath in its rear, and cannot move without leaving the marks of its passage. On the 20th, it again rained heavily. On the evening of the 21st, the army was posted as follows. The advanced guard within a mile of New Bridge. The 6th Corps 3 miles from New Bridge, with the 5th Corps at supporting distance in its rear. The 2nd Corps on the railway, about 3 miles from the Chickahominy, connecting the right with the left. The 4th Corps on the New Kent Road, near Bottom's Bridge, having 3 regiments across the stream covering the rebuilding of the bridge. the 3rd Corps within easy supporting distance of the 4th Corps. On the 22nd, headquarters were advanced to Cold Harbor, and on the 26th, the railway was in operation as far as the Chickahominy, and the railway bridge across the stream nearly completed. The Chickahominy River rises some 15 miles to the northward of Richmond and unites with the James about 40 miles below that city. Our operations embraced the part of the river between Meadows and Bottoms bridges, covering the approaches to Richmond from the east. In this vicinity, the river, in its ordinary state, is about 40 feet wide, fringed with a dense growth of heavy forest trees, and bordered by low, marshy bottomlands varying from half a mile to a mile in width. Within the limits above mentioned, the firm ground lying above high water mark seldom approaches the river on either bank, and no place was found within this section where the high ground came near the stream on both banks. It was subject to frequent, sudden, and great variations in the volume of water, and a single violent rainstorm of brief duration would cause a rise of water which overflowed the bottomlands on both sides, and for many days made the river absolutely impassable without bridges. When our light troops approached the river on the 20th of May, it was found that all the bridges had been destroyed by the enemy on our approach, except that at Mechanicsville, and it became necessary not only to rebuild the old bridges, but also to construct several additional ones. The west bank of the river, opposite New, Mechanicsville, and Meadow bridges, was bordered by high bluffs, which afforded the enemy commanding positions on which to establish his batteries, to enfilade the approaches by the principal roads leading to Richmond on our right, and to prevent the reconstruction of these important bridges. We were thus obliged to select other, less exposed points for our crossings. Had the 1st Corps effected its promised junction, we might have turned the headwaters of the Chickahominy and attacked Richmond from the north and northwest, while we preserved our line of supply from West Point. But with the force actually at my disposal, such an attempt would simply have exposed the Army of the Potomac to destruction in detail, and the total loss of its communications. It is hardly necessary to say that the country in which we operated could supply nothing for the wants of the Army, and that were our communications with the depots cut and held by the enemy, nothing but starvation awaited us. When we arrived opposite Bottoms Bridge on the 20th, the enemy was there in only small force, and as it was of the utmost importance to secure a lodgment on the right bank before he could concentrate his forces and resist the passage of the stream, I ordered Casey's division of the 4th Corps to ford the river at once and occupy the heights on the further bank. This was promptly done, and reconnaissances were immediately pushed forward, while instant steps were taken to rebuild the bridge. The troops were directed to throw up defenses to secure our left flank, and the 3rd Corps was moved up in support. Meanwhile, our center and right were advanced to the river, and on the 24th, Mechanicsville was carried, the enemy being driven out by our artillery and forced across the bridge, which they destroyed. General Nagley of Casey's division of the 4th Corps on the same day dislodged a force of the enemy from the vicinity of Seven Pines, and the advance of our left secured a strong position near that place. All the information obtained from Negroes, deserters, prisoners, and spies indicated that the enemy occupied in force all the approaches to Richmond from the east, and that he intended to dispute every step of our advance beyond the Chickahominy to our left, and to resist the passage of the stream opposite our right. That their enemy was superior to ours in numbers seemed certain. Strong entrenchments had been constructed around the city. Up to this time, I had every reason to expect that McDowell would commence his march from Fredericksburg on the morning of the 26th, and it was only during the evening of the 24th that I received from the President the telegram, already given, announcing the suspension of his movement. So far, then, as immediate operations were concerned, it only remained for me to make the best use of the forces at my disposal, and to avail myself of all possible artificial auxiliaries, to compensate as far as possible for the inadequacy of numbers. I concurred fully with the President in his injunction, contained in his telegram of the 24th, that it was necessary, with my limited force, to move cautiously and safely. In view of the peculiar character of the Chickahominy, and the liability to sudden inundations, it became necessary to construct 11 bridges, all long and difficult, with extensive logway approaches, and often built under fire. It will be remembered that the order for the cooperation of McDowell was only suspended, not revoked, and therefore I could not abandon the northern approach and my communications with West Point. To cover these communications and be prepared to effect the junction with the First Corps when it advanced, it was necessary to retain a portion of the army on the left bank of the Chickahominy, and I could not make any serious movement with the forces on the right bank until the communications between the two parts of the army were firmly and securely established by strong and sufficiently numerous bridges. As the entrenchments around Richmond were strong and heavily garrisoned, it would have been an act of madness and folly had I temporarily abandoned my communications and thrown the entire army across the stream, trusting to the chances of carrying the place by assault before the troops had exhausted the supplies carried with them. I was not responsible for the fact that I was obliged to select a faulty and dangerous plan as the least objectionable of those from which I could choose. On the 24th, a very spirited and successful reconnaissance took place near New Bridge, which first brought Lieutenant, afterwards General, Custer to my notice. His commanding officers commended him highly for his conduct, and I sent for him to thank him. He was then a slim, long-haired boy, carelessly dressed. I thanked him for his gallantry, and asked what I could do for him. He replied very modestly that he had nothing to ask, and evidently did not suppose that he had done anything to deserve extraordinary reward. I then asked if he would like to serve on my personal staff as an aide-de-camp. Upon this he brightened up, and assured me that he would regard such service as the most gratifying he could perform, and I at once gave the necessary orders. He continued on my staff until I was relieved from the command. In those days, Custer was simply a reckless, gallant boy, undeterred by fatigue, unconscious of fear, but his head was always clear in danger, and he always brought me clear and intelligible reports of what he saw when under the heaviest fire. I became much attached to him. In the later days of the war, when he commanded cavalry troops, he displayed a degree of prudence and good sense in conducting the most dangerous expeditions that surprised many who thought they knew him well. In the Battle of the Rosebud against the Sioux, where he lost his life and the whole of his immediate command was destroyed, no one survived to tell the story of the disaster. On that fatal day, he simply repeated the tactics that he had so often successfully used against large bodies of Indians, and it is probable that he was deceived as to the strength and fighting capacity of his opponents, and that from his want of knowledge of the details of the ground where the tragedy occurred, he was suddenly surrounded by overwhelming masses of well-armed warriors, against whom the heroic efforts of his command wasted themselves in vain. Those who accused him of reckless rashness would perhaps have been the first to accuse him of timidity if he had not attacked, and thus allowed the enemy to escape unhurt. He died as he had lived, a gallant soldier, and his whole career was such as to force me to believe that he had good reasons for acting as he did. With the exception of the 25th, it rained heavily every day from the 22nd to the Battle of Fair Oaks, and during the day and night of the 30th, an unusually violent storm occurred, accompanied by torrents of rain. The valley of the Chickahominy was flooded more than ever, all work on the bridges was suspended, and they became well-nigh impracticable. The enemy seized the occasion and determined to attack the part of the army that had crossed the Chickahominy when it would be very difficult or impossible to support it. Exposure and fatigue had brought upon me a violent attack of illness, which confined me to my bed on the 30th and the morning of the 31st. I left my bed to go to the field of battle as soon as I was satisfied of the importance of the crisis. 2 corps, the 3rd and the 4th, were across the Chickahominy, 3 on the left bank. The 4th Corps was in position near Fair Oaks and Seven Pines. Kearny's division of the 3rd Corps was on and near the railroad in advance of Savage's Station. Hooker's division was on the left near White Oak Swamp. The 2nd Corps was on the left bank of the Chickahominy, at and near the Grapevine Bridge, in position to support either wing of the army. The 5th and 6th Corps were also on the left bank, between Mechanicsville and New Bridge. Having been informed late on the 24th that McDowell's advance was suspended, I caused work upon the bridges to be commenced immediately and pushed forward with the greatest vigor. But heavy rains continued to fall from day to day, which flooded the valley and raised the water to a greater height than had been known for 20 years. The bridges first made, together with their approaches, which were not arranged for such unprecedented high water, were carried away or rendered impassable. It thus became necessary, with immense labor, to build others, much larger, more elevated, and stable. Our men worked in the water, exposed to the fire of the enemy from the opposite bank. On the 25th of May, I received the following telegram. Your dispatch received. General Banks was at Strasburg with about 6,000 men, Shields having been taken from him to swell a column for McDowell to aid you at Richmond, and the rest of his force scattered to various places. On the 23rd, a rebel force of from 7,000 to 10,000 fell upon one regiment and 2 companies guarding the bridge at Front Royal, destroying it entirely, crossed the Shenandoah, and on the 24th, yesterday, pushed on to get north of Banks on the road to Winchester. General Banks ran a race with them, beating them into Winchester yesterday evening. This morning, the battle ensued between the 2 forces, in which General Banks was beaten back into full retreat towards Martinsburg, and probably is broken up into a total rout. Geary on the Manassas Gap Railroad just now reports that Jackson is now near Front Royal with 10,000 troops, following up and supporting, as I understand, the force now pursuing Banks. Also that another force of 10,000 is near Orleans, following on in the same direction. Stripped bare as we are here, I will do all we can to prevent them crossing the Potomac at Harper's Ferry or above. McDowell has about 20,000 of his forces moving back to the vicinity of Front Royal, and Fremont, who was at Franklin, is moving to Harrisonburg. Both these movements intended to get in the enemy's rear. One more of McDowell's brigades is ordered through here to Harper's Ferry. The rest of his forces remain for the present at Fredericksburg. We are sending such regiments and dribs from here and Baltimore as we can spare to Harper's Ferry, supplying their places in some sort, calling in militia from the adjacent states. We also have 18 cannon on the road to Harper's Ferry, of which armed there is not a single one at that point. This is now our situation. If McDowell's force was now beyond our reach, we should be entirely helpless. Apprehensions of something like this, and no unwillingness to sustain you, has always been my reason for withholding McDowell's forces from you. Please understand this, and do the best you can with the forces you have. A. Lincoln, President. On the 25th, the following was also received. The enemy is moving north in sufficient force to drive General Banks before him. Precisely in what force we cannot tell. He is also threatening Leesburg and Geary on the Manassas Gap Railroad, from both north and south. In precisely what force we cannot tell. I think the movement is a general and concerted one, such as would not be if he was acting upon the purpose of a very desperate defense of Richmond. I think the time is near when you must either attack Richmond or give up the job and come to the defense of Washington. Let me hear from you instantly. A. Lincoln, President. To which I replied as follows. Telegram received. Independently of it, the time is very near when I shall attack Richmond. The object of the movement is probably to prevent reinforcements being sent to me. All the information obtained from balloons, deserters, prisoners, and contrabands agrees in the statement that the mass of the rebel troops are still in the immediate vicinity of Richmond, ready to defend it. I have no knowledge of Banks' position and force, nor what there is at Manassas, therefore cannot form a definite opinion as to the force against him. I have 2 corps across the Chickahominy within 6 miles of Richmond, the others on this side at other crossings within same distance, and ready to cross when bridges are completed. On the 26th, I received the following. We have General Banks' official report. He has saved his army and baggage, and has made a safe retreat to the river, and is probably safe at Williamsport. He reports the attacking force at 15,000. A. Lincoln, President. Also the following. Can you not cut the Aquia Creek Railroad? Also, what impression have you as to entrenched works for you to contend with in front of Richmond? Can you get near enough to throw shells into the city? A. Lincoln, President. On the same day, I sent the following. Have cut the Virginia Central Road in 3 places between Hanover Courthouse and the Chickahominy. We'll try to cut the other. I do not think Richmond entrenchments formidable, but am not certain. Hope very soon to be within shelling distance. Have railroad in operation from White House to Chickahominy. Hope to have Chickahominy Bridge repaired tonight. Nothing of interest today. The interruption of the railroad here referred to was effected by the command of Brigadier General Stoneman, and was intended to prevent the enemy from drawing supplies by that route or from sending reinforcements to Anderson or Jackson. At 10 a.m., I telegraphed to the President, "I am glad to know affairs are not so bad as might have been. I would earnestly call your attention to my instructions to General Banks of March 16th, to General Wadsworth of the same date, and to my letter of April 1st to the Adjutant General. I cannot but think that a prompt return to the principles there laid down would relieve all probability of danger. I will forward copies by mail. I beg to urge the importance of Manassas and Front Royal in contradistinction to Fredericksburg." On the same day, I received intelligence that a very considerable force of the enemy was in the vicinity of Hanover Courthouse, to the right and rear of our army, thus threatening our communications, and in a position either to reinforce Jackson or to impede McDowell's junction, should he finally move to unite with us. On the same day, I also received information from General McDowell, through the Secretary of War, that the enemy had fallen back from Fredericksburg towards Richmond, and that General McDowell's advance was 8 miles south of the Rappahannock. Washington, May 26, 1862. General McClellan. Following dispatch received late last night. Falmouth, 25th, to Honorable E. M. Stanton. I have just examined a lieutenant, 3 sergeants, and a corporal who came in from the army as deserters this morning. They are, with the exception of 1 Frenchman from the north, pressed into service. They are all men of fine intelligence. The lieutenant and the sergeants who came from the same battery are positive the army has fallen back to Richmond. The first order was to go at 1:30 p.m. to Hanover Junction, they having heard of McClellan's right wing being at Hanover Courthouse and having destroyed the railroad to Gordonsville at that place, which made them fear for their communications. This was suddenly revoked, and an order was read on parade directing the command back to Richmond to take part in the great battle now about to take place there. 2 other men thought that the force was going to join Jackson, who was going to get in the rear of my army and was going into Maryland. This was only surmise. The order for Richmond was written and published. My advance is 8 miles beyond Fredericksburg. I hope soon to be able to tell you more precisely where the enemy is. One thing is certain, that whether they left here to join Jackson or not, they have not done so yet, and that all the Grand Mass's Geary reports must have come from some other place than here. They left here by stealth and with dread of being attacked. They went at night and for a distance by railroad. They thought I had 60,000 men. Signed, Irwin McDowell. E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. It was thus imperative to dislodge or defeat this force, independently even of the wishes of the President, as expressed in his telegram of the 26th. I entrusted this task to Brigadier General Fitzjohn Porter, commanding the 5th Corps, with orders to move at daybreak on the 27th. Through heavy rain and over bad roads, that officer moved his command as follows. Brigadier General W. H. Emory led the advance with the 5th and 6th Regiments U.S. Cavalry and Benson's Horse Battery of the 2nd U.S. Artillery, taking the road from New Bridge via Mechanicsville to Hanover Courthouse. General Morell's division, composed of the brigades of Martindale, Butterfield, and McQuaid, with Berdan's regiment of sharpshooters and 3 batteries under Captain Charles Griffin, 5th U.S. Artillery, followed on the same road. Colonel G.K. Warren, commanding a provisional brigade composed of the 5th and 13th New York, the 1st Connecticut Artillery acting as infantry, the 6th Pennsylvania Cavalry, and Whedon's Rhode Island Battery, moved from his station at Old Church by a road running to Hanover Courthouse parallel to the Pamunkey. After a fatiguing march of 14 miles through the mud and rain, General Emory at noon reached a point about 2 miles from Hanover Courthouse where the road forks to Ashland, and found a portion of the enemy formed in line across the Hanover Courthouse Road. General Emory had before this been joined by the 25th New York of Martindale's brigade and Berdan's sharpshooters. These regiments were deployed with a section of Benson's battery, and advanced slowly towards the enemy until reinforced by General Butterfield with 4 regiments of his brigade, when the enemy was charged and quickly routed, one of his guns being captured by the 17th New York under Colonel Lansing, after having been disabled by the fire of Benson's battery. The firing here lasted about an hour. The cavalry in Benson's battery were immediately ordered in pursuit, followed by Morell's infantry and artillery, with the exception of Martindale's brigade. Warren's brigade, having been delayed by repairing bridges, etc., now arrived, too late to participate in this affair. A portion of this command was sent to the Pamunkey to destroy bridges. and captured quite a number of prisoners. The remainder followed Morrell's division. In the meantime, General Martindale, with the few remaining regiments of his brigade and a section of artillery, advanced on the Ashland Road and found a force of the enemy's infantry, cavalry, and artillery in position near Beek Station on the Virginia Central Railroad. He soon forced them to retire toward Ashland. The 25th New York having been ordered to rejoin him, General Martindale was directed to form his brigade and move up the railroad to rejoin the rest of the command at Hanover Courthouse. He sent one regiment up the railroad, but remained with the 2nd Maine, afterwards joined by the 25th New York, to guard the rear of their main column. The enemy soon returned to attack General Martindale, who at once formed the 2nd Maine, 25th New York, and a portion of the 44th New York, with one section of Martin's battery, on the New Bridge Road, facing his own position of the morning, and then held his ground for an hour against large odds until reinforced. General Porter was at Hanover Courthouse, near the head of his column, when he learned that the rear had been attacked by a large force. He at once faced the whole column about, recalled the cavalry sent in pursuit toward Ashland, moved the 13th and 14th New York and Griffin's battery direct to Martindale's assistance, pushed the 9th Massachusetts and 62nd Pennsylvania of McQuay's brigade through the woods on the right, our original left, and attacked the flank of the enemy while Butterfield with the 83rd Pennsylvania and 16th Michigan hastened towards the scene of action by the railroad and through the woods, further to the right, and completed the rout of the enemy. During the remainder of this and the following day, our cavalry was active in the pursuit, taking a number of prisoners. Captain Harrison of the 5th U.S. Cavalry, with a single company, brought in as prisoners 2 entire companies of infantry with their arms and ammunition. A part of Rush's Lancers also captured an entire company with their arms. The immediate results of these affairs were some 200 of the enemy's dead buried by our own troops, 730 prisoners sent to the rear, 1 12-pound howitzer, 1 caisson, a large number of small arms, and 2 railroad trains captured. Our loss amounted to 53 killed, 344 wounded and missing. Their camp at Hanover Courthouse was taken and destroyed. Having reason to believe that General Anderson with a strong force was still at Ashland, I ordered General Sykes' division of regulars to move on the 28th from New Bridge towards Hanover Courthouse to be in position to support General Porter. They reached a point within 3 miles of Hanover Courthouse and remained there until the evening of the 29th, when they returned to their original camp. On the 28th, General Stoneman's command of cavalry, horse artillery, and 2 regiments of infantry were also placed under General Porter's orders. On the same day, I visited Hanover Courthouse, whence I sent the following dispatch to the Secretary of War. May 28th, 2 p.m. Porter's action of yesterday was truly a glorious victory. Too much credit cannot be given to his magnificent division and its accomplished leader. The rout of the rebels was complete, not a defeat, but a complete rout. Prisoners are constantly coming in. 2 companies have this moment arrived with excellent arms. There is no doubt that the enemy are concentrating everything on Richmond. I will do my best to cut off Jackson, but am doubtful whether I can. It is the policy and duty of the government to send me by water all the well-drilled troops available. I am confident that Washington is in no danger. Engines and cars in large numbers have been sent up to bring down Jackson's command. I may not be able to cut them off, but we'll try. We have cut all but the Fredericksburg and Richmond Railroad. The real issue is in the battle about to be fought in front of Richmond. All our available troops should be collected here. Not raw regiments, but the well-drilled troops. It cannot be ignored that a desperate battle is before us. If any regiments of good troops remain unemployed, it will be an irreparable fault committed. Having ascertained the state of affairs, instructions were given for the operations of the following day. On the 28th, a party under Major Williams, 6th U.S. Cavalry, destroyed the common road bridges over the Pamunkey and Virginia Central Railroad Bridge over the South Anna. On the 29th, he destroyed the Fredericksburg and Richmond Railroad Bridge over the South Anna and the Turnpike Bridge over the same stream. On the same day, and mainly to cover the movement of Major Williams, General Emory moved a column of cavalry towards Ashland from Hanover Courthouse. The advance of this column under Captain Chambliss, 5th U.S. Cavalry, entered Ashland, driving out a party of the enemy, destroyed the railroad bridge over Stony Creek, broke up the railroad and telegraph. Another column of all arms under Colonel Warren was sent on the same day by the direct road to Ashland, and entered it shortly after General Emory's column had retired, capturing a small party there. General Stoneman on the same day moved on Ashland by Leach's Station, covering well the movements of the other columns. The objects of the expedition having been accomplished, and it being certain that the First Corps would not join us at once, General Porter withdrew his command to their camps with the main army on the evening of the 29th. On the night of the 27th and 28th, I sent the following dispatch to the Secretary of War. Porter has gained 2 complete victories over superior forces, yet I feel obliged to move in the morning with reinforcements to secure the complete destruction of the rebels in that quarter. In doing so, I run some risk here, but I cannot help it. The enemy are even in greater force than I had supposed. I will do all that quick movements can accomplish, but you must send me all the troops you can and leave to me full latitude as to choice of commanders. It is absolutely necessary to destroy the rebels near Hanover Courthouse before I can advance. In reply to which I received the following from the President. Washington, May 28, 1862. I am very glad of General F.J. Porter's victory. Still, if it was a total rout of the enemy, I am puzzled to know why the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railroad was not seized again. As you say, you have all the railroads but the Richmond and Fredericksburg. I am puzzled to see how, lacking that, you can have any except a scrap from Richmond to West Point. The scrap of the Virginia Central from Richmond to Hanover Junction, without more, is simply nothing. That the whole of the enemy is concentrating on Richmond, I think cannot be certainly known to you or me. Saxton at Harper's Ferry informs us that large forces, supposed to be Jackson's and Ewell's, forced his advance from Charleston today. General King telegraphs us from Fredericksburg that contrabands give certain information that 15,000 left Hanover Junction Monday morning to reinforce Jackson. I am painfully impressed with the importance of the struggle before you, and shall aid you all I can consistently with my view of due regard to all points. In regard to this telegram of the President, it may be remarked that it would have been dangerous and foolish in the extreme to leave Porter at Ashland and Hanover Courthouse to hold the railways. I knew that McDowell would not advance for some time, if at all. I could not reinforce Porter sufficiently to enable him to remain in his advanced position without drawing so largely from the main army as to endanger its safety and reduce it to inaction. Moreover, there was no object in running this risk. I had broken the direct line of communication between Richmond and Jackson, had cleared the front of Fredericksburg so that McDowell could advance unimposed, and had relieved my own right flank and rear from immediate danger. At 6 p.m. of the 29th, I telegraphed the Secretary of War. General Porter has gained information that General Anderson left his position in vicinity of Fredericksburg at 4 a.m. Sunday with the following troops. 1st South Carolina, Colonel Hamilton, 1 Battalion, South Carolina Rifles, 34th and 38th North Carolina, 45th Georgia, 12th, 13th, and 14th South Carolina, 3rd Louisiana, 2 batteries of 4 guns each, namely Letcher's Virginia and McIntosh's South Carolina batteries. General Anderson and his command passed Ashland yesterday evening en route for Richmond, leaving men behind to destroy bridges over the telegraph road which they traveled. This information is reliable. It is also positively certain that Branch's command was from Gordonsville bound for Richmond, whither they have now gone. It may be regarded as positive, I think, that there is no rebel force between Fredericksburg and Junction. The following was also sent on the same day by General Marcy. A detachment from General F.J. Porter's command under Major Williams, 6th Cavalry, destroyed the South Anna Railroad Bridge at about 9 a.m. today. A large quantity of Confederate public property was also destroyed at Ashland this morning. In reply to which the following was received from the President. Your dispatch as to the South Anna and Ashland being seized by our forces this morning is received. Understanding these points to be on the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railroad, I heartily congratulate the country, and thank General McClellan and his army for their seizure. On the 30th, I sent the following to Secretary Stanton. From the tone of your dispatches and the President's, I do not think that you at all appreciate the value and magnitude of Porter's victory. It has entirely relieved my right flank, which was seriously threatened. routed and demoralized a considerable portion of the rebel forces, taken over 750 prisoners, killed and wounded large numbers, one gun, many small arms, and much baggage taken. It was one of the handsomest things in the war, both in itself and in its results. Porter has returned, and my army is again well in hand. Another day will make the probable field of battle passable for artillery. It is quite certain that there is nothing in front of McDowell at Fredericksburg. I regard the burning of South Anna bridges as the least important result of Porter's movement. The results of this brilliant operation of General Porter were the dispersal of General Branch's division and the clearing of our right flank and rear. It was rendered impossible for the enemy to communicate by rail with Fredericksburg or with Jackson via Gordonsville, except by the very circuitous route of Lynchburg, and the road was left entirely open for the advance of McDowell had he been permitted to join the Army of the Potomac. His withdrawal towards Front Royal was, in my judgment, a serious and fatal error. He could do no good in that direction, while had he been permitted to carry out the orders of May 17th, the united forces would have driven the enemy within the immediate entrenchments of Richmond before Jackson could have returned to its succor, and probably would have gained possession promptly of that place. It is very clear that the arrangements I directed in March and on the 1st of April for the defense of Washington and the Shenandoah would have proved ample to check Jackson without delaying the advance of McDowell. The total disregard of these instructions led to the actual condition of affairs. On the 25th of May, McDowell's advance was 8 miles beyond Fredericksburg. If he had marched on the 26th, as first ordered, he would have found no enemy in his front until he reached the South Anna, on the 27th or early on the 28th. For his telegram of the 25th shows that they had hastily fallen back during the night of the 24th and 25th, and Porter found them at Hanover Courthouse and Ashland on the 27th, so that, as things were, Porter's division alone would have ensured McDowell's junction with the Army of the Potomac without the slightest difficulty. Had McDowell advanced, however, my own movements would naturally have been modified. I would have placed the 3rd Corps in position to hold Bottom's Bridge and the railroad bridge, and to guard our left and communications with West Point. The 4th Corps would have been placed near New Cold Harbor, with one division a couple of miles to the westward to watch the crossings of the Chickahominy from Grapevine Bridge to Beaver Dam Creek, ready to support either the 4th or the 2nd Corps as might be necessary. The 2nd Corps near Mechanicsville to hold the crossing opposite thereto and that at Meadow Bridge, and prepared to move instantly to the support of the 5th and 6th Corps. The 6th Corps through Atlee Station to the Fredericksburg and Richmond Turnpike to occupy the Virginia Central Railroad and Winston's Bridge, and leaving a sufficient force to hold that point to move either direct upon the line of the Fredericksburg and Richmond Railroad south of Ashland, or to support the 5th Corps in the direction of Hanover Courthouse as circumstances might have required. The 5th Corps would have followed the line of march which Morrell's division pursued on the 27th, sending a detached brigade direct from Old Church to Hanover Courthouse, and having reached the Central Railroad and the Fredericksburg Turnpike about 4 miles south of Hanover Courthouse, the mass of the Corps would either have moved on Hanover Courthouse or in conjunction with the 6th Corps on Ashland as the movements of the enemy might have required. Thus our old positions would have been securely held, McDowell's junction would have been secured in spite of any movements of the enemy, and the chances would have been in favor of our destroying any force of the enemy between the Chickahominy and the South Anna. The moment these objects were accomplished, the 5th and 6th Corps would have returned to the vicinity of Mechanicsville. It would then have been easy for McDowell to advance by the Fredericksburg Turnpike far enough to turn the batteries covering the Mechanicsville crossings, so that the two armies could unite on the right bank of the Chickahominy, and the capture of Richmond could have been accomplished long before Jackson could return to reinforce the garrison. End of chapter. Chapter 23 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 23. Operations on the Chickahominy. Battle of Fair Oaks. McDowell's Corps is coming. Still stretching the right wing. Floods of the Chickahominy. Movement on Old Tavern. On the 20th of May, a reconnaissance had been ordered on the south side of the Chickahominy towards James River. This was accomplished by Brigadier General H. M. Nagley, who crossed his brigade near Bottom's Bridge and pushed forward to within 2 miles of James River without serious resistance or finding the enemy in force. The rest of the 4th Corps, commanded by General E.D. Keyes, crossed the Chickahominy on the 23rd of May. On the 24th, 25th, and 26th, a very gallant reconnaissance was pushed by General Nagley with his brigade beyond the Seven Pines, and on the 25th the 4th Corps was ordered to take up and fortify a position in the vicinity of the Seven Pines. The order was at once obeyed, a strong line of rifle pits opened, and an abatis constructed a little in the rear of the point where the 9-mile road comes into the Williamsburg Road. On the same day, General Heintzelman was ordered to cross with his corps, the 3rd, and take a position 2 miles in advance of Bottom's Bridge, watching the crossing of White Oak Swamp and covering the left and the rear of the left wing of the army. Being the senior officer on that side of the river, he was placed in command of both corps and ordered to hold the Seven Pines at all hazards, but not to withdraw the troops from the crossings of White Oak Swamp unless in an emergency. On the 28th, General Keyes was ordered to advance Casey's division to Fair Oaks on the Williamsburg Road, some 3/4 of a mile in front of the Seven Pines, leaving General Couch's division at the line of rifle pits. A new line of rifle pits and a small redoubt for 6 guns were commenced, and much of the timber in front of this line was felled on the 2 days following. The picket line was established, reaching from the Chickahominy to White Oak Swamp. On the 30th, General Heintzelman, representing that the advance had met with strong opposition in taking up their position, and that he considered the point a critical one, requested and obtained authority to make such a disposition of his troops as he saw fit to meet the emergency. He immediately advanced 2 brigades of Kearny's division about 3/4 of a mile in front of Savage's Station, thus placing them within supporting distance of Casey's division, which held the advance of the 4th Corps. On the 30th, the troops on the south side of the Chickahominy were in position as follows: Casey's division on the right of the Williamsburg Road, at right angles to it, the center at Fair Oaks; Couch's division at the Seven Pines; Kearny's division on the railroad, from near Savage's Station towards the bridge; Hooker's division on the borders of White Oak Swamp. Constant skirmishing had been kept up between our pickets and those of the enemy. While these lines were being taken up and strengthened, large bodies of Confederate troops were seen immediately to the front and right of Casey's position. During the day and night of the 30th of May, a very violent storm occurred. The rain, falling in torrents, rendered work on the rifle pits and bridges impracticable, made the roads almost impassable, and threatened the destruction of the bridges over the Chickahominy. The enemy, perceiving the unfavorable position in which we were placed, and the possibility of destroying that part of our army which was apparently cut off from the main body by the rapidly rising stream, threw an overwhelming force, grand divisions of Generals D.H. Hill, Huger, Longstreet, and G.W. Smith, upon the position occupied by Casey's division. It appears from the official reports of General Keyes and his subordinate commanders that at 10 o'clock a.m. on the 31st of May, an aide-de-camp of General J.E. Johnston was captured by General Nagley's pickets. But little information as to the movements of the enemy was obtained from him, but his presence so near our lines excited suspicion and caused increased vigilance, and the troops were ordered by General Keyes to be under arms at 11 o'clock. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, it was reported to General Casey that the enemy were approaching in considerable force on the Williamsburg Road. At this time, Casey's division was disposed as follows: Nagley's brigade extending from the Williamsburg Road to the Garnett Field, having 1 regiment across the railroad; General Wessel's brigade in the rifle pits, and General Palmer's in the rear of General Wessel's; 1 battery of artillery in advance with General Nagley; 1 battery in rear of rifle pits to the right of the redoubt; 1 battery in rear of the redoubt, and another battery unharnessed in the redoubt. General Couch's division, holding the second line, had General Abercrombie's brigade on the right, along the 9-mile road, with 2 regiments and 1 battery across the railroad near Fair Oaks Station; General Peck's brigade on the right, and General Devens in the center. On the approach of the enemy, General Casey sent forward 1 of General Palmer's regiments to support the picket line, but this regiment gave way without making much, if any, resistance. Heavy firing at once commenced, and the pickets were driven in. General Keyes ordered General Couch to move General Peck's brigade to occupy the ground on the left of the Williamsburg Road, which had not before been occupied by our forces, and thus to support General Casey's left, where the first attack was the most severe. The enemy now came on in heavy force, attacking General Casey simultaneously in front and on both flanks. General Keyes sent to General Heintzelman for reinforcements, but the messenger was delayed, so that orders were not sent to Generals Kearny and Hooker until nearly 3 o'clock, and it was nearly 5 p.m. when Generals Jamison's and Berry's brigades of General Kearny's division arrived on the field. General Birney was ordered up the railroad, but by General Kearny's order, halted his brigade before arriving at the scene of action. Orders were also dispatched for General Hooker to move up from White Oak Swamp, and he arrived after dark at Savage's Station. As soon as the firing was heard at headquarters, orders were sent to General Sumner to get his command under arms and be ready to move at a moment's warning. His corps, consisting of Generals Richardson and Sedgwick's divisions, was encamped on the north side of the Chickahominy some 6 miles above Bottom's Bridge. Each division had thrown a bridge over the stream opposite to its own position. At 1 o'clock, General Sumner moved the 2 divisions to their respective bridges, with instructions to halt and await further orders. At 2 o'clock, orders were sent from headquarters to cross these divisions without delay and push them rapidly to General Heintzelman's support. This order was received and communicated at 2:30, and the passage was immediately commenced. In the meantime, General Nagley's brigade, with the batteries of General Casey's division, which General Nagley directed, struggled gallantly to maintain the redoubt and rifle pits against the overwhelming masses of the enemy. They were reinforced by a regiment from General Peck's brigade. The artillery, under command of Colonel G.D. Bailey, 1st New York Artillery, and afterwards of General Nagley, did good execution on the advancing column. The left of this position was, however, soon turned, and a sharp crossfire opened upon the gunners and men in the rifle pits. Colonel Bailey, Major Van Valkenburg, and Adjutant Ramsey of the same regiment were killed. Some of the guns in the redoubt were taken, and the whole line was driven back upon the position occupied by General Couch. The brigades of Generals Wessels and Palmer, with the reinforcements which had been sent them from General Couch, had also been driven from the field with heavy loss, and the whole position occupied by General Casey's division was taken by the enemy. Previous to this time, General Keyes ordered General Couch to advance 2 regiments to relieve the pressure upon General Casey's right flank. In making this movement, General Couch discovered large masses of the enemy pushing towards our right and crossing the railroad, as well as a heavy column which had been held in reserve and which was now making its way towards Fair Oak Station. General Couch at once engaged this column with 2 regiments, but though reinforced by 2 additional regiments, he was overpowered, and the enemy pushed between him and the main body of his division. With these 4 regiments and 1 battery, General Couch fell back about half a mile towards the Grapevine Bridge, where, hearing that General Sumner had crossed, he formed line of battle facing Fair Oak Station and prepared to hold the position. Generals Berry's and Jamison's brigades had by this time arrived in front of the 7 Pines. General Berry was ordered to take possession of the woods on the left and push forward so as to have a flank fire on the enemy's lines. This movement was executed brilliantly, General Berry pushing his regiments forward through the woods until their rifles commanded the left of the camp and works occupied by General Casey's division in the morning. Their fire on the pursuing columns of the enemy was very destructive, and assisted materially in checking the pursuit in that part of the field. He held his position in these woods against several attacks of superior numbers, and after dark, being cut off by the enemy from the main body, he fell back towards White Oak Swamp, and by a circuit brought his men into our lines in good order. General Jamison, with 2 regiments, the other 2 of his brigade having been detached, 1 to General Peck and 1 to General Birney, moved rapidly to the front of the left on the Williamsburg Road, and succeeded for a time in keeping the abatis clear of the enemy. But large numbers of the enemy pressing past the right of his line, he too was forced to retreat through the woods towards White Oak Swamp, and in that way gained camp under cover of night. Brigadier General Devens, who had held the center of General Couch's division, had made repeated and gallant efforts to regain portions of the ground lost in front, but each time was driven back and finally withdrew behind the rifle pits near 7 Pines. Meantime, General Sumner had arrived with the advance of his corps, General Sedgwick's division, at the point held by General Couch, with 4 regiments and 1 battery. The roads leading from the bridge were so miry that it was only by the greatest exertions General Sedgwick had been able to get one of his batteries to the front. The leading regiment, 1st Minnesota, Colonel Sully, was immediately deployed to the right of Couch to protect the flank, and the rest of the division formed in line of battle, Kirby's battery near the center in an angle of the woods. One of General Couch's regiments was sent to open communication with General Heintzelman. No sooner were these dispositions made than the enemy came in strong force and opened a heavy fire along the line. He made several charges, but was each time repulsed with great loss by the steady fire of the infantry and the splendid practice of the battery. After sustaining the enemy's fire for a considerable time, General Sumner ordered 5 regiments, the 34th New York, Colonel Sinter, 82nd New York, Lieutenant Colonel Hudson, 15th Massachusetts, Lieutenant Colonel Kimball, 20th Massachusetts, Colonel Lee, 7th Michigan, Major Richardson, the 3 former of General Gorman's brigade, the 2 latter of General Dana's brigade, to advance and charge with the bayonet. This charge was executed in the most brilliant manner. Our troops, springing over 2 fences which were between them and the enemy, rushed upon his lines and drove him in confusion from that part of the field. Darkness now ended the battle for that day. During the night, dispositions were made for its early renewal. General Couch's division, and so much of General Casey's as could be collected together, with General Kearny's, occupied the rifle pits near Seven Pines. General Pick, in falling back on the left, had succeeded late in the afternoon in rallying a considerable number of stragglers, and was taking them once more into the action, when he was ordered back to the entrenched camp by General Kearny. General Hooker brought up his division about dark, having been delayed by the heaviness of the roads and a throng of fugitives from the field, through whom the colonel of the leading regiment, Starr, reports he was obliged to force his way with the bayonet. This division bivouacked for the night in rear of the right of the rifle pits on the other side of the railroad. General Richardson's division also came upon the field about sunset. He had attempted the passage of the Chickahominy by the bridge opposite his own camp, but it was so far destroyed that he was forced to move Generals Howard and Mars' brigades with all his artillery around by General Sedgwick's bridge, while General French's brigade, with the utmost difficulty, crossed by the other. General Sedgwick's division, with the regiments under General Couch, held about the same position as when the fight ceased, and General Richardson, on his arrival, was ordered to place his division on the left to connect with General Kearny. General French's brigade was posted along the railroad, and Generals Howard's and Mars' brigade in second and third lines. All his artillery had been left behind, it being impossible to move it forward through the deep mud as rapidly as the infantry pushed towards the field. But during the night, the 3 batteries of the division were brought to the front. About 5 o'clock on the morning of the 1st of June, skirmishers and some cavalry of the enemy were discovered in front of General Richardson's division. Captain Pettit's battery, B, 1st New York, having come upon the ground, threw a few shells among them when they dispersed. There was a wide interval between General Richardson and General Kearny. To close this, General Richardson's line was extended to the left, and his first line moved over the railroad. Scarcely had they gained the position when the enemy, appearing in large force from the woods in front, opened a heavy fire of musketry at short range along the whole line. He approached very rapidly, with columns of attack formed on 2 roads which crossed the railroad. These columns were supported by infantry in line of battle on each side, cutting General French's line. He threw out no skirmishers, but appeared determined to carry all before him by one crushing blow. For nearly an hour, the first line of General Richardson's division stood and returned the fire, the lines of the enemy being reinforced and relieved time after time, till finally General Howard was ordered with his brigade to go to General French's assistance. He led his men gallantly to the front, and in a few minutes the fire of the enemy ceased, and his whole line fell back on that part of the field. On the opening of the firing in the morning, General Hooker pushed forward on the railroad with 2 regiments, 5th and 6th New Jersey, followed by General Sickles' brigade. It was found impossible to move the artillery of this division from its position on account of the mud. On coming near the woods, which were held by the enemy in force, General Hooker found General Birney's brigade, Colonel J. Hobart Ward in command, in line of battle. He sent back to hasten General Sickles' brigade, but ascertained that it had been turned off to the left by General Heintzelman to meet a column advancing in that direction. He at once made the attack with the 2 New Jersey regiments, calling upon Colonel Ward to support him with General Birney's brigade. This was well done, our troops advancing into the woods under a heavy fire and pushing the enemy before them for more than an hour of hard fighting. A charge with the bayonet was then ordered by General Hooker with the 5th and 6th New Jersey, 3rd Maine, and 38th and 40th New York, and the enemy fled in confusion, throwing down arms and even clothing in his flight. General Sickles, having been ordered to the left, formed line of battle on both sides of the Williamsburg Road and advanced under a sharp fire from the enemy, deployed in the woods in front of him. After a brisk exchange of musketry fire while crossing the open ground, the Excelsior Brigade dashed into the timber with the bayonet and put the army to flight. On the right, the enemy opened fire after half an hour's cessation, which was promptly responded to by General Richardson's division. Again, the most vigorous efforts were made to break our line, and again they were frustrated by the steady courage of our troops. In about an hour, General Richardson's whole line advanced, pouring in their fire at close range, which threw the line of the enemy back in some confusion. This was followed up by a bayonet charge, led by General French in person, with the 57th and 66th New York, supported by 2 regiments sent by General Heintzelman, the 71st and 73rd New York, which turned the confusion of the enemy into precipitate flight. 1 gun captured the previous day was retaken. Our troops pushed forward as far as the lines held by them on the 31st before the attack. On the battlefield there were found many of our own and the Confederate wounded, arms, caissons, wagons, subsistence stores, and forage abandoned by the enemy in his rout. The state of the roads and impossibility of maneuvering artillery prevented further pursuit. On the next morning, a reconnaissance was sent forward, which pressed back the pickets of the enemy to within 5 miles of Richmond. But again, the impossibility of forcing even a few batteries forward precluded our holding permanently this position. The lines held previous to the battle were therefore resumed. On the 31st, when the Battle of Fair Oaks commenced, we had 2 of our bridges nearly completed, but the rising waters flooded the logway approaches and made them almost impassable, so that it was only by the greatest efforts that General Sumner crossed his corps and precipitated in that hard-fought engagement. The bridges became totally useless after this corps had passed, and others on a more permanent plan were commenced. On my way to headquarters after the Battle of Fair Oaks, I attempted to cross the bridge where General Sumner had taken over his corps on the day previous. At the time General Sumner crossed, this was the only available bridge above Bottom's Bridge. I found the approach from the right bank for some 400 yards submerged to the depth of several feet, and on reaching the place where the bridge had been, I found a great part of it carried away so that I could not get my horse over, and was obliged to send him to Bottom's Bridge, 6 miles below, as the only practicable crossing. The approaches to New and Mechanicsville bridges were also overflowed, and both of them were enfiladed by the enemy's batteries established upon commanding heights on the opposite side. These batteries were supported by strong forces of the enemy, having numerous rifle pits in their front, which would have made it necessary, even had the approaches been in the best possible condition, to have fought a sanguinary battle with but little prospect of success before a passage could have been secured. The only available means, therefore, of uniting our forces at Fair Oaks for an advance on Richmond soon after the battle was to march the troops from Mechanicsville and other points on the left bank of the Chickahominy down to Bottom's Bridge, and thence over the Williamsburg Road to a position near Fair Oaks, a distance of about 23 miles. In the condition of the roads at that time, this march could not have been made with artillery in less than 2 days, by which time the enemy would have been secure within his entrenchments around Richmond. In short, the idea of uniting the 2 wings of the army in time to make a vigorous pursuit of the enemy, with the prospect of overtaking him before he reached Richmond, only 5 miles distant from the field of battle, is simply absurd, and was, I presume, never for a moment seriously entertained by anyone connected with the Army of the Potomac. An advance involving the separation of the 2 wings by the impassable Chickahominy would have exposed each to defeat in detail. Therefore, I held the position already gained and completed our crossings as rapidly as possible. In the meantime, the troops at Fair Oaks were directed to strengthen their positions by a strong line of entrenchments, which protected them while the bridges were being built, gave security to the trains, liberated a larger fighting force, and offered a safer retreat in the event of disaster. On June 2nd, the Secretary of War telegraphed, "The indications are that Fremont or McDowell will fight Jackson today, and as soon as he is disposed of, another large body of troops will be at your service." On the 3rd, the President telegraphed, "With these continuous rains, I am very anxious about the Chickahominy, so close in your rear and crossing your line of communication. Please look to it." To which I replied, Your dispatch of 5 p.m. just received. As the Chickahominy has been almost the only obstacle in my way for several days, Your Excellency may rest assured that it has not been overlooked. Every effort has been made and will continue to be to perfect the communications across it. My views of the condition of our army on the 4th were explained to the President as follows. Terrible rainstorm during the night and morning, not yet cleared off. Chickahominy flooded, bridges in bad condition. Are still hard at work at them. I have taken every possible step to ensure the security of the Corps on the right bank, but I cannot reinforce them here until my bridges are all safe, as my force is too small to ensure my right and rear, should the enemy attack in that direction, as they may probably attempt. I have to be very cautious now. Our loss in the late battle will probably exceed 5,000. I have not yet full returns. On account of the effect it might have on our own men and the enemy, I request that you will regard this information as confidential for a few days. I am satisfied that the loss of the enemy was very considerably greater. They were terribly punished. I mention these facts now merely to show you that the Army of the Potomac has had serious work, and that no child's play is before it. You must make your calculations on the supposition that I have been correct from the beginning in asserting that the serious opposition was to be made here. And to the Secretary of War on the same day, June 4th. Please inform me at once what reinforcements, if any, I can count upon having at Fortress Monroe or White House within the next 3 days, and when each regiment may be expected to arrive. It is of the utmost importance that I should know this immediately. The losses in the battle of the 31st and 1st will amount to 7,000. Regard this as confidential for the present. If I can have 5 new regiments for Fort Monroe and its dependencies, I can draw 3 more old regiments from there safely. I can well dispose of 4 more raw regiments on my communications. I can well dispose of from 15 to 20 well-drilled regiments among the old brigades in bringing them up to their original effective strength. Recruits are especially necessary for the regular and volunteer batteries of artillery, as well for the regular and volunteer regiments of infantry. After the losses in our last battle, I trust that I will no longer be regarded as an alarmist. I believe we have at least one more desperate battle to fight. On the 5th, the Secretary telegraphed me. I will send you 5 new regiments as fast as transportation can take them, the first to start tomorrow from Baltimore. I intend sending you a part of McDowell's force as soon as it can return from its trip to Front Royal, probably as many as you want. The order to ship the new regiments to Fort Monroe has already been given. I suppose that they may be sent directly to the fort. Please advise me if this be as you desire. On the 7th of June, I telegraphed as follows. In reply to your dispatch of 2 p.m. today, I have the honor to state that the Chickahominy River has risen so as to flood the entire bottoms to the depth of 3 and 4 feet. I am pushing forward the bridges in spite of this, and the men are working night and day up to their waists in water to complete them. The whole face of the country is a perfect bog, entirely impassable for artillery or even cavalry, except directly in the narrow roads, which renders any general movement either of this or the rebel army entirely out of the question until we have more favorable weather. I am glad to learn that you are pressing forward reinforcements so vigorously. I shall be in perfect readiness to move forward and take Richmond the moment McCall reaches here and the ground will admit the passage of artillery. I have advanced my pickets about a mile today, driving off the rebel pickets and securing a very advantageous position. The rebels have several batteries established, commanding the debouches from 2 of our bridges, and fire upon our working parties continually, but as yet they have killed but very few of our men. As I did not think it probable that any reinforcements would be sent me in time for the advance on Richmond, I stated in the foregoing dispatch that I should be ready to move when General McCall's division joined me, but I did not intend to be understood by this that no more reinforcements were wanted, as will be seen from the following dispatch. June 10th. I have again information that Beauregard has arrived and that some of his troops are to follow him. No great reliance, perhaps none whatever, can be attached to this, but it is possible and ought to be their policy. I am completely checked by the weather. The roads and fields are literally impassable for artillery, almost so for infantry. The Chickahominy is in a dreadful state. We have another rainstorm on our hands. I will attack as soon as the weather and ground will permit, but there will be a delay, the extent of which no one can foresee, for the season is altogether abnormal. In view of these circumstances, I present for your consideration the propriety of detaching largely from Halleck's army to strengthen this. For it would seem that Halleck has now no large organized force in front of him, while we have. If this cannot be done, or even in connection with it, allow me to suggest the movement of a heavy column from Dalton upon Atlanta. If but the one can be done, it would better conform to military principles to strengthen this army. And even although the reinforcements might not arrive in season to take part in the attack upon Richmond, the moral effect would be great, and they would furnish valuable assistance in ulterior movements. I wish to be distinctly understood that whenever the weather permits, I will attack with whatever force I may have, although a larger force would enable me to gain much more decisive results. I would be glad to have McCall's infantry sent forward by water at once, without waiting for his artillery and cavalry. If General Prim returns via Washington, please converse with him as to the condition of affairs here. Our work upon the bridges continued to be pushed forward vigorously until the 20th, during which time it rained almost every day, and the exposure of the men caused much sickness. On the 11th, the Secretary of War telegraphed, "Your dispatch of 3:30 yesterday has been received. I am fully impressed with the difficulties mentioned, and which no art or skill can avoid, but only endure, and am striving to the uttermost to render you every aid in the power of the government. McCall's force was reported yesterday as having embarked and on its way to join you. It is intended to send the residue of McDowell's force also to join you as speedily as possible." Fremont had a hard fight day before yesterday with Jackson's force at Union Church, 8 miles from Harrisonburg. He claims the victory, but was pretty badly handled. It is clear that a strong force is operating with Jackson for the purpose of detaining the forces here from you. I am urging as fast as possible the new levies. Be assured, General, that there has never been a moment when my desire has been otherwise than to aid you with my whole heart, mind, and strength, since the hour we first met, and whatever others may say for their own purposes, you have never had and never can have anyone more truly your friend, or more anxious to support you, or more joyful than I shall be at the success which I have no doubt will soon be achieved by your arms. On the 12th and 13th, General McCall's division arrived. On the 13th of June, 2 squadrons of the 5th U.S. Cavalry, under the command of Captain Royal, stationed near Hanover Old Church, were attacked and overpowered by a force of the enemy's cavalry numbering about 1,500 men, with 4 guns. They pushed on towards our depots, but at some distance from our main body, and though pursued very cleverly, made the circuit of the army, repassing the Chickahominy at Long Bridge. The burning of 2 schooners laden with forage and 14 government wagons, the destruction of some sutlers' stores, the killing of several of the guard and teamsters at Garlick's Landing, some little damage done at Tunstall Station, and a little éclat, were the precise results of this expedition. On the 14th, I telegraphed the Secretary of War. June 14th, midnight. All quiet in every direction. The stampede of last night has passed away. Weather now very favorable. I hope 2 days more will make the ground practicable. I shall advance as soon as the bridges are completed and the ground fit for artillery to move. At the same time, I would be glad to have whatever troops can be sent to me. I can use several new regiments to advantage. It ought to be distinctly understood that McDowell and his troops are completely under my control. I received a telegram from him requesting that McCall's division might be placed so as to join him immediately upon his arrival. That request does not breathe the proper spirit. Whatever troops come to me must be disposed of so as to do the most good. I do not feel that in such circumstances as those in which I am now placed, General McDowell should wish the general interests to be sacrificed for the purpose of increasing his command. If I cannot fully control all his troops, I want none of them, but would prefer to fight the battle with what I have, and let others be responsible for the results. The department line should not be allowed to interfere with me, but General McD and all other troops sent to me should be placed completely at my disposal to do with them as I think best. In no other way can they be of assistance to me. I therefore request that I may have entire and full control. The stake at issue is too great to allow personal considerations to be entertained. You know that I have none. On the 20th, I telegraphed to the President. There is not the slightest reason to suppose that the enemy intends evacuating Richmond. He is daily increasing his defenses. I find him everywhere in force, and every reconnaissance costs many lives. Yet I am obliged to feel my way, foot by foot, at whatever cost, so great are the difficulties of the country. By tomorrow night, the defensive works covering our position on this side of the Chickahominy should be completed. I am forced to this by my inferiority in numbers, so that I may bring the greatest possible numbers into action and secure the army against the consequences of unforeseen disaster. All the information I could obtain previous to the 24th of June regarding the movements of General Jackson led to the belief that he was at Gordonsville, where he was receiving reinforcements from Richmond via Lynchburg and Staunton. But what his purposes were did not appear until the date specified, when a young man, very intelligent but of suspicious appearance, was brought in by our scouts from the direction of Hanover Courthouse. He had first stated that he was an escaped prisoner from Colonel Kennelly's Maryland regiment, captured at Front Royal, but finally confessed himself to be a deserter from Jackson's command, which he left near Gordonsville on the 21st. Jackson's troops were then, as he said, moving to Frederick's Hall, along the Virginia Central Railroad, for the purpose of attacking my rear on the 28th. I immediately dispatched 2 trusty Negroes to proceed along the railroad and ascertain the truth of the statement. They were unable, however, to get beyond Hanover Courthouse, where they encountered the enemy's pickets, and were forced to turn back without obtaining the desired information. On that day I sent the following dispatch to Secretary Stanton. June 24th. A very peculiar case of desertion has just occurred from the enemy. The party states that he left Jackson, Whiting, and Ewell, 15 brigades, at Gordonsville on the 21st, that they were moving to Frederick's Hall, and that it was intended to attack my rear on the 28th. I would be glad to learn, at your earliest convenience, the most exact information you have as to the position and movements of Jackson, as well as the sources from which your information is derived, that I may the better compare it with what I have. G.B. McClellan, Major General. The following is his reply. June 25th. We have no definite information as to the number or position of Jackson's force. General King yesterday reported a deserter statement that Jackson's force was, 9 days ago, 40,000 men. Some reports placed 10,000 rebels under Jackson at Gordonsville, others that his force is at Port Republic, Harrisonburg, and Luray. Fremont yesterday reported rumors that Western Virginia was threatened, and General Kelly that Ewell was advancing to New Creek, where Fremont has his depots. The last telegram from Fremont contradicts this rumor. The last telegram from Banks says the enemy's pickets are strong in advance at Luray. The people declined to give any information as to his whereabouts. Within the last 2 days, the evidence is strong that for some purpose the enemy is circulating rumors of Jackson's advance in various directions, with a view to conceal the real point of attack. Neither McDowell, who was at Manassas, nor Banks and Fremont, who are at Middletown, appear to have any accurate knowledge of the subject. A letter transmitted to the department yesterday, purported to be dated Gordonsville on the 14th instant, stated that the actual attack was designed for Washington and Baltimore as soon as you attacked Richmond, but that the report was to be circulated that Jackson had gone to Richmond in order to mislead. This letter looks very much like a blind, and induces me to suspect that Jackson's real movement now is towards Richmond. It came from Alexandria, and is certainly designed, like the numerous rumors put afloat, to mislead. I think, therefore, that while the warning of the deserter to you may also be a blind, that it could not safely be disregarded. I will transmit to you any further information on this subject that may be received here. On the 25th, our bridges and entrenchments being at last completed, an advance of our picket line of the left was ordered, preparatory to a general forward movement. Immediately in front of the most advanced redoubt on the Williamsburg Road was a large open field. Beyond that, a swampy belt of timber, some 500 yards wide, which had been disputed ground for many days. Further in advance was an open field crossed by the Williamsburg Road and the railroad, and commanded by a redoubt and rifle pits of the enemy. It was decided to push our lines to the other side of these woods in order to enable us to ascertain the nature of the ground, and to place Generals Heintzelman and Sumner in position to support the attack intended to be made on the Old Tavern on the 26th or 27th by General Franklin, by assailing that position in the rear. Between 8 and 9 o'clock on the morning of the 25th, the advance was begun by General Heintzelman's corps. The enemy were found to be in strong force all along the line, and contested the advance stubbornly, but by sunset our object was accomplished. The following telegram was sent to the Secretary of War on the same day. 25th, 6:15 p.m. I have just returned from the field and found your dispatch in regard to Jackson. Several contrabands just in give information confirming supposition that Jackson's advance is at or near Hanover Courthouse, and that Beauregard arrived with strong reinforcements in Richmond yesterday. I incline to think that Jackson will attack my right and rear. The rebel force is stated at 200,000, including Jackson and Beauregard. I shall have to contend against vastly superior odds if those reports be true. But this army will do all in the power of men to hold their position and repulse any attack. I regret my great inferiority in numbers, but feel that I am in no way responsible for it, as I have not failed to represent repeatedly the necessity of reinforcements, that this was the decisive point, and that all the available means of the government should be concentrated here. I will do all that a general can do with the splendid army I have the honor to command, and if it is destroyed by overwhelming numbers, can at least die with it and share its fate. But if the result of the action, which will probably occur tomorrow or within a short time, is a disaster, the responsibility cannot be thrown on my shoulders. It must rest where it belongs. Since I commenced this, I have received additional intelligence confirming the supposition in regard to Jackson's movements and Beauregard's arrival. I shall probably be attacked tomorrow, and now go to the other side of the Chickahominy to arrange for the defense on that side. I feel that there is no use in my again asking for reinforcements. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of McClellan's Own Story by George Brinton McClellan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Chapter 24. Private Letters. May 20th to June 26th, 1862. May 20th, 12:30 a.m., Tunstall's Station. I moved headquarters and 4 divisions here today, about 6 miles from the White House. I rode myself to Bottom's Bridge in the rain and made a short reconnaissance of it. Found the enemy there, though not in great force. The engineers will make a close examination tomorrow morning, driving the enemy's pickets. The advanced guard also is near New Bridge. We are gradually drawing near the rascals. I think they intend to fight us in front of Richmond. If they do, it will be a decisive battle. Our camp here is one of the most beautiful I ever saw. The country is lovely, and the view from the high hill on which our headquarters is really magnificent. This evening, when the bivouac fires were lighted, the scene was grand beyond description. There are some very fine plantations in this vicinity. What fools their owners are to submit themselves to the necessity of being overrun and devastated. An army leaves a wide swath in its rear, but my men are generally behaving very well. May 21st, 1:30 a.m., Tunstall Station. Headquarters will move tomorrow some 7 or 8 miles more to the front. Wednesday morning, same letter. Porter's troops have been marching past for a couple of hours, and the rumbling of wagons has been going on for some time. A little later, I have just learned that some of our troops have succeeded in crossing the Chickahominy at Bottom's Bridge. May 22nd, 6:30 p.m., camp near Chickahominy. I have just returned from a ride to the front where I have taken a good look at the rebel lines. I suppose I must have ridden some 30 miles or less today. Someone just brought me a bouquet of wild white flowers, a Negro at that. I clutched it most eagerly, as reminding me of one who 2 years ago became my wife. It is on the table in front of me as I write, in a tin tumbler to be sure, but nonetheless pure and white. May 23rd p.m., continuation of same letter. Soon after I finished the last page, I was taken quite sick, and continued so most of the night. I have remained in my tent all day, feeling quite miserable, but will be all right and able to ride out in the morning. The occurrences of the next few days are quite uncertain. I have secured 1 passage of the Chickahominy, and hope to get 2 more tomorrow. I have been within 6 miles of the rebel capital, and our balloonists have been watching it all day. The intentions of the enemy are still doubtful. I go on prepared to fight a hard battle, but I confess that the indications are not now that he will fight. Unless he has some deep-laid scheme that I do not fathom, he is giving up great advantages in not opposing me on the line of the Chickahominy. He could give me a great deal of trouble and make it cost me hundreds or thousands of lives.
God knows that I am sick of this civil war, although no feeling of the kind unsteadies my hand or ever makes me hesitate or waver. It is a cruel necessity. I am very glad that the President has come out as he did about Hunter's order. If I succeed in getting the 2 additional passages of the river tomorrow, I will move next day. In fact, I hope to have a strong advanced guard within a couple of miles of Richmond tomorrow evening. Then I shall be able to examine the enemy's position and arrange for the battle. I will not fight on Sunday if I can help it. If I am obliged to do so, I will still have faith that God will defend the right, and trust that we have the right on our side. How freely I shall breathe when my long task of months is over and Richmond is ours. I know the uncertainty of all human events. I know that God may even now deem best to crush all the high hopes of the nation and this army. I will do the best I can to ensure success, and will do my best to be contented with whatever result God sees fit to terminate our efforts. I am here on the eve of one of the great historic battles of the world, one of those crises in a nation's life that occur but seldom. Far more than my fate is involved in the issue. I have done the best I could. I have tried to serve my country honestly and faithfully. All I can now do is to commit myself to the hands of God and pray that the country may not be punished for my sins and shortcomings. 11 p.m. Have had some skirmishes and cannonading today. Successful in all. May 25th, Sunday, 3:30 p.m., Cold Harbor. Have been rather under the weather the last 3 days. Had to ride out in the rain yesterday and was kept up very late last night, so I was not so well as I might have been this morning. It cleared off about sunset yesterday, and today has been bright and pleasant, drying up the roads rapidly. They have been so cut and bad as to prevent any movements in force or with rapidity. Fortunately, the ground dries rapidly here, and will soon be in such condition that we can move anywhere. I have this moment received a dispatch from the President, who is terribly scared about Washington, and talks about the necessity of my returning in order to save it. Heaven save a country governed by such counsels. I must reply to his telegram and finish this by and by. I feel much better this afternoon, quite myself again. If I should find Washington life as bad after the war as it was when I was there, I don't think I could be induced to remain in the army after peace. 10 p.m., same letter. It seems from some later dispatches I have received that Banks has been soundly thrashed and that they are terribly alarmed in Washington. A scare will do them good and may bring them to their senses. I have a fire in my tent tonight. May 26th, 8 p.m., camp near New Bridge. We broke up the last camp about 2 and moved to this place, which is quite on the banks of the Chickahominy and very near New Bridge. It, of course, commenced raining about an hour after we started, but as it was not a very heavy rain, we got on very well. I have been troubled by the old Mexican complaint, brought on, I suppose, by exposure to the wet, but I am really substantially well again. Fitz starts off in the morning on a trip that will take a day to go and 1 to return, the object being to cut off and disperse a force of the enemy threatening my right and rear, also to destroy the railroad bridges. When this is done, I will feel very comfortable in that direction, and shall be quite ready to attack. The men are in such excellent condition and such good spirits that I cannot doubt the result. The people here have not much Union feeling, but are becoming heartily tired of the war, especially as they now feel its evils in their midst, a fate from which I pray that God may deliver our own northern states. My camp is about 4.5 to 5 miles from Richmond. Had the instructions I left for Banks and Wadsworth been complied with, we should have been spared the shame of Banks' stampede. I feared last night that I would be ordered back for the defense of Washington. May 27th, 11:45 p.m. I sent Fitzjohn out this morning to pick up a large force of the enemy who are threatening my right and rear, also to burn the bridges of the 2 railways of the South Anna. The old fellow has done splendidly, thrashed 13,000 badly, and I am momentarily expecting to hear the details of his second attack. We are getting on splendidly. I am quietly clearing out everything that could threaten my rear and communications, providing against the contingency of disaster, and so arranging as to make my whole force available in the approaching battle. The only fear is that Joe's heart may fail him. New Bridge, May 29th, 8 p.m. I rode some 40-odd miles yesterday, got wet, had nothing to eat all day, and returned to camp about 2 o'clock this morning. Noble old Dan taking me through quite splendidly. Found myself quite sick this morning, my old Mexican enemy. I had been fighting against it for several days with more or less success. But this morning I gave up and sent for the doctor, in whose hands I placed myself. Feel a great deal better tonight. The pain gone and my head clearer. Fitz did his work nobly, as I expected. I rode to his battlefield yesterday and several miles beyond it. The railroad bridge across the South Anna was burned yesterday and today, thus effectually cutting off railroad communication between Richmond and the north. Lawrence Williams arranged both affairs very handsomely. The country around Hanover Courthouse is very beautiful. June 2nd, 8 p.m., New Bridge. It has been impossible for me to write to you for the last 2 or 3 days. I was quite sick on Friday and Saturday. On the last day, rose from my bed and went to the field of battle. Remained on horseback most of the time until Sunday evening. I came back perfectly worn out and exhausted. Lay down at once, and though I could not sleep much, I got some rest. I think tonight will bring me quite up again. I am not anxious. The Chickahominy is now falling, and I hope we can complete the bridges tomorrow. I can do nothing more until that is accomplished. The enemy attacked on Saturday and Sunday with great ferocity and determination. Their first attack alone was successful. Casey's division broke. As the other divisions came up, they checked the enemy, and we gradually got the better of him. He was badly handled before night. On Sunday morning, he renewed the attack and was everywhere repulsed in disorder and with heavy loss. We had regained all the ground lost and more last night. Today we are considerably in advance of the field of battle. It is certain we have gained a glorious victory. I only regret that the rascals were smart enough to attack when the condition of the Chickahominy was such that I could not throw over the rest of the troops to follow up the success. But the weather now seems settled, and I hope the river will be low enough tomorrow to enable me to cross. I am tired of the sickening sight of the battlefield, with its mangled corpses and poor suffering wounded. Victory has no charms for me when purchased at such cost. I shall be only too glad when all is over and I can return where I best love to be. Your father is quite well. So are all the staff. I don't think any of your friends were hurt in the battle. Several colonels killed and some wounded. June 3rd, 10 a.m., New Bridge. There has been some heavy cannonading within the last hour, and I learned that the enemy were advancing on Sumner. I am awaiting further news before going to the front. In the meantime, working hard at the bridges over the confounded Chickahominy. We may have another fight at any hour now. I can't tell when or where. I expect some 5,500 troops from Fortress Monroe tonight, which will go some ways towards replacing my losses. Hope that one regiment arrived last night. If the enemy will give me time to get these fresh troops in line, I will be obliged to them exceedingly. I am none too strong, I can assure you, but all will go well. June 5th, 9 a.m., Thursday, New Bridge. We have had a terrible time during the last few days. Torrents of rain constantly falling, ground a sea of mud, the Chickahominy a booming river, bridges swept away, the railroad pretty much used up. In short, about all the troubles that armies fall heir to, except defeat. But I am so grateful that God gave us the victory that I will not complain of minor evils. The enemy must have been very badly whipped not to have renewed his attack under the very favorable circumstances of the last few days. P.M. Have been, as usual, interrupted. The enemy has opened from 2 or 3 batteries and is blazing away upon our working parties at the bridges. Some of our heavy batteries have opened upon him, and will, I hope, soon silence them. I feel much better today, and if Secesh will permit me to remain quiet until tomorrow morning, I am sure that I shall be quite well. My head feels clearer today, and I feel generally better, though somewhat weak. My report of the battle, telegraphic, was incorrectly printed in some respects in the papers, and of course raises a tempest in a teapot. I never saw so much selfishness and petty feeling in my life as I have seen develop during this unhappy war. This camp life in the mud is becoming tedious, yet here I am, tied up, the confounded river running like mad, and no present chance of crossing the rest of the troops, although we are doing all that can be done. The artillery still keeps up its firing. I must send again for news. June 6th. The bad weather still continues, horrid in the extreme. It seems that Joe Johnston was seriously, if not dangerously, wounded in the last battle. I had occasion to write him some letters today which ought to be answered, so I can probably tell by the reply how it really is. I am receiving reinforcements now, which will soon repair our losses and enable me to act with freedom of motion. 10 p.m. Have been, as usual, very quiet today, lying down almost all the time and leaving my tent scarcely at all. It has at last cleared up, and for some days, I think. It is now quite certain that Joe Johnston was severely wounded last Saturday, now said to be in the shoulder by a rifle ball. I think there is very little doubt that is so. That places Smith, G.W., in command. I have drawn 9 regiments from Fort Monroe, the first use I made of the command given me of that place. The last of them will be up tomorrow. These will go far towards filling our ranks. The losses in the late battle were about 5,500. Of course, we have lost many by disease. I am promised either McCall's or King's division in a very few days. If I learn tomorrow that they will surely be here in 3 or 4 days, I will wait for them, as would make the results certain and less bloody. I can't afford to have any more men killed than can be avoided. June 7th, 8:30 a.m., same letter. The sun is struggling very hard this morning with the clouds. Thus far the latter has rather the better of him, but I hope the old fellow will persevere and beat them out in an hour or two. I presume the mystery of the 2 telegraphic messages has been cleared up before this. I said that none of your acquaintances were killed. The operator must have been unmanned by excitement, for my official dispatches were terribly bungled in many ways. One of the 2 similar dispatches must have been sent on the operator's own account. I think I sent you but 2 altogether that day. Did not that solution occur to you? June 8th, 1862. General Prim and staff, some 9 or 10 in number, have arrived. They went direct to the battlefield from the railway, so I will be spared until evening, when I shall be in for it. How Charles will make out I cannot imagine. It is a terrible nuisance to take care of these parties in camp. They always come entirely unprovided, and it puts everyone to great inconvenience to take care of them. I had sense enough, when I went to the Crimea, to take tents, messing apparatus, servants, horses, etc., so that I was perfectly independent. But none of these foreigners seem to follow so good an example. I had occasion, day before yesterday, to send a letter to Joe Johnston in reply to a request of us for permission to send in and get the bodies of a couple of generals and half a dozen colonels supposed to be killed. An answer came yesterday apologizing for the delay in replying to my communication, which involved other matters, and also apologizing for some of his people firing at Schweitzer, who carried the flag of truce. Well, whom do you think the letter came from? From no one else than A.P. Hill, Major General commanding the Light Division. I hope we shall have clear weather for a few days, so that it will be possible to move and use artillery, as well as to get it over the river. You have no idea of the state of the ground now, just as much as a horse can do to make his way. We have pretty quiet times, a little artillery firing and picket skirmishing, by way of breaking the monotony. Voilà tout. I suppose both sides are gathering for the great battle. I have received 10 regiments since the battle, 9 of which from Fort Monroe, 1 from Baltimore, and 1 from Washington will arrive tonight. I am also promised McCall's division at once. If the promise is kept, I shall be quite strong again. Am much better today, quite myself. June 9th. A large dose of Spaniards yesterday. General Prim and staff arrived and are quartered on us, some 7 in all, a rather inconvenient addition to the mess. On the other hand, however, they are very gentlemanly and a very nice set of people. General Prim speaks only French and Spanish. He is a dark-faced, black-haired, bright, young-looking man of 45. I like him much. His chief of staff, General McClellan's, is a perfect old trump who speaks English and looks for all the world like a French marquis of the stage. His hair and beard are iron gray, his mustache of the most approved pattern of the Spanish cavaliers of old, a cane suspended to his buttonhole, red pants tucked in high boots, a loose green coat covered with silver embroidery, the funniest little hat imaginable, on the whole a most peculiar picture such as I never saw before. They are delighted with what they have seen. I hear the funny little fellow's voice now. "Good morning, sir. Hope you're well." Fully appreciate the great difficulties under which we have been laboring, and will do much, I think, towards giving a just idea in Europe of the difficulties we have to contend against in this most singular of all campaigns. I had a telegram from McDowell last evening stating that he was ordered down here with his command, and assuring me that he received the order with great satisfaction. The Secretary and President are becoming quite amiable of late. I am afraid that I am a little cross to them, and that I do not quite appreciate their sincerity and good feeling. Timeodaneos et dona ferentes. How glad I will be to get rid of the whole lot. I had another letter from our friend A.P.H. yesterday in reply to mine to Joe Johnston, so I am now confident that Joe is badly wounded. In my reply sent this morning, I ignore Hill entirely and address mine to the Commanding General, etc., so G.W. will have to come out this time. I hope to arrange for a general exchange of prisoners, and thus relieve our poor fellows who have been so long confined. I must do secessionists justice to say that they now treat our wounded and prisoners as well as they can. June 10th, 7:30 a.m. It is again raining hard and has been for several hours. I feel almost discouraged. That is, I would do so did I not feel that it must all be for the best, and that God has some great purpose in view through all this. It is certain that there has not been for years and years such a season. It does not come by chance. I am quite checked by it. First, the Chickahominy is so swollen and the valley so covered with water that I cannot establish safe communications over it. Then again, the ground is so muddy that we cannot use our artillery. The guns sink up to their axle trees. I regret all this extremely, but take comfort from the thought that God will not leave so great a struggle as this to mere chance. If he ever interferes with the destinies of men and nations, this would seem to be a fit occasion for it. So whenever I feel discouraged by adverse circumstances, I do my best to fall back on this great source of confidence, and always find that it gives me strength to bear up against anything that may occur. I do not see how anyone can fill such a position as I do without being constantly forced to think of higher things and the Supreme Being. The great responsibility, the feeling of personal weakness and incompetency, of entire dependence on the will of God, the thousand circumstances entirely beyond our control that may defeat our best laid plans, the sight of poor human suffering, all these things will force the mind to seek rest above. I feel quite well today, by far better than at any time before. I think that if I can stand the test of this rainy day, all must be right. I will not go out while it rains if I can help it. The Spaniards are still here, and I fear will remain some time unless this rain drives them off. Prim is very well, but it is a nuisance to be obliged to be polite when one's head is full of more important things. Still raining very hard. I don't know what will become of us. June 11th, New Bridge, a.m. Am very well today, and the weather is good. We'll start in half an hour or so for the other side of the river. It threatens rain again, so that I do not believe I can make the entire tour. Probably only on Smith and Sumner, do the rest tomorrow. Besides, I do not care to ride too far today, as I have not been on horseback before since the day of the battle. I must be careful, for it would be utter destruction to this army were I to be disabled, so as not to be able to take command. Burnside left yesterday, thinks there is a great deal of Union feeling in North Carolina, and that our gaining possession of Richmond will at once bring North Carolina back into the Union. I half doubt whether there is much Union feeling south of North Carolina. McCall's division has commenced arriving. Some of them reached the White House last night. This relieves me very much. June 12th, 8 a.m., New Bridge. Am about to break up this camp and move over the Chickahominy to Dr. Trent's house, to the vicinity at least, for I abominate houses when on the field. In addition, have to take a farewell ride some 7 or 8 miles up this side of the river to look again at the ground and give the last instructions to Porter and Franklin for their guidance on this side of the river. I took quite a ride yesterday, the first since the battle, and got through with it nicely. I am about as nearly well now as I expect to be in this climate, bright and strong enough to fight a much better battle than any yet. I had a wonderful telegram from the Secretary of War last night. He declares that he is and ever has been my best friend. June 14th, camp at Dr. Trent's, Saturday, a.m. Your letters reached me yesterday afternoon, just as I was starting out on a hot ride around the lines. Did not return until late, and then they got up a stampede on the other side of the Chickahominy, which kept me busy until bedtime. Some of the enemy's cavalry got into the railroad, cut the telegraph wires, and burned some wagons. I do not know particulars yet, but the cavalry and some infantry are out there after them, and will, I hope, repay Secesh for his impudence. As it is, the telegraph is broken, and may not be established for several hours. It is terribly hot, so much so that one can hardly exist. I was up before 6 this morning, and even then found it overpowering. The sun bakes down. I have the best possible place for a camp, right on the summit of a high hill, under the shade of a couple of large walnut trees. But the trouble this morning is that no air whatever is stirring. Am quite well now. Took a long ride in the hot sun yesterday and did not feel it very much. Am not quite strong yet, and have be a little careful. Yesterday morning Secesh commenced a very warm fire of artillery quite early, but killed only one man. By and by, however, Smith got some of his sharpshooters near the guns, drove off the gunners, and kept them off all day, so that there was no more firing. There has been none today. I learned that the enemy moved away their guns during the night. This is probably true. A couple of days more of this weather will dry the roads and fields so as to render them practicable and enable me to try it again. I am heartily tired of inactivity, and shall be only too glad to settle this matter, have the battle, and get through with our work. Senator Rice was here this morning. June 15th, 10:15 p.m., Camp Lincoln. We have had several skirmishes. The rebels have attacked our pickets on several points, but were everywhere beaten back with the loss of several killed and a respectable number of prisoners. The worst interruption of all was a party of ladies and gentlemen that blank had no more sense than to insist upon coming up here, Senator blank and a lot of others, all of whom I was really glad to see, although this was no place for them. I am sorry to say that when I heard of their arrival, I swore a little internally, and sent Russell flying out of my tent, declaring that I would not see any of them. But soon afterwards Senator blank came here, and he was so kind and friendly that I was at once mollified. I talked with him some time, and he went back to Van Vliet's tent. I then gave to Averill my orders for a surprise party tomorrow, to repay Secesh for his raid of day before yesterday. Then I went over to call on Mrs. blank. There I was in for it. I was presented to all the ladies, listened to Mrs. blank's version of her trip to Richmond, and very rapidly beat a retreat, giving business as an excuse. Charles got up a lunch for the party, a rainstorm coming on in the meanwhile. When they were nearly through, I took Averill over and talked with him for a while. Then they adjourned to my tent. The two dear old madames were just as good as they could be. Can I say more? When they left, they asked me to give them sprigs from the bower in front of my tent, so I send you one too. I do not think our rain of today will do much harm. The chances now are that I will make the first advance on Tuesday or Wednesday. By that time, I think the ground will be fit for the movements of artillery, and that all our bridges will be completed. I think the rebels will make a desperate fight, but I feel sure that we will gain our point. Look on the maps I sent you a day or two ago and find Old Tavern on the road from Newbridge to Richmond. It is in that vicinity that the next battle will be fought. I think that they see it in that light, and that they are fully prepared to make a desperate resistance. I shall make the first battle mainly an artillery combat. As soon as I gain possession of the Old Tavern, I will push them in upon Richmond and behind their works. Then I will bring up my heavy guns, shell the city, and carry it by assault. I speak very confidently, but if you could see the faces of the troops as I ride among them, you would share my confidence. They will do anything I tell them to do. I could not help laughing when, on the day of the last battle, I was riding along in front. A man jumped out in an interval of the cheering and addressed me quite familiarly, saying, "Hello, George, how are you? You are the only one of the whole crowd of generals that is worth a blank." I won't fill up the last word, but the whole command shouted, "That's so!" I think there is scarcely a man in this whole army who would not give his life for me and willingly do whatever I ask. I have tried them more than once, and whenever I am near, they never fail me. The next battle will doubtless be a desperate one, but I think that I can so use our artillery to make the loss of life on our side comparatively small. June 17th, 4 p.m. The weather yesterday and today has been splendid. It is clear and bright, but a delightfully cool breeze has been blowing constantly. The roads and fields are drying beautifully. The river is falling rapidly. Our bridges are nearly finished, and we shall soon be on the move. Camp at Trent's house, June 21st, 1862, 10 a.m. We have had good weather for the last few days and have been improving it as best we could. Both parties are active, but the nature of the country is such as to make our progress difficult in the extreme. I hope to knock Secesh out of Old Tavern and its vicinity within a couple of days. Shall try it, at all events. I see the abolitionists have got a new dodge in my behalf, the White House business. In the first place, I never saw Colonel Lee in my life, and of course never made any arrangement with him. The house was guarded simply from motives of respect for the memory of Washington, which I thought would be appreciated by every honest person in the country. The adjacent property has been freely used for all necessary purposes. The house has never been needed for a hospital, and would not accommodate over 30 or 40 persons anyhow. The spring alluded to is one of a great many. There are plenty there, and this one is prohibited only because access to it brings people too near the house. I was not even sure that it was guarded, and do not even now know whether it is anything more than the guard placed over all springs near camps to prevent them from being misused by the men. So you have the truth of the White House story, all of which was in the possession of the Secretary some 10 days ago. I yesterday sent Tripler down to investigate the whole matter, and when I receive his report, will nail the lie to the counter. Blank wrote a letter to the Secretary in which he repeats the spring story as of his own knowledge, that is, he asserts it as a fact. One thing is certain, I will some day or other repay some of these people with interest, and make them feel ashamed of themselves, if there is such a thing in their composition, which I rather doubt. I can't tell you how sick I am of this kind of life. I suppose it is the cross that is my lot to bear, and that I should not repine. I know it is wrong, and I do my best to bear everything contentedly, but sometimes the old impatient spirit will break out and I lose my temper. But I will keep on trying to do my best. June 22nd, Sunday, 3 p.m. By an arrival from Washington today, I learn that Stanton and Chase have fallen out, that McDowell has deserted his friend C and taken to S. Alas, poor country that should have such rulers. I tremble for my country when I think of these things, but can still trust that God in his infinite wisdom will not punish us as we deserve, but will in his own good time bring order out of chaos and restore peace to this unhappy country. His will be done, whatever it may be. I am as anxious as any human being can be to finish this war. Yet when I see such insane folly behind me, I feel that the final salvation of the country demands the utmost prudence on my part, and that I must not run the slightest risk of disaster, for if anything happened to this army, our cause would be lost. I got up some heavy guns today, and hope to give Secesh a preliminary pounding tomorrow, and to make one good step next day. The rascals are very strong, and outnumber me very considerably. They are well entrenched also, and have all the advantages of position, so I must be prudent. But I will yet succeed, notwithstanding all they do and leave undone in Washington to prevent it. I would not have on my conscience what those men have for all the world. I am sorry that I shall lose the dear old Prince de Joinville in a few days. He is obliged to return to Europe. General Prim has sent me his photograph. It is quite hot this afternoon. It is almost time for our evening skirmish. Secesh has been very quiet today, scarcely fired a shot. I am very glad of it, as it has enabled me to give my men a good quiet rest for Sunday. June 23rd, 3 p.m. I am delighted that you are so much pleased at Orange. It must be a lovely place from your description. Will the doctor invite me to pay you a visit there, do you think? How do you occupy yourself? Or are you contented just to rest and be quiet? That is my idea of happiness now, rest with you and the baby. We have had rather an exciting day of it. The enemy has been making some rather mysterious movements, and I have taken advantage of them to push forward our pickets considerably on the left. I don't yet know exactly what it means, but so far it has been of advantage to us, and you may be sure that I won't be caught in any trap. We have had a sharp thunder shower this afternoon, and it will be of benefit by cooling and clearing the air. There has not been rain enough to do any harm yet. 10:30 p.m. You may be sure that no man in this army is so anxious as its general to finish the campaign. Every poor fellow that is killed or wounded almost haunts me. My only consolation is that I have honestly done my best to save as many lives as possible, and that many others might have done less towards it. I have had a rather anxious day, the movements of the enemy being mysterious, but I have gained something, and am ready for any eventuality, I think. I have a kind of presentiment that tomorrow will bring forth something. What, I do not know. We will see when the time arrives. I expect to be able to take a decisive step in advance day after tomorrow, and if I succeed, will gain a couple of miles towards Richmond. It now looks to me as if the operations would resolve themselves into a series of partial attacks, rather than a general battle. 24th, 10 a.m. I was interrupted just here by some stampede telegrams that kept me up till 1:30 or 2 this morning. In the meantime, a terrible storm came up and blew this unhappy sheet into the mud and rain. I send it as it is, however, as a slight specimen of the sacred soil, also because I am about starting out on a ride, from which I am not likely to return before the mail leaves camp. Nothing of interest this morning, all quiet, weather cloudy, and may rain today again. Telegram, June 26, 1862. Did not write yesterday, was on the battlefield all day. Have been up and in the saddle all night, and do not expect to be able to write more than a line today. Will probably be up all night again. Our affair yesterday perfectly successful. End of chapter 24.